Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming to this event, Art Protest Value, a panel discussion. It's a pleasure to have you all here. We look forward to an exciting discussion. We'll have a panel discussion, but also we're going to have time for the audience to have you all to have your questions as well. We look forward to having an open back and forth. I'm Ian Condry. I'm a professor in global studies and languages. I'm actually head of the department for this semester. I'm also part of comparative media studies as well as women's and gender studies. I've been teaching here at MIT for about 14 years. I'm a cultural anthropologist by training, and I study Japanese popular culture. And one of my projects is anime. So I'm quite interested in visual arts, the way visual arts speak to the times, speak to politics, are engaged with changes in the economy, but perhaps above all, the way the arts can transform our thinking and give us new ways of understanding ourselves, understanding society, understanding our relations to each other. And I hope that that's the kind of thing we can have a discussion about today. Art is one of those things where it doesn't exist without the viewer, without an audience, without a kind of interaction. Even if that interaction perhaps is only in the artist's multiple personalities, or even if it's in a smaller community. But one of the things we want to think about today is the way that art moves into society, moves into broader communities, and has a kind of impact that can really change the way we think about the world and the way we engage with the world. So that's the theme for today. I'll talk a little bit about the series that this is part of, but I also want to give a couple brief announcements of upcoming events that I have coming up, and I'd like people to know about them in case you're interested. One is, and so anyway, that's something to look forward to. It's a shameless plug, but I wanted you to know. Also, this is another project I'm involved in. It's happening tomorrow here at MIT at lunchtime. We're calling it Bridge Wednesdays. It's a time where people can come together, make signs, listen to music, stand on the speaker's stool, engage in dialogue about politics in this troubling political moment. It's not actually, we are open about what kind of politics, how you want to talk about politics, but one of the things that people are saying is that in order to get beyond the kind of divisiveness and we have right now, we need to find ways to have dialogue across political boundaries. I mean, some of this, and I don't just think of this as red versus blue, but the diversity of political movements are out there. How can we work together? Right? How can we find ways, which might not mean being under a single umbrella? Maybe there are new models out there. One of the ideas is to create a space where people can have this kind of dialogue, share information, make a sign, make a button, publicly display the kinds of things you're interested in, and meet other people, either who have the same interests or different interests. And the idea is to have a kind of weekly mini rally in the middle of the Infinite Corridor here at MIT, 12:30 to 1:30. At least this Wednesday and next Wednesday we'll do it there. We may move around to different areas of campus. You don't have to be there for the whole hour, but I encourage you to come by if that sounds at all interesting to you. So Bridge Wednesdays, check it out. We'll see what happens and how that goes. So I wanted to let you know. Okay. Allow me here. I just realized what I'm going to have to do here. This is going to be a little trick. Sorry about this. I need one more. I need more screens. That's my problem. Here we go. Okay. Got something here. Yes. Okay. Good. This is part of a series called the Dissolve Inequality Series. And the idea of dissolve is that around MIT we do a lot of work to solve problems. We solve problems, solve this, solve that. But one of the things that's clear to me is that you can't solve something like inequality unless you dissolve the structures of power that reproduce inequality. And so then I think while we're trying to solve things, we should also be dissolving things. dissolving the boundaries between each other, dissolving the power structures that reproduce massive inequalities, and find a way for us to break through these walls around us. So this is part of the Dissolve Inequality series. This is the Visual Arts Summit. Very exciting artists and writers here to talk about their work. What we're going to do now is I'm going to introduce each of the panelists. We're going to show some of their projects, and then we'll get to the Q&A as well. I'd like to begin by introducing Sharon Louden. There's Sharon on the end. She's an artist, educator, advocate for artists, and editor of the Living and Sustaining a Creative Life series of books. And I should mention that part of this event today is a book launch. The book just came out, and we'll be hearing more about the book. The book is available for sale as well, so don't miss your chance to get this great book. I've been reading it, it's really fascinating. Sharon graduated with a BFA from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and an MFA from the Yale University School of Art. Her work is held in major public and private collections, including the Whitney Museum of American Art, the National Gallery of Art, and the Museum of Fine Arts, Houston. She has taught for more than 25 years and is currently the senior critic at the New York Academy of Art, where she organizes a lecture series interviewing luminaries and exceptional individuals in the art world. Please join me in welcoming Sharon Louden. We'd like to show a little bit of your work, Sharon, so might you talk about some of this? Let's see if this will work. Next slide, where won't this go? There we go.
So I make massive installations. This is an installation that I did not that long ago, and actually in Minnesota. It's made of aluminum and suspended, and to be able to change an entire environment. And it's highly reflective, rare aluminum from Canada, so that people see themselves in it and expands the whole space. We can go to the next one. And this is a detail of it. So I generally like to make work that, I love beauty. I think beauty is underrated. And I think that I love to make beautiful, suspended, mostly suspended installations, but that compress an environment. So it's sort of contradictory. It's something that is inviting and yet claustrophobic. Both. I like to have both the same relationship in my installations, but I also do drawings and animation and paintings too. I'm a multidisciplinary artist. This is just a commission that we just finished. I do a lot of public art too. This is in Houston. This is for a lobby for TIA CREF, which has an amazing art collection actually in Houston. And they wanted something to be in dialogue with architecture. So again, the same kind of feeling of maybe something suspended that is weighted and yet reflective. So when people walk in, they see themselves and it's interactive, so they're part of the piece and expands the whole lobby. And that's an outside view of it. That's about, I think it's about 3,000 square feet. Oh, I'm not sure how many square feet it is. Actually, I should know that. I just got finished with it. But like 2 weeks ago, but it's suspended 33 feet in the air. So this is an animation I just finished. This is a still from an animation that's going to be premiered at the National Gallery of Art on May 6th. So generally I love to work with gesture and line, these anthropomorphic beings, and I think that the installations are that too, where they come together to create environments, and the same with my animation and drawings. And so for me, and that's another still, for me these little forms have characteristics that are these goofy, hopefully beautiful, animated forms that have a whimsy and a life to them. And that, when I put together the aluminum in these environments, I'm hoping to get that feeling across as well with individual pieces of aluminum, but coming together as one group. That's it.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Sharon. All right, please allow me also to introduce Julia Kunin. Julia Kunin lives in Brooklyn, New York. She earned her BA from Wellesley College and an MFA from the Mason Gross School of the Arts at Rutgers University. Julia's work is represented by Sandra Gehring Ink Gallery, where she had a solo show entitled Les Guerrières. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say it, Les Guerrières, in 2015. Kunin has exhibited nationally and internationally. She was a Fulbright Scholar to Hungary in 2013 and does work in Hungary as well. She's also a member of the Women's Action Coalition and is a founding member of the activist group We Make America. Please join me in welcoming Julia Kunin. We have some images of Julia's work as well.
Okay, I'll speak about this, but there actually was another image that I wanted to see first.
Okay,
If
which
possible.
sure,
Because it will set the stage for the conference.
great,
So
yeah.
let's wait.
This
That-
one, this one, okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, is this working now?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I wanted to show this piece, it looks really great, so large here, but it's actually spans about 6 feet, and these saddles hang from the ceiling at the height at which you would imagine yourself climbing on them. I made these in 1993, and at that time I did a whole series of pieces based on saddles that were covered with red suede, and this was during a time of identity politics when the dialogue was very, very exciting about queer theory, and when my work was shown in that context of queer theory. And the reason that I wanted to show this piece is because at that time, in the early 90s, a bunch of us were very, very conscious about creating lesbian culture and making it visible. We were interested in lesbian visibility. And this is something that I believe has disappeared from our culture. It's something that I want to bring back into the dialogue. This was on the cover of a book called Damn Fine Art by New Lesbian Artist, which I think is kind of humorous as a, But that book did bring a group of us together. The author, Cherry Smith, actually served as kind of a unifier of a bunch of us, lesbian artists, and the community actually grew from that. And then Harmony Hammond came out with a book in 2000 called Lesbian Art in America, which continued that. And since then, Catherine Lord has written books, and other people have continued to write about queer theory. And I wanted to highlight this because I worked so much on the subject of sexuality and gender, and at one point in about 2002 thought, okay, I'm done with this, it's over. And I went on and pursued some similar concepts of eroticism, but through ceramics, and using other metaphors, animals as metaphor. And now I've come back full circle to these concerns about sexuality. I don't know which image you have next.
Is this a good one?
This is the most recent, but I will talk about it at any rate, so it's not the trajectory historically, but this is kind of a big jump. But I have been working in Hungary. As Ian mentioned, I was a Fulbright Scholar there, but I've been going back and forth since 2010. And it was there we've spoken about the fact as a group that when you're working in a foreign country, you become so much more hyper-aware of what's happening in your own culture as well. And I was sort of literally woken up again to the level of homophobia and sexism that exists in most places outside of, in many, many places outside of the United States. And we live in a bubble in New York, we were talking about, where we don't have to worry about that as much. So I was really sick and tired of being invisible there. I lived there for 7 months and pretty much been in the closet for almost the entire time I've been going back and forth to Hungary, which now is almost, almost 7 years. So I started incorporating imagery of women into the work. And I won't elaborate on it. It's much more, it uses modernist tropes, and it's influenced by socialist art that I was surrounded by there. So you can go on.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's try this
one. This I'll talk about briefly in relation to the following work. I started to make portraits composed of symbols. And I brought back a symbol that I'd used in the 90s, and that was of the keyhole, which is a very kitschy kind of symbol that represents sexuality. But I was using it at the time to kind of convey a sense of voyeurism, and one that you could be a voyeur and you could experience pleasure at the same time through this motif. So the concept that I was working with is creating a portrait through a stack of symbols. This is also recent, so we're going back and forth And this is really intentionally wanting to make something that's really humorous and has a lesbian content at the same time. I think humor was sort of something that was always important in my work and comes and goes. And I was definitely looking at, pop art and having a lot of fun with it. And so this is a large wall piece, well, it's not as large as this. It's probably about 3.5 feet tall. And I was intentionally trying to create a sense of a figure through, again, this stacking and doubling and use of symmetry of breasts and eyes and such. And you have to pay homage to Judy Chicago. You have to pay homage to those 70s feminists. This one predates that. This was the first work that I did that is composed of a stack of symbols where the keyhole is predominant. And this really is very, to me, reminiscent, as I look back, to Marston Hartley's portrait of the German officer who was his boyfriend at the time, who he made that painting in 1914. And it's coded. You see the initials of the officer, you see the age at which he died, you see the cross, I wish I had an image here, that he earned. And it to me is such an important piece because it conveys the coding of homoeroticism within a work. And I think that that's something that I continue to do. And even if a work isn't obviously political and hitting you over the head, I think it's very important that it has those meanings coded within it, even if it's just appreciated by a very small audience. So that's what I want to say about that.
Wonderful, thank you very much. All right, we have one more panelist to introduce. That's my notes here. Brad Vartanian, welcome. He is editor-in-chief and co-founder of Hyperallergic, a blogazine, which I just learned this word today. Thank you, blogazine. A publication he created in 2009 in response to the changes in the art world, publishing and the distribution of information. He writes and lectures about contemporary art, performance, multiculturalism, politics, the internet, literature, and visual culture. Anything else?
That's it. No other skills.
As if, right, as if. Okay, his curatorial interests are focused on theories and practices of decolonization, and he prefers to work in unorthodox spaces. Vartanian launched the Hyperallergic podcast in 2016, which travels around the globe to uncover the evolving world of art. Please join me in welcoming Craig Vartanian. Here we go.
Wow, look at that.
I don't have that much to say, but I will tell you an interesting little fact about this. Most people don't know, but all the editorial images on our homepage are golden rectangle. Just so you know, it was one little geeky move I had to pull.
Tell us what golden rectangle. Not everybody might know.
Oh,
I don't.
that's it.
I sort of.
A golden rectangle essentially in like the history of art is it sort of has to do with sort of the way the image is sort of organized in the proportions, and often even in old master paintings, things are placed in places that generally it's like 2/3, the 2/3 rule or whatever. It's sort of 2/3 in the photo or 1/3. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's what I'm going to tell you. That's pretty much it.
That's it. And here, yeah. So there's the.
Is there any way you can talk about Beacon and how you started Hyperallergic?
So it was started.
Yeah.
It was. Thank you, Sharon, PR agent. So we started Hyperallergic in 2009. My husband and I began Ketchikan because we essentially found that we were gravitating online for our information, and we didn't find good sources and engaged opinions and internet native discussions. And so we had to kind of create it. And part of it was also, as a writer, I found that I loved writing online more than print or anywhere else, and people weren't paying. So we had to figure out a way to get some writers paid, even if it was nominally at first, and then slowly it's sort of gone up. But that was kind of the objective. So it was as much a publishing venture to figure out how the economics of the art world work. I know we're talking about inequality, which is perfect because that's exactly what you discover about the art world when you're trying to do something that's financial, is you realized how really insane certain aspects of the culture are. One of the things, for instance, he created an online advertising network, that the first like online arts network, and we have 12 different sites in it. And one of the things he discovered was like advertising and marketing in the art world doesn't really make sense. Like for most, outside of higher institutions of higher learning and some museums, most of it makes no sense to marketers or advertisers. And so these were the sort of things that we've slowly been revealing, and I feel like we use that and we sort of reveal a lot of the hidden networks and the infrastructure of the art world and how we see things and how we understand visuals and all these types of things. So I think that's sort of the short description of what we do.
Great. Thank you. Round Vartanian. All right. I forgot one important part of my introduction, which is to thank our sponsors. Thank you for reminding me. Our sponsors, Paul Ha, thank you, of the List Visual Arts Center. Thank you everyone for helping organize, and my department of Global Studies and Languages gets a little credit too. All right. Good. Let's hear a little bit about the book, Sharon, and then we'll get to our panel.
I also want to thank Paul and Ian for having us. This is really important. And this event is actually part of a 95-stop conversation tour. And I'll explain what that is. So as you just saw my work is aesthetically driven, but I think aesthetics can be political. And the kind of work that I do as an artist is not just making my work, it's also working for Creative Capital, Joe Mitchell Foundation. I worked for the NEA last year. I feel like I'm active as an advocate, as Ian said, for artists. And so in 2011, I moderated a panel called How to Make a Living with or Without a Dealer. 400 people showed up at that panel, and I said, well, it's really disturbing that you're here, dependent on that system, and great that you're here, because maybe you'll leave here with thinking differently. So from that, my publisher was in the audience. You never know who's in the audience. It was amazing. And she came up to me, a rep for my publisher, and said, we really want you to write a book. And I said, I can't write an artist statement. I can't write anything. I'm not going to write a book. But she said, what would you want to do? And when I got out of college, at $115,000 in debt in 1991, which I paid off in 10 years. But at the time, artists weren't sharing and giving a lot, and nor are they enough now. So, and also at the same time, I don't think the public understands how artists are integral in society and how much we're needed and how we contribute to the well-being of others. So I did this book, Living, Sustaining Creative Life, that went on a 62-stop book tour. It's going to be in its 7th printing in the next 2 weeks. And it's sold over 8,000 books and in 18 countries. So after that, my publisher said, hey, want another contract? I said, sure. So I was thinking about it for the last couple of years anyway. And so the second book, The Artist as Cultural Producer, came about because on the tour, I noticed that when I said that an artist was a cultural producer, the public would be like, huh, what does that mean? But when I would say, this is an artist, they would think of Van Gogh, and Van Gogh died in 1890. So there's some problem there, because I think that it's very important that to note that artists have multiple hats, and we give in all different sectors. And so part of these books is to show, in the first book and the second book, I have 40 artists in each book, that they just give their lives, how they talk about their lives. Like Julia is actually from a political family. She's an activist. She's one of the 40 artists. And then Harad wrote the foreword to the book because he's a major, in my mind, important, unique, very important, I said that already, thought leader who believes in artists and setting a trail for all of us. So I think that I'm interested in bringing people forward as examples of who a contemporary artist is today. I'll just describe really quickly the finances behind it, talking about equity and money, which is really important. So my first tour, we just paid for it partially by a Kickstarter campaign, $6,500 that got us going. But we were really in the red from that tour, me and my husband. My husband is my partner in this. He's right here, and we do this together, Vincent Valega. So anyway, the second tour, I thought, I'm going to try to create a standard with this second tour. I wanted to partner with different venues, as I wanted to partner Paul and his wife Eva, who I love her work so much, to be able to collaborate with different venues and have conversations all over the country, and this time all over the world. But I needed money behind it. So there are 3 sources of money for this. There is, we raised money as we're now a fiscally sponsored entity through New York Foundation for the Arts. We also received a grant from the Ford Foundation for $50,000 to go to marginalized communities all over the world. And then the venues actually support every event, so that every time an artist or somebody walks on stage, all of their expenses are paid. Because we should be paid as creative individuals to show that that's just as important as a scientist, as a lawyer, as anybody, to be able to come and speak and share knowledge. So to date, we have raised, now actually an hour ago, I've increased the budget, the fundraising to $190,000 we've raised, me and my husband, ourselves. And then in addition to that, both of my books are shared projects. I share all the royalties with all the artists or the contributors in the book, and everybody gets their own copyright. So I'm trying to make a statement through these books as a platform for conversation. And and also in addition, this second book is part of a case study, so that will be published and distributed through nonprofit organizations. And in fact, actually, I wanted the NEA to take it, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take it anymore, sadly. So, but we were in conversation, right? We should talk about that. But anyway, thank you for allowing me to show that with you.
Hooray. Wonderful. All right, well, thank you for that. I'll join you up here. Let me see. Test. Yes. Thank you. Well, let's get the discussion going. This is very exciting. One of the ideas is that artists and art can be a change agent, bring about change, engage with politics, engage with society. Can you talk about some of the important ways you see that happening? How can we think about art and change? I know there's many examples of it, but if there's something that seems especially relevant, meaningful, who would like to start? Yes.
I think we often think of art changing things being like sort of a painting in a room or like some kind of art project. But I think a lot of the change ends up happening systematically. Like I like to think of the art world as a microcosm of society. So if you can change, and it's much more manageable microcosm. So if you can create a model that's smaller scale, that can scale and sort of have a life elsewhere. And I think artists enact change in different ways. Sharon's probably tired of me telling this story, but I think is an example of like how an artist can take a stand that has a ripple effect. In the case of when I was interviewing the gallerist Jack Shaman last year, he mentioned that when he took on Kerry James Marshall, who was a very prominent artist, one of the most prominent African-American artists in the country, Kerry James Marshall made the stipulation that he wanted to build a black collector base, and that Jack Shaman was going to help do that, and that was part of the deal. And it was amazing what ripple effect that demand by an artist had in this commercial venue, because now Jack Shaman is sort of so well known for a lot of African American artists also, and he does it sort of effortlessly. It's not like it was a plan, but it was like how when an artist or any cultural producer takes a stand, there's a ripple effect. And another example, I think, is in the case of Occupy. One of the things that a lot of people may not realize, but a lot of the early people who participated in Occupy were performance artists. And why does that make any sense, if at all? It's because a performance artist understands that any action in space has a ripple effect. It's not always predictable, and you can't control it, because action is not about controlling. But, so the fact that they were like, we are going to claim this space in a park in the middle of downtown New York, and we don't know what's going to happen, it's kind of amazing. And if you look at the history of that movement, a few months before, there were other performance artists doing things related to inequality in Wall Street in lower Manhattan. So here's it's a kind of almost a cumulative effect, and as you could probably guess, Occupy certainly had a big impact in our culture.
I'll add to that, just starting with the gallery, because I think you gave a great example and it just jogged my memory, and I want to speak about one more gallery, and that's PPOW. Right. And they really have been a pioneer in showing political art. And one thing that really, and they show a lot of women artists, and they're one of the few galleries that has more of a 50-50 roster in terms of the amount of women and amount of men that they show. And they have made a strong commitment to some women artists and performance artists, including Carolee Schneemann and Martha Wilson, and made a commitment to them when their work was not selling at all. This was not about money for them at that time, and even to this day. And they have pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to place their work in museums. It's incredibly slow. It's shocking to know that, I mean, it took forever for Carolee Schneemann to have a major show in a museum. And
It was only last year she had her first retrospective.
yeah, and you know, as art students, we've known about her since the late 70s and before. She was a model for so many women artists. At any rate, that's an example of what a cultural institution that is a for-profit entity, they can really make a big difference.
But I also think that it's artists changing neighborhoods. It's classic. So like Fana Lerman and Graham White are in Detroit. They gave an essay to this book, and they took over a building, and then they took over another building, and then they got their friends to come in, and they took over a whole section of Detroit. And I think that that's really important because that happens often in different communities. They'll change over a community, I think, perhaps for the better, and injecting that culture. I think also in education, like you do. So Julia has been teaching at a private school is it an all-boys school?
It is.
I mean, that's amazing.
Counterintuitive, but
Right, a chair of an all-boys school. I mean, I think it's pretty amazing that you do that. How many years have you been there?
a long time, I'd say.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's really important. And I think also artists who actually do things out of the box, like create residencies for other artists, that can also include the public to interact with artists out in the public realm. I think that happens a lot. Now, the NEA, though, made a big push in the last 5 years for placemaking, which is controversial. I think sometimes it worked, but more often it didn't. But because I think the NEA concentrated so much on the economics rather than the well-being for others. However, I think the intentions were good in that it was trying to insert artists in community. But I think that happens naturally, actually. But it has to be encouraged. And I actually think it should be funded.
Yeah.
I don't know if you agree with that, though.
Well, I just think the only drawback in terms of artistic communities, of course, is the instrumentalization of artists as part of gentrification.
Right.
Which unfortunately has become a whole different issue, where the arts community now is sort of in this position where you have neighborhoods like Boyle Heights in Los Angeles or even the Bronx in New York who are saying, like, we actually don't want arts organizations because we know what's coming next and you're a Trojan horse for this thing that's coming right after you or with you. You know, it could be either. So, and that's actually a danger that we're still having to negotiate.
Yeah, but would you say, though, in Detroit, though, I think it's needed now, or has been. I mean, that the artists there are creating a backbone for that city. I mean,
I don't know Detroit well enough to comment on the way it sort of works there. So, could
it be that there's a point where that can be stopped, that gentrification? I don't know.
If we figure that out, I think we can all. And I think the problem is we haven't figured out if gentrification, what it is, because it is a system. You know, it's not really a system the art community has any control over, to be quite honest. You know, or at least partly. You know, so and that's part of the problem. Like, I don't know. I mean, Detroit is such a specific example that has the potential, but then, you know, in 20 years, are we going to look back and go, why didn't we do something? You know, I don't know.
It's a really interesting question. I wonder, while we're on this, what are more successful ways of funding art or making sustainable livelihoods? I mean, I'm curious about the NEA, National Endowment for Humanities. There are sort of government projects, and other countries are much better at doing this too. I was at a talk last night where it was pointed out that the budget for art in Berlin is greater than the entire NEA budget, apparently, something like that. I don't know if that's true, but
well, I think New York City's budget is bigger too.
Yeah, well, so there's a lot of disjointedness with the way these policies work, but then there are other ways as well. And one of the things I'd be curious to hear a little bit about is is that when I think about the art I read about in the newspaper, it's the billionaires using it for holding onto their capital and moving it around in ways that, maybe it's hard to move around your Central Park apartment, but you can move around your Andy Warhol in a container somewhere. And I'm wondering how it feels. I mean, you're in New York and in the middle, you've seen that scene too. So I'm curious, what are some of the different sides of this as you see it?
I can make,
Yeah.
do you want to say something?
Are you on? Can
Is
we
it?
hear?
Hello?
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, I would just wanted to make a comment about comparing Europe to the United States
Please.
before we leave that
Great.
tangent. And that is that in Germany, and I can speak just about Germany right now because I did spend 4 months there and a while ago, but it struck me that there's a Kunstverein or a Kunsthalle in every little tiny town. They're a little museum that does not have necessarily a permanent collection, but they're constantly showing contemporary art. Artists there seem to be able to survive. They're not well known, they're not famous, but it is tradition and a cultural tradition for even a family when they get married to invest some money into at least one decent work of art. And not necessarily by a famous artist. I think that we're talking about the difference between an access to education, not just art education, but access in the public schools and throughout the culture that students there have to education and to museums which are affordable or mainly free. We don't have that kind of foundation here. If a child here maybe inherits a lot of money or somebody has money, they probably would not think about buying art as one of the first purchases that they want to make. They might want to buy something more materialistic. But I think if we can somehow bridge that gap, and there are small efforts to do so with the Affordable Art Fair and with many ways that maybe you can speak to that of artist-run spaces, but it is a real problem, I think.
I mean, it has to do with value, though. Like, in this country, there's not that kind of value. That's what has to change, because it's not in education, it's not in I'm certainly in younger education, except that it's so fascinating that parents just fawn over their kids' genius when they do something amazingly creative, and then somehow that genius is not accepted when they're adults. I mean, there's some disconnect there. So I think that value and that tradition is long, right? That's what has to change here. I mean, that is really the roots of the problem. I don't know, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I think what people perceive to be the engine of the art world, this sort of like high priced art, it's like that. I mean, that's not really part of my world. It's like, and I think it's much smaller than people like to think it is, because I mean, it's sort of sexy. It's like $1 million artwork. People, hoarding art in containers in Switzerland, which does happen. Right. Because there's the whole free trade zones and all these types of things where people don't have to pay taxes and they have artworks stored in free ports and stuff like that. But that's not really interesting to me as a writer, and so I try not to discuss that too much, because I feel like you're just feeding this PR mill, and the reality is that the art world is so saturated with art PR people who are paid a lot of money. I mean, I heard of one gallery paying one PR firm $500,000 a year.
What?
And this
Who
gallery's
is
not
that?
it's actually more common than you think. But like these sort of places that are paying, what are they paying for? They're paying for reviews at specific venues, they're paying for some sort of placement in fairs, they're paying for all these types of things, and of course, so people want to create conversations around them. If you have people sitting there behind a computer trying to think of ways to pitch you to a publication, and they want it to be sexy because they want to attract collectors and all these types of things, they're going to create that perception. Do I think that perception is real? No. I think that's only one part, and it's actually not even the most interesting part of our community.
And I think the keys of sustainability, to get back to your question, is that artists have ways of living in the cracks. So meaning that they can come up with, just like they do in their studios, they come up with something from nothing. I think artists are pros at bouncing back from failure like no other field. That's actually been written about a lot, and I believe that's very true. But also artists are aware, I think most artists, hopefully they're responsible, that can be aware that they keep their expenses low, and that's a big part of that sustainability. Most artists I know who sustain a creative life do that very well. But then they're also persistent, they can resist failure or go through it, and create opportunities for themselves. I think that's also the key, is that when artists can create opportunities for themselves and then engage public in projects, then they're able to benefit from that financially and growth in their work, and also community, like community building. I think that's essential.
Yes.
It's very general, but that's the common thread through all the artists that I know that sustain. And I should say that I think only, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I think it's 0.001% of artists really make their living directly from a gallery. There's no such thing anymore. There's no such thing either as, quote, representation. That's an old word. That's an old artist who died. Sorry.
No, I know there was something that
It's
I
true.
wanted to add. I want to add something to that, and that is that there's so many stereotypes of artists. You
Yes.
know, the artist who can't even string a sentence together, the artist who doesn't know how to get dressed, the artist who, you know, doesn't know how to behave in public, and who also is dumb, because the only thing they can do is to draw. They don't know how to write. And this is so wrong, because most artists I know wear many, many hats in order to survive. And, you know, I think that that's one thing that this book really, that's a myth that this book debunks
Right, I'm trying to do that.
incredibly well.
Thanks.
And that's how all of these artists survive. You know, they're writers, they're, you know, teachers, professors, carpenters,
No,
have their own businesses,
They
these other
also,
things.
they're in the corporate sector. I mean, Brett Wallace in this book, he's in the corporate sector. He was hired by LinkedIn because he's an artist. He manages about 50 people in a group to come up with creative solutions, problem solving. But you're probably tired of me saying this too, but I should say this, but in the last tour, I would meet the public who were surprised that actually I took a shower, or I didn't have paint in my hair, or I wasn't lazy. It's ridiculous. So we all took showers, I think. You know, we're wearing clean clothes. We don't have paint in our hair. We're real, right? Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's very interesting, and I agree that the sort of the super rich, it's not all of the art world. And I was spending some time studying music through the years, and of course, big transition in music from the old business model, the recording companies and the records and selling them, monetizing the recorded object, is going away. And it's not coming back in a big way, I think. But among my musician friends, there's a lot of anger and upset and confusion about, we used to be able to make money this way and now we can't. Mm-hmm. It seems unfair. But one of the things I always like to point out is that the other thing that's happened in the same period of time is that wage gains have gone almost exclusively to the 1%. Right. And everybody else has stayed flat, and the minimum wage has stayed flat, and had the middle class gained the gains from productivity had gone to the middle class and the working class and the poor people in the same way it's gone to the 1% and really the 0.1%. You'd have more money floating around to buy art at your wedding and to buy music and or spend money on music, whether it's a live show or buy a sculpture or buy something. So I do think that, you know, when we think about the system of sustainability, it's much bigger than just artists, and it's much bigger than even art production houses and galleries, but it's this broader, basically robbing of the middle class that started from, robbing of all the classes except the super rich since the 1980s. And it's not unique to America, but we're one of the forerunners and innovators in that space. But Japan and Europe, I mean, you see it in other places as well. So I always like to bring that in. I think there would be more sustainability were there more equitable sharing of the fruits of our, what is a slow growing but nevertheless growing economy. And so I always like to put that in there.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, you know, a lot of people may not know, like, but the art market is, and I'm going to talk about the market aspect, not the whole art world, is like one of the last unregulated industries, you know what I mean? And part of the reason is because it's actually not that as big as people think it is sometimes. You know, we're not Hollywood, we're not the music industry, and the truth is it's probably only, you know, it's probably ballooned in the last 10, 15 years to the point where I suspect eventually it will get some regulation. You know, when the numbers get too big, someone's going to want to walk in and put a tax on it or something. But you know, like I was saying earlier, it was like we're a microcosm. You know, we see that. We see the inequality, and you know, and one of the worst tendencies of that is, you know, art is now being used as a fig leaf, not just for developers, but also from a lot of countries that have a lot of really awful human rights and other issues that use art and the perception of it to create this perception that it's more egalitarian, that they're more open to dialogue. You know, a perfect example is everything from Qatar to like UAE to like Russia to like a lot of these places that we probably, you know, that is considered autocratic states, but then they sort of fund this very elite culture. And I mean, I remember when I was in the UAE and I was like, this is great. So do kids come in? And I was like, they were like, what? And I was like, so is there art taught in public schools? And this was only 3 years ago. And they were like, no, there's no art taught in public schools. Because, you know, and you're just like, okay, this is not a real thing. You know, this is, you know, when you're at that level, then you're like, this is a pyramid scheme of sorts or something. I don't know. A cultural pyramid, does that exist? A cultural pyramid scheme.
It could be, yeah. It makes sense. Maybe we heard it here first. But, quite plausible. Let's talk about some of the varieties of politics. And Julia, you were talking about visibility as an important aspect. I mean, Sharon, I think what you're doing with this book and humanizing and really showing the diversity of artists and how they get by and what they do. And Ryan, you know, this website, you know, this blogazine, it's more than just a website, but the how you think about, well, what is the visibility one can make and what kind of audiences do you reach? I mean, I guess that's what I'm thinking, because there's something about change and community that's complex, actually. I mean, how do we get beyond the cliche a little bit? Like, just put it out there, and you build it, they'll come. And, you know, and I think we now know, partly thanks to the internet, if you build it, they don't come. But if you build an audience, it's a different story. You know, and all of a sudden now things are enabled. And so I'm very interested in that. It not only just building an audience or maybe putting, like, some of the visibility stuff, I think about, you know, ACT UP and some of the ways that this was not a visibility that people wanted to see. And it was upsetting, and die-ins, and it was a very powerful thing to bring that in front of people. And so anyway, I'm curious, I'm sure you've all had a lot of experiences, so if there's something in that space.
I don't know, I could just briefly say that ACT UP was really a phenomenal model for other uses of agitprop in politics. You know, there are others who preceded them.
And some of the students might not be so aware of ACT UP, but maybe tell us a little bit about.
No?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what year it was founded but the
We have Wikipedia
AIDS
for that.
crisis, the AIDS crisis really began in the 80s, and I would say the mid 80s. And I can tell you when ACT UP started, but it was mostly a gay male group that began, and then it was supported by lesbians who were really interested in, you know, as you said, civil disobedience in a sense. And they showed up and, you know, did die-ins in front of the state houses, chained themselves to congressional, you know, offices, and made themselves highly, highly visible, and forced legislators to pay attention to their demands. I mean, this was the time when Ronald Reagan was in office, and funding was not going to research for AIDS, and people were dying, and there was so much prejudice as a result.
Right.
I don't want to go on and on about that, but ACT UP really made a big impact in changing legislation and drawing the entire public's attention to the crisis. Then the Women's Action Coalition, which is a group that I was in, formed in the early 90s and really was started because of a combination of events that took place. One was the Clarence Thomas hearings and Anita Hill's testimony about his predatory behavior. And the other was rape trials at St. John's University, and that was taking place near New York City. And as a result, this group started and gathered at the Drawing Center in New York City, and really heavy hitters became part of that core group. Many well-known artists like Laurie Anderson and Cindy Sherman and on. And many of these were white women, but they had a lot of impact on the art community. And we engaged in agitprop, and we created committees on different issues. I happened to be on the lesbian statistics committee. And so we published a book about discrimination that was going on, and all the laws that differed from state to state, from sodomy laws and so. And now, we're in an era where we all need to be activists. If anything positive has come out of this horrible time, that's it. I'm a founding member of the group called We Make America, and we started as a group of 16 artists and some journalists. And we thought, what do we have to contribute right now? The one thing we have to contribute is visual imagery and strong visual imagery. We wanted to make an impact in the Women's March. That was our single focus. We came up with a symbol which has some problems, but I think at this point it's very relevant. We decided to use the Statue of Liberty as our symbol, with the torch being the predominant one. And the issue of immigration was really the top on our list, and discrimination against refugees. So we made a huge visual impact in both the New York March and in the DC March, and we're going to continue. We're just in the process of figuring out where we want to go. We're working with a sanctuary group in New York. We're also doing fundraisers for politicians who are running for office, such as John Alsop, who's running for Congress in Georgia. We did a fundraiser for him. And, you know, we know that our strength is in the fact that we're visual artists. We can't solve every problem. There's so many groups that are out there right now with knowledge bases, ACLU, Southern Poverty Law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Working Families Party, but we can show up at other people's rallies, and we can support other rallies. We can go to a Black Lives Matter rally. We need to go there. We can't expect other groups to come to us. We're trying to educate ourselves about the issues. I could go on, but I think that's...
I don't know where to start.
I know, so much.
It's
It's a lot.
so huge. You know, what we try to do is we try to respect our audience and not talk down to them, which I think unfortunately is not that common in the cultural fields, or fields that consider themselves elite cultural fields, or whatever you want to call it. You know, and like I'll tell you, 2 years ago, white nationalists started showing up on our commenting. So like this whole wave doesn't surprise me. Of this whole talk we were talking about, they were in the comments. Like anybody who's been paying attention on Reddit or whatever, like they're there. They've been there for a while, and they've been, you know. And so somewhat times it allows us to be the barometer of like looking and just listening. And you know, I think listening is so important to what we do. So listening to what people are actually talking about and where the concerns are, where the anxieties are. And then you start figuring out, you go, wait a minute, there's an issue here. You know, like when we were doing one of the first issues that we were working with or thinking about was internships. Like, why are there so many unpaid internships? You know, and we realized that was feeding a system, you know, and now one of the issues I'm really concerned about is curators, you know, like in terms of curators are really underpaid. You know, and that's going to have a huge impact on who becomes a curator. You know, and curators are sort of the hidden gatekeepers, you know, in this community. And so you're like, okay, well, if we're not attracting a diverse range of curators, we're not going to be able to respond to society. And I personally do think that is one of the problems with like people's perceptions of arts funding. I think they feel like it's only one type of politics, it's one type of, you know, community, it's all these types of things that I think end up filling people's perceptions of what we are as a community. And I think that's kind of dangerous, so.
I think moving forward though, what's really important is, like we're here at MIT List, which by having us talk about this in this climate, it becomes a safe space for all of us to be able to share and exchange and hopefully have outcome from this, from ideas spoken about here. But I would love to see that all the museums all over the country be sanctuary museums, as we were talking about. And I think that is really important. I think.
What is a sanctuary?
Can you talk about it?
Yeah, so this is a growing movement where we're trying to get art spaces to sign on to the sanctuary movement, and there are 4 levels of sanctuary in terms of first level just being basic, not revealing the immigration status of your employees. which it doesn't, I mean, sounds like it's pretty basic, but the reality is that most employees and visitors are not guaranteed that. So for instance, I know one museum, 10% of their employees are DACA, which is, if those you may not know, is dreamers. They call them dreamers in the media. So usually children that came when they were very young and their parents are undocumented and they never got immigration papers. But this is sort of a reality that communities are facing. And then the second level is information hub for people to get information. Third is short-term sanctuary, like in the case of raids, like ICE raids or something like that. And then the fourth level would be long-term sanctuary, which right now only religious institutions have been doing.
I want to make sure, so Sharon, you should think of a question you want to ask as my co-moderator. But I'd also like to encourage everyone in the audience to think of your questions now. We have a microphone over here. So please, if you have something you'd like to ask or discuss, please join the conversation.
I don't know, I mean, I think we went over a lot of it. I would just want to talk about, I mean, I'm always interested in the role of artists today. I mean, that's really, really important to me. And I think that it's very important to give artists some relevance. I mean, they have relevance, but to recognize it. I guess I would just talk about, for all of you, and Ian, what do you think it means for an artist today to produce culture actively and have that integrated in society? It's such a general question. But I'm wondering if you have any examples, or maybe we talked about it as far as sustainable models, but I'm actually not talking about that. I guess getting out of the bubble of the art world and what we see that are effective ways in which artists actually are recognized in society. I mean, what's interesting is that musicians, theater, people in theater, performing arts are always recognized, but it's people who are singular, like poets and artists, who are not as recognized. And in fact, actually in Australia, part of the cuts into funding, the 70% cuts to funding, were really only for all of the arts except for the performing arts. That was it. And big performing arts, like opera, big dance companies, but all of the 99% and the experimental artists were completely cut out. And there's no philanthropy in Australia, so they're left high and dry. So I just wonder, also the value of that in this country is so important, it's just not recognized. Anyway, I'm meandering on. Any thoughts about these things?
I do want to say the one sort of elephant in the room when it comes to that issue for me is the fact that, it's really hard work to engage with an audience and a public, like honestly, and at their level. And I think a lot of people avoid it, to be quite honest.
Well, that's
I think a lot of people don't kind of avoid those conversations because they're kind of messy and they're not comfortable. And I think a good curator can be that mediator often. But unfortunately, a lot of them aren't doing that role because they're too worried about figuring out about their funders and their board and all these types of things. They're not doing the nitty-gritty work. So that's my one thing that I just sort of want to throw out there.
Which I think leaves the work to art educators in a sense. And I feel that, first of all, institutions need to offer that art education and accessibility to public school kids. I happen to now currently teach in a private school, but I did teach for a studio in a school, which was a great organization that sends artists into the public schools. On the other hand, you still have to have funding for that, and there was so much inequality in terms of which public schools would get an art teacher. And I want to add even something else to that, which is outrageous, which is in many communities, parents get together and do fundraisers so that they can, raise the funds pay the salary for their art teacher.
Wow.
And communities that can't raise the salary for the art teacher don't have one. And that happens everywhere. That happens even in New York City. So it's really up to us, though, as art educators to be knowledgeable of what's out there. I do my little part, in the school where I'm teaching. I teach a course called Facing History and Ourselves, where students have to make social and political works of art. These are 9th graders. And we take them out to see shows that are primarily political shows. And we do explain to them that art makes a difference and can make a difference, and it does in their lives. Because if I take a group of kids to the African burial ground, and they're predominantly African American, and they're looking at artwork by African American artists and artists of color in that memorial, it's tremendous. And they're learning about the history of slavery in New York City. And I take those kids to Carrie James Marshall's show, and you know, it's unbelievable. They might not have been able to go to a museum even otherwise. So I'm railing on and on, but I really, really would like more funding to go to arts education. And I think it's the one thing that can link the public to the artists.
I'm totally with you on that, because I feel like it's not just creating artists, it's creating audiences. Do you know, and I think we don't think about how do you create an audience. Do you know, and that's not part of the equation right now.
But also corporations are, I think we were talking about this the other day, that they're embracing creativity to be profitable.
Yes.
And so I think that they want to also see creativity to be more emphasized in education. But see, I think the public, it's the value. And also I think artists, visual artists, have to get into the public more, maybe outside of our bubbles, but then the public also has to come forward. And I think museums and cultural institutions are going to be instrumental in going forward to try to create those links. They always have been, but I think even more so than ever, because I do think even though the NEA and the NEH, I believe they're going to be flattened, it's just highly symbolic, essentially. Even though it's not much of a funding stream, but it will actually affect some small arts organizations across the country where I know their budgets are going to be hurt very, very much. However, I think it's lacking here.
So it's very interesting, and one of the things that struck me, so I've lived in Japan now for about 5 years, and I spent a year teaching in a junior high school. And I remember it was shortly after I arrived there, and the whole school was up in arms. There was a big activities going on. I was like, what's going on? I said, well, we're preparing for our singing competition. I said, oh, that's interesting. What's the singing competition? He said, well, every class in the school forms a 4-part harmony chorus. I said, well, wait, you mean the chorus? They get the chorus people? And I was like, no, everyone in the school, each classroom, which is together all day, they all make a chorus. And they have to sing some complicated Bach piece or something. And you're like, wow, and the music teacher does the accompaniment? No, actually one of the students will do the accompaniment on the piano for the entire class. And you say, well, how is that? I mean, I went through junior high school, I was in chorus, I couldn't sing at all, but it was fine, I was welcomed. And yet the idea that somehow everyone in school would be expected to sing in harmony, and that there'd be someone in the class in the 7th grade who was good enough to play the piano along. But I mean, it just was such a different expectation of how, of course, you just learn. It's not going to be great. It's okay if it was actually very high level. And then, so as I go on and I'm studying musicians in Japan, and you say, well, why is there such an appreciation for music in all these levels? Part of it is that you don't have that experience that, oh, that's something that somebody else does. I've been told I can't sing, so I don't sing. I've been told I can't paint, so I don't paint. I've been told I can't do pottery, so I don't do pottery. That's just for the arty people. I'm not an arty person. Whereas if you have the entire school doing it, everybody has a little taste of it, and it's not so terrifying. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, like, that's a very interesting way to connect this. How do you build an audience, and how is education so integral to that? And again, sort of how do we learn our own distance from art is one of the things that always strikes me. And that's why I like this sort of theme of art as cultural producer. I didn't quite get the idea at first, but now I see part of what it means is how your artwork needs to get out into society, and it's part of culture, and it's part of the air you breathe. It's not something that's just inside the gallery.
Exactly.
I mean, I can't talk about every cultural community, but one with the visual art community, I do think that opaqueness and that distance is actually cultivated by some people.
Yeah.
I think specifically, I think it's actually a tool of victimizing the artist sometimes. Mm-hmm. Meaning, like, when you don't talk about money, it's just about the art. And it's like, no, actually, I gotta pay my bills. Like, you can't, and it's like, in some communities, it's like, if you bring up money, somehow you're a heathen. And you're like, no, actually, this is what we do, And so I do think that clearly benefits certain demographics and certain groups, And I think we have to fight against it. I mean, that's just the reality. Like I always say, like, you can talk to me about money, great. I can't always do what you need me to do, but like, I will tell you. So I always make a point, even if I say, no, it's all right, I'll do it for free. I always try to make a point of saying, okay, how much are you gonna pay me to do this? Because I just want that to be a normal thing people bring up in a regular conversation.
That's what I did with this tour, specifically, like talking to many venues. There are two venues that said no out of 95. That's pretty good, but I'm still upset about the two. And one of the two, I can't get over the two. And then one of the two said, no, we don't really pay artists. I'm like, really? Why? And they said, because we haven't had to. Right. So the problem is that artists are not asking for it. And then the value is from that institution, they don't feel like they have to pay them. And they think that exposure is an exchange. It's not. So I think it just has to change. There's all these things that have to change as far as value on all fronts.
And I want to bring up a statistic about that. Wage, which is this really great group that's been trying to get artists paid and other people paid in the cultural industry. They did a study, and the thing is that's counterintuitive that you may not realize, but what they discovered was the wealthier a nonprofit was, the less artist fees they paid. Wow. It's not the opposite. True, actually. So a small arts nonprofit may pay an artist $500 or $1,000, whatever, but MoMA will never pay an artist. And so it's counterintuitive. Right. As some place gets wealthier, you think, oh, they're going to pay more. No, that's not the way it works, because they actually feel more entitled, and they feel like they're doing you a favor.
You know what's great about a case study? You can out people. I'm going to do that. I'm going to out all these institutions. It's so great as an artist at 52 that I can actually do that. That's awesome. But that's also part of the problem is the art world isn't transparent, which is a whole other conversation, and it should be.
Speaking of transparent, let's have some questions from the yeah. Paul, are you running around with the mic? All right, you can try that.
I get paid to do this.
All right. Exactly. And please do me a favor and introduce yourself.
Hi guys, this is great. Thanks. I'm Murray Robinson. I'm a biologist. And so we're talking about politics. We're talking about, obviously, politics and funding are directly related, and this is a challenge today. It's my somewhat naive perception that the visual contemporary art skews very left. And so I see maybe an intrinsic challenge there with connecting that to funding. So you talk about bridges, Ian, you showed the Sydney Bridge picture. In music, we've got, Ted Nugent and Kid Rock and maybe Kanye, I'm not sure, on one side of the spectrum. What is your experience in either identifying or experiencing or cultivating contemporary visual artists on the other side of the aisle?
I mean, they're around. I don't think in my own community, I know a number of Republicans that are artists,
Who are they?
I could name one.
Oh, actually, I told you so. But anyway, I'm not gonna. That's their business. Their
blocked it
politics
out.
are their business. It's totally
Yes,
fine.
okay.
But at the same time, it's like, but I think it depends on the type of art they're doing. Like, I think the gallery system and the way we're sort of engaged in individual experience, I do believe that it's kind of like actors. It's like, it's a huge amount of empathy that's sort of placed on the individual in a certain kind of place. I just wonder whether like somebody's going to study and say like that kind of activity goes a certain way. The same way that we say accountants go a certain way. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Is that possible? Yes. But then I think in terms of artists, I think I've seen it more in places like gamers, people who design video games. Some of them sometimes have a little more right of center politics or far right or whatever, as we're discovering with like the alt-right and all these types of groups. So it depends on the type of production they're doing. That's what I'm seeing. But then the other thing is, I think maybe it's also a result of the places where art is being made. If you're growing up in New York, if you're living in New York, you're probably going to be around a different kind of community, So I wonder if that has an influence.
But there's a lot of collectors who are Republican.
Yes, that's very true.
Which is problematic.
The ICA Miami, one of their main collectors is the person who funds Marco Rubio, for instance.
Oh,
Do you know?
that's
And but that's not even the only thing. I mean, there's also one of the, the head of BlackRock. BlackRock, which I guess I'm not even sure what his politics are anymore. But he's what Trump advisor. He's on the board of the MoMA.
Yeah, right.
There's a number of board members that are very right wing. The Coke Plaza at the Metropolitan Museum. David Koch gave $65 million to refurbish the plaza, and then also at the Lincoln Center. So I mean, they're there. They're just maybe not in the artist cadre right now, or at least openly. Because then there was also that Seattle artist. Now that I kind of think of it, there are a lot more. But that Seattle artist that people discovered was a white supremacist, and he's been like
Charles Kraft.
Charles Kraft.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
I served on a panel with him.
Yeah. No one knew.
He's a freak.
No one knew until a critic actually did the investigation,
God.
because he would actually integrate swastikas in his ceramic work, and he was a well-known artist.
Yeah.
And he would do this, and people thought it was an ironic gesture.
Yeah.
And then someone actually did the research, and they found out he was a white nationalist.
Wow.
Do you know? And you're
Oh
just
my
like,
God.
you're like, how did no one figure that out?
Maybe they could make a funding subcategory for those guys, and then
I mean,
When did that come out? How did I miss
about
that?
2 years ago, I
Oh
think.
my God.
You didn't know that?
No, and I served on a panel with him, and now I remember
See,
that.
so
Amazing.
people's politics aren't always so obvious, even
No.
if they openly say that.
No.
And I do want to say one thing. When we during the inauguration day, some of us helped organize what we called an art strike, which was a national sort of shut down art spaces. And it was so interesting to me that nonprofits were the ones that were least likely to close. It was the commercial galleries that were the most likely to close for an art strike. And it's amazing to me because that's totally not what we expected.
Yeah, why? Why do you think that was?
Because I think the reality is most small businesses, it's so much easier to make decisions, and I think in these nonprofits there are right-wing voices embedded, like on board members or stuff, that would just be like no. So I know, for instance, one museum, all the staff and curators and leadership wanted to close, but they knew the board was kind of not being clear if they wanted to close. Do you know? And that's an example. So we're starting just to see what the politics of the art world are, because I think we had this assumption, and I don't think it's necessarily true either.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that I can answer the whole question, but one of the things that comes up as an educator and a professor in the New England area, there's recent studies saying that liberals are destroying colleges because it sort of doesn't allow for enough openness of dialogue. I like to think that's not entirely true. I don't think that's a great representation of what happens in the classroom, in my experience. But exactly this, that maybe there's been studies saying, oh, it's 28-1 liberals versus conservatives. I'm a little skeptical of those numbers, partly because a lot of us who are in the classroom that's the point, is to try to deal with a variety of opinions and make space for it, and we're maybe not always successful, but I think sometimes, at least the effort is there. And yet, again, the boards of the major institutions, I would be curious what the numbers come out there, but that's what I said. I'd be happy to trade my position here for a couple semesters with David Koch, on the board of MIT as trustees, and you can have the classroom, and I'll make some decisions for the corporation. So far, no.
Keep trying.
Right, but I don't. If that's really the issue, we could try that and see how it goes. But so that's why I wonder. I mean, they're same with the banks, and some of the finance. BlackRock comes up, and Fidelity, the head of Fidelity is part of the MIT board as well. And not that I think they're doing an entirely bad job, and they're very generous and they help out, and it's just
But they also make money off of all of
they also make money off it. Right, and MIT is actually being sued for that collusion with Fidelity. It's under investigation. It hasn't been decided yet, as far as I know. But I think it's important. What I'm always frustrated with this conversation sometimes is that like in the classroom we're really trying to do that, whereas I don't feel that way sometimes with the boards of great financial institutions. If they're really saying, okay, let's reach out. to the working people. Let's reach out to the liberal faculty members and figure out let's have a dialogue with them, and let's see where they're coming from. So anyway, that's one side of it that I experience a little bit as well. Please.
Good evening. My name is Louisa McCall, and I co-founded and co-directed a project called Artist in Context and produced something called the Artist Perspectives for the Nation. And I wanted to go back to the issue of value and valuing artists and artistic inquiry in our society. It's been sort of a lifelong concern of mine in my work, and I've watched artists sort of be imbued with value as creative economy producers, and now as creative placemakers, as you suggested. And where I've kind of landed, I guess, at this stage is raising the level of art and artistic inquiry to the level of knowledge production, not cultural production, but actual knowledge production, and positioning artists as researchers. Just doing basic research that is equally valuable, although different from, scientific research. And I'm just wondering what you think about that positioning.
I mean, I think it's really valuable. Like, for instance, one thing, like, give you an example, I think, like research. I like that framing, but I don't think it does capture all artistic production.
Right.
That's one of the problems with that.
Yeah.
Is one of the things, the Columbia Architecture graduate program, for instance, they did that smell project at the Morgan Library about smelling books. And I mean, what a crazy, wonderful idea, but I bet you eventually that will become something else, but it's going to take an architect or a designer or an artist to think that up, and say, we're going to smell books and see what's going on. And everyone else is like, okay, you can't make money off that. But that could be technology that then goes on, triggers another idea. And I think that's a great idea. The problem is we're going to fall into the quantifiable bucket. And everything needs to be quantifiable. And you're like, okay, well, what does that mean for art? Does that mean how many shows you have? Does that mean how many people show up to a lecture? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's true, and that's something that we actually faced when we went to raise an endowment fund for the Artist Perspectives for the Nation.
But I think that, we are only talking about a specific part of the art world or art community. But I feel like the only way for society at large to understand the vital value that artists bring to life, in terms of the core values, the ethics, all these different things, is to say that they're knowledge producers, that in combination with scientific inquiry, artistic inquiry, blended together, will produce meaning that is far deeper and far more holistic than what's happening now.
Yeah, but we're already doing that. So the point is that sure, that framing as quote research, that language that the public is going to understand, but that's what artists are already doing. Right. We're creating well-being now. Artists who are producing. I think it's a lot just for somebody to share their truth in a different form and then to share it with others in a community. I think the problem is, though, that the questioning of it is in this academic frame that you're giving is, what do you do with the research? What's the outcome? I'm interested in the outcome. So how does that research transform into cultivating actually progress? And so research sometimes stays idle and static and doesn't go anywhere. And actually, I think artists move forward constantly so they don't stay static, nor does the knowledge that they produce, we keep going and going and going. So it's sort of anti what you're talking about. Research, sometimes it's just project to project and it's towards some kind of goal. But the goal that you're talking about is knowledge producers for what?
Well, for different issues. Like if you look at the artist Natalie Jeremijenko, who I'm sure you guys all know, in New York, she's experimenting with relationships, human relationships, to nature, and she's advocating mutualism as opposed to control, which makes sense. And she enters into little experimental spaces and produces new models that demonstrate this mutualistic relationship. So, you know, artists are producing things, but I agree with you. I mean, I think that, you know, what we're talking about wanting to value is basic artistic research into social issues.
I think it's really interesting, and that there's such varieties of value out there, and to say it's money or even numbers and audience is quite interesting. I think it's not true, of course. There's all these levels of value, and I think actually as we go, it's a little more theoretical, but as we go from what was a manufacturing industrial economy where we sold commodities to an information knowledge culture economy where value unfolds over time. It's not at the moment of purchase. That this is exactly the kind of thing we need to puzzle through. So I think it's a great idea. Let's get to another question. Now we can come back to this issue, but let's come back to another question.
Hi, my name is Mark Tywis, and I'm an artist. And I want to kind of bring it back to current day. I'm kind of struggling with what kind of work to do. Do I make a strong statement that's in protest? I believe that now is a time to protest and resist, but also I want to make work that brings people together around dialogue. Can you guys talk about that kind of art that becomes didactic, or art that asks questions and brings people for a dialogue? Thanks.
I guess I would say you have to think about where you feel there's an urgency or necessity. You know, where is the greater necessity for yourself? I don't think you should look to someone else's standard. And that is that if you're really committed to creating a community about an issue and maybe fundraising or going to a march or whatever that is, then I think that's just as valid as making your own artwork. It's just, you know, socially engaged artwork. I don't think that, in another note, there's so much to say about this. I think your work can be political without hitting somebody over the head, without being ideological, without, you know. It can be subtle. It can demonstrate something that you're struggling with. Making that work in itself is political. I really will go to that extent. And it means that you really have to know yourself. But on the other side of it, not that we're doing a lot of navel-gazing here, it's also know your community. And I think one thing that's happened as a result of this election is that it has brought artists out of their studios together into community. Yeah. I mean, we are going to make stuff for the march and cut out torches and stuff because we want to hang out and eat chili and talk to each other and, you know, feel that we're, you know, valued human beings and supporting each other and just to survive what we're going through. So I don't know if that answers your question or not. Sharon, you can.
There's an artist named Steve Locke who I talked to today. I wonder if he's here. I don't know if he's here. I was hoping he'd be here. But he makes portraits. So, I mean, let me back up a second. Somebody on Facebook had said to me, because I make work that's not political, although I agree with Julia, if you're making something that's political, just in its act. But anyway, somebody said, I think you should change. And actually, he's a friend of mine now. I mean, I went out to lunch with him because I was so upset about this. Because he said, I think you should change and make political work. Change yourself to make political work. I was like, are you kidding me? I can go and be an activist. I can do my work. And I can do what is truthful to me. And I can then do other things like protest, like be in community. So Steve Locke, who's an artist here who teaches at Mass Art, he does these gorgeous, beautiful portraits, but then he sends out tons of postcards, I think like every day, to the Trump administration protesting. So you can do things. I think you should be true to yourself. I think you should know who you are as an artist and speak your truth. That defines you and what your visual vocabulary is, whether or not it's overtly, quote, political or not. Right. So I think every artist has validity, and quite frankly, abstraction, which Harag has taught me too, and I've done a lot more research since we've had this conversation when I was in Tel Aviv, that abstraction in the 1930s was hugely political, and it was in many different countries, including Israel in the 1960s. So it should never be discounted what artists can give, whatever it is, and it shouldn't be ruled by other people. It should be dictated by you and who you are and what your truth is.
And I'll just add one thing to that, which is one thing you can do maybe is to get out of other people's way. Like, meaning, like, I feel like one of the worst things artists do is when they start judging each other, going, oh, that's too political, that's too obvious.
Right.
And sometimes just your contribution could be, you do your work, you're committed to it, you do the protesting or whatever you want to do, but then just don't get in other people's way who may be doing work that is not like your work. Do you know? And I feel like sometimes people put that work down because it makes them feel bad that they're not doing so. Anyway, it could be a lot of reasons, but that's also something that I think people can do. And just support them. Support someone else who's doing that kind of work that you think is resonating in a certain way.
I'll ask a question.
There's one over there.
Or do you want to ask a question, Paul?
I want your question.
Okay, so it seems like one of the opposing sides are people who want things to be paid by the public and people who wants to privatize everything. And this being MIT, if you look at data, it says that people who want public to pay for things, there's more of them, right? The Democratic side won the popular vote, right? But it seems a small number of group on the other side, like the Kochs, they put large amounts of funding to Congress people and senators. And what they're trying to do is to pass policy and laws. And they create policy and laws that changes things to their direction. Since we have more people, I shouldn't say we, since the other opposing side has more people, how is it that they're not how is it that they're not creating policy and law to their liking, to what they believe in? Why is it that that side is losing?
Ooh.
Are you talking just in terms of artist funding, or are you talking?
Voted against that.
Right.
Why aren't these people being pressured to vote for the people? What are we doing?
I think there's an information vacuum a little bit. I mean, I'll tell you, like, I was talking earlier, like, I'm having a little bit of a fight with my in-laws now because they ended up voting for Trump. And when we actually had a conversation with them, we realized they actually didn't have a lot of the information. And it was so amazing to me, the information they didn't have. And they made it into a personality contest. Like, some reason they didn't like Hillary. I think it's because they actually didn't want a woman, believe it or not. But I meant, like, these, like, things that we don't take into account. We think the issue is just going to win because it's a logically explained issue. I don't think we take into account so much, and I wish we did. And I mean, in their case, they really were. There was some information they had no idea about. You're right. There were more numbers on the Democrat sides, but we also know that all those numbers were on the coasts. You know what I mean? Like, as an example, they were California, they were New York, they were wherever. But there are places where information doesn't penetrate. I just have to look at the stats of hyperallergic and I know where our readership is. Like, it's not in North Dakota. Do you know? So so then the question is, how do we penetrate those information bubbles?
Some people can't relate to people in rural areas. That's that disconnect. And my mother voted for Trump too. I haven't talked to her since the election. But she lives in Florida, and all of her friends voted for Trump. So it's sort of like this herd mentality too. And she just said, it's politics as usual. Don't worry about it. It's not going to change your life. That was her position. So I think we have a long way to go. I don't know what the answers are.
Democracy it's an ongoing experiment, and we haven't achieved it yet. and our elections can only be part of our democracy. I think it is important for us to remember, for those who are upset about the Republican takeover, or the Republican success, I should say, that there are more people on our side, on the other side. And so, so the idea that, part of it is not that, in some ways the ideas are out there, or like the more progressive ideas are out there and are affecting a broader number of people overall. However, our current system right now is the Senate is the worst, but now with the gerrymandering, the House is terrible, and then House is also leading, more people can vote Democratic and still we can't get enough people, Democrats in Congress. And now the Electoral College, which I didn't think was supposed to work this way. I thought it was mostly, at least the presidency was supposed to be a popular vote. Now we know that's not true. But it's a process. It's a process that we're still working out. It's not simple. And I also agree that there's an information bubble that's really becoming more pronounced. The Facebook situation, the social media situation, things have taken a real turn for the weird, and where people get their knowledge, and so I think that's all involved. And then the last thing I'd say is that for me, part of the hopes of the future of democracy is finding new ways to connect up. And that's why I thought Occupy, people said, oh, Occupy had no effect, it disappeared, the Tea Party had all this effect. But I think Occupy had one really big effect, which is this notion of 99%. Mm-hmm. And that it's like you're saying, the power to the 1%, and really it is the 0.1%. It's a tiny fraction. And what I also want to say is it's not that they're bad people. I don't think that billionaires are bad people. No. But the system that produces that kind of funneling of money upwards, that's the problem. And so hopefully this is starting to expose some of the dangers of not addressing the failures of democracy. It's sad to say, but we have to fight for voting rights again. We have to fight for all of these things. We have to vote. We have to fight for information getting out there. We have to fight for children being able to go to schools and learn things, and grown-ups to be able to retool their own skills as well. So it's a big problem. It's not just the elections. It's a bad time right now for those on the non-red side. But it also has become a wake-up call. And the protests are encouraging and saying, okay, well, what's the next level of democracy and how do we get there? I think there is possibility still.
And can I add to that just briefly that in light of what you just said, historically the pendulum tends to swing back. And I think that we're going to suffer before it happens, but I do think it's going to happen. And secondly, I want to say that all the demonstrations, I feel that they're proactive, not always just reactive. They do have an incredible impact, and artists really can be leaders in those protests, and we do have a really important place in society within that role. So I just thought I'd bring it back to that.
You had said on Hyperlogic from the Women's March that I think you had said that you couldn't believe how many signs there were.
Well, handmade signs,
yeah.
Especially. I do think we've been sort of zombies for a while when it comes to politics, like even getting involved in local elections. Actually, my friend Rebecca who's here, she left early because she wanted to go to a Brookline, local meeting, and I'm like, that's great, but how many people who are under the age of 65 do that, sit at these meetings that go on for hours, and these are actually where decisions get made that have ripple effects too. So you have to go and sit at a really boring meeting that goes on for hours and listen to a bunch of people who might irritate you. And I think that's just you gotta do that, you gotta go through tons of reports to figure out, just as a journalist, why do people report on Trump's tweets? Because it's such an easy story. Like if I sat at my computer, I could write that up in an hour. If I'm gonna go through a report and find 3 items that are really boring and then place 4 calls to figure out what they mean, and that's not gonna be a story I can write in a day. So that's an example. We have to just value those things.
And can I bring up something, Sharon? You were telling me something about the fact that it was really hard to get publicity about this book because so much of the news and the media was preoccupied with
Right.
And that is terrifying itself. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the last time I did this book, I was on NPR a lot and Bloomberg and a lot of radio, but books generally are flatlined. In Boston, there were in the last month, I think, correct? There was only one story of culture on NPR here in Boston, and that was on country music. One. That's the reality of things. So there hasn't been, the media is not giving a voice to anything else. not to culture. It's not, so the value's going down too from that because they're not emphasizing it right now. They're just talking about what's happening in politics.
Yeah, and then if you look at like Washington Post hired a whole bunch of new journalists, none of them were arts journalists. You know, it's like, and you start seeing the New York Times cuts their arts coverage, and it's sort of like, it's becoming the, it's being, whittled down.
Yeah.
Hollowed out.
Yeah.
There's a question here, yeah, please, and then we'll go in the back.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to make it brief because you really sort of 80% just addressed it in the last 5 minutes. But,
Sorry.
I mean, what I see, I'm not really involved in art. I was interested in it for a while. What I see in America now is the result of two things: concentration of wealth and cultural wars. Cultural wars, that have been waged for 40 years, and their whole purpose is to divide the country in two. You guys are the poster children of the enemy in the cultural wars. And I don't, that's an overgeneralization, but I feel like I'm on Facebook now. Everybody, I agree with their sentiments, what they want for the country. But then I see a map of the United States with a bunch of blue in the California, Massachusetts, all blue, and then I see this ocean of red. And that red is partly the result of a few mistakes in the Constitution, but it's partly a true cultural divide. And what I'm hearing from you is you're as puzzled as everybody else, in the blue side as to what the hell to do with this cultural divide. So when you say we, when you say we, and the people and the public and the audience, you mean people that you're used to talking to. Prove me wrong, I would love it, but I don't hear you having a strategy to talk to the other half of the country.
No, I'm totally positioning myself, especially on this tour, to rural areas that actually, I was just, in addition to, I went to Tel Aviv, which has its own problems, but then Kalamazoo College, which is really small in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and then Georgia Southern University, which is an hour and a half outside of Savannah, really small, farmland everywhere. From them, exchange and give to them different models of sustainability. I think the key is to go out of our bubbles into these rural areas. I need to know who these people are. I think that's one solution. I think it's also being open to different discourse and conversation, not to be defensive. Sure, I'm not talking to my mother right now. There's other issues with that. But I think that, of course, and actually she knows me, and there's it's TMI, it's too much. But I think that aside from that, I think the bigger issue is that divide and conquering that divide. I'm positioning myself in those places that I'm uncomfortable. And that is what a lot of people can do, is that try to put yourself in a place where you don't know that person, that you can offer and say, how can I help you? That you can be a generous giver, that you can offer different solutions, and then hear them. I think a big part of it is listening, too. That's one solution.
I would approach it a slightly different way, and it doesn't go against that idea, but another side of it I see is that can we build a better story on the non-Trump side that explains how we're actually going to help the red people more than the people who are in office now. And we're seeing this with healthcare, we're seeing this with what the changes could happen with Social Security, with cutting education funding, arts funding, all sorts of stuff. But that if we can get our, I would say our side together to the extent that we're the enemy, that's the project. That's another way to reach those. Because I always feel like we share a lot more than we don't. That's why this 99% idea is very interesting to me. My Republican friends and relatives, they want better schools, right? They want better hospitals. They want better health care. There's a lot of things that we completely agree on. The path to get there is totally different. It makes no sense to me. But if we say, I want better opportunities for my children, I think we share a lot. And so I think there's a whole, it's going to take all hands on deck. But part of it for me is also pulling together a more comprehensive story of change and possibility and hope again.
But I think, can I just say, I think it's problematic when you say to help them. I think that's problematic.
Well, to help everyone. Well,
Right, but it's
I'm talking
problematic to
about the
say to
attack
a
on the
liberal,
poor,
right, a liberal to say help the conservative. I mean, I think that's a problem word, because I don't think that some of those people necessarily need that they need help. They think that they need help. We may think they need help, but that's sort of condescending in a lot of ways, because they're in their own place. We don't know what they're struggling with. And some people can't identify with them. I think a big thing is to get to know what they're struggling with and who they are.
Can I add one thing? There's a real barrier, though, that I feel exists, at least I can speak to that personally, and that is about the attitudes towards race, gender,
Yeah.
and religion, and the enormous amount of bigotry that is separating our country. And those are the culture wars, and I think that really creates a barrier and inhibits that dialogue tremendously. How do you get beyond that? And I'm just throwing that out as a question at the moment. I try to work with it in my class. I have Trump supporters, I have non-Trump supporters, and I'm trying to create empathy. I'm trying to listen to their side in my little microcosm, but I think it's hard to get over.
I have just one comment in terms of that.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember the far right reaching out to the left when Obama was in power? Or that didn't happen either. You know what I mean? Like, I just think we want people to, but it's really about galvanizing people and bringing them to the polls and all these types of things and just making sure they're not disenfranchised. I think that's part of it, and I think we should concentrate somewhat on that and not just worry about convincing that, one voter in that district or whatever.
If I can speak, I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can hear you.
that is, I think you've gotten to the absolute core of the question. There's the image of the bridge, there's the image of the reaching out, there's the image of somehow we will diffuse something good into the nation, all the nation. And the other one is, we are at war, and how do we win the war? I think people have to decide.
Right.
Fair enough. That's an interesting comment. We'll probably have time for just I see there's one back here too who wanted to speak and one in the back. So let's do 1, 2, 3. That's probably what we have time for. And then we're going to be around, milling around. There's books to be sold, and we can continue the discussion afterwards. Let's try to get a couple comments. Maybe we'll get the last 3 comments all together, and then we'll have our final comments. Is that okay? I think we should probably, we're going to run out of time on that.
Great, okay, I'll be really...
Yeah, David, introduce
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm David Odo from the Harvard Art Museums. I was really interested by everything you've said tonight. But Julia, you mentioned in particular that artists can go out and join other learn from other communities, and you mentioned Black Lives Matters in particular. And I think that really speaks a lot to the problems, of course, with the election, but this idea of bubbles. And I wonder if you see artists, if any of you see artists right now reaching out in that way as well, because I think the racial and ethnic identity issues are really a huge problem in the art world as well.
Let's hold these questions. No, yeah, you're good. So you got one over here?
Yep.
Is this a woman up here and then a woman in the back too? Okay, we'll get all 4 questions. Okay.
Mine's really quick. I'm Natalie Pangaro. I'm a designer married to an artist. I really appreciate your synthesis down to the 2 pieces, because I think it brings it back to what Paul said, which is that we're having this 2-hour-long conversation, and we don't know, we have an agenda, we know what we're doing, we have strategies and things like that, but if this was a group of reds, the conversation would be very different. And I think that it just comes down to an ideological difference in how the strategy is created. We could all probably think of numerous examples that if the party were different, how the opposing party would have acted, because that happened a lot during Obama's administration. So I just think, again, I think you brought it right to a head. Are we at a bridge or are we at war?
So in the back, did you have one? Yeah, there's one in the back. And then here too. Yeah, so okay. I can we'll come back to this.
I'm Heidi Legg, I'm with the editorial.com, and one of the things that strikes me when we look at how, as journalists also, we start bridging stories from the middle of the country, from the sort of liberal coastlines, the thing that stands up to me with the arts today is that so much of it is commoditized, And when you see people going to whether it's Art Basel or another big show, and they're all very glamorous, and it's the same big artists who are making these gazillion dollars from hedge funds and venture capitalists, I don't see how we talk to the middle of the country about how artists are here to protest. And I wonder if there's a way for us to look at who buys art as artists, and only allow people to buy the art from us if they're doing reputable things with their corporations. The way, you know, how these stock portfolios that people will only invest in if it has, you know, companies that are doing good. And I feel that some of this frenzy, I know that we have, artists need to be paid as journalists for making no money right now. And so the revenue models aren't there, and so, you know, there's this machine that feeds all these artists, and I know curators are taking, you know, very wealthy people down to buy this art, and you think, oh, that's good because it's paying for artists, but I think it's creating this bifurcation between the middle of the country who can't, you know, ever even think of participating in that, and then when we try and wax on as liberal media, or I would guess as artists, you know, to have a conversation with them, the bifurcation is just too wide. So my question is, how are you looking at selling art to people that somehow, you know, gets it away from this commoditization of the Jeffrey Koons huge piece by the hedge fund guys that all own it?
Great, thank you very much. And one last question, woman here in the black? Yes, okay, yes, there we go.
Really quickly, in terms of the building...
Could you introduce yourself too?
My name's Lisa Knoll. I work at MIT. I'm also a writer, artist. In terms of the building bridges thing, what I find really works is you have to find what you both share in common outside of politics. What is it that you love? And connect there. And then don't even bring up politics at first, and then work from there. You have to work from, we share something together before you go anywhere else. That's just my personal experience. But my question and comment is that at MIT we're thinking a lot about artificial intelligence, mass automation, and the future economies that are going to emerge from all that automation and robotics and stuff. And I was recently in a short course where I was speaking on behalf of the fine arts in a room of technologists. And I can't emphasize enough how important it is for us to be aware of how fast automation is advancing. And while we're in this disquieting political moment, at the same time, automation is accelerating so fast. And it's not just the replacement of drivers in cars and things like that. At Bloomberg, writers are being replaced. There are actually robots writing some of the stories there. And that's happening in a lot of different publications. So I just want to say it's very important to be aware of that as artists and to communicate with those technologists in that community, because I was bringing up things that just really didn't occur to them, because at this point, you know, computers can write symphonies, you know, and computers can create art. Of course, as artists, we don't see that as purely breathing human art, but a lot of technologists do. So it's kind of a question and a comment.
I know we're not going to get to all solve all these problems, but let's have each of the panelists give something to close with.
I'll just go to a quick one because I want to address the question that you first asked, and maybe I'm reiterating what I said, but I think the only way that art communities can come together is by taking the initiative to reach out to each other. One example is that there was a fashion show in Lower East Side, called Illegal Fashion. And I found myself in a community that was completely different from my own. It was a phenomenal demonstration that happened during Fashion Week. One group of women from the Middle East, and they were from different Middle Eastern countries, each dressed up with a different headscarf that represented a different country, one of the 7 countries in which people were banned from, so Sudan and Yemen.
And they just, walked down the fashion way. It was one of the most powerful things I've ever seen. And another woman made dresses that had to do with illegal immigration. Another one had to just, had t-shirts on that said, were about Juarez and El Paso and so forth and so forth. And I realized that my world was completely separate from these communities' worlds, and that if I didn't go there, I wouldn't have had any knowledge of it. Similar to that, I feel that in We Make America, it's a very white organization. We cannot expect that if we just invite someone from Black Lives Matter to come, that they're going to come. No, that's not going to happen. We need to go and listen to other communities and to other organizers, and we need to go, out ourselves. And that's the only way we're going to bring communities together.
You go.
I'm going to address the art fair question. Dying to talk about that. Perception is really different than reality. I'll just say that first. So I think that a lot of things are traded, a lot of money is traded at art fairs, but the Jeff Koons, the big money that's being a big artists that are making a lot of money are very few, very few. If you go to the art fairs, you'll actually see some people from the Midwest, from all parts of the country. I think that also when oftentimes, and I'm sure Paul and Eva and many artists can talk about this too, is that even though the artist is showing at Art Basel, they may not ever be selling their work. Like the work may not be sold. So I think that there has to be something of a little bit of care of seeing that not just because they're in an art fair, these artists doesn't make them, and you didn't say this, but I'm just going to say, any more successful than somebody who, as you're saying, in the Midwest, who's not in that art fair. So I just think that it's often...
Find public space for it, because to go to Miami the first week of December, you have to be a wealthy person to go to that. So use the internet, I just think that...
What do you mean you have to be wealthy for artists to participate in that?
No, to just be part of that community, to fly down there, to
Well,
stay there.
there are ways you can do that though. I mean, if you want to be a part of it, but I don't know if artists really need to go there either. That a lot of dealers say that an art fair is not the best place for an artist to be there anyway. It's not a place for exhibition, it's a place for selling work. So I don't actually see a lot. I go there because I guest blog for Two Coats of Paint and I have meetings and I conduct my own business, but actually I don't really attend the fairs. I just see people who are there so I can move towards getting projects done. So I actually don't find it to be that necessary, really. Although I do think art fairs are necessary because collectors do buy work at them more than they do in the galleries. A lot of collectors don't go to the galleries anymore. They go to art fairs.
I treat art fairs like trade fairs. I go there to have meetings and this type of thing and just sort of see what people are selling or thinking they're selling or whatever displaying. So, it's not really that important for a critic to be there. So I will sort of reiterate that. So I think the PR machine has really made us all think, or at least not all of us, but like some of us think that is the game, and that's where you have to be it or not. And I don't think that's true at all, to be quite honest. And I know a lot of critics who just don't go or ever gone. I spoke to Randy Kennedy at the New York Times, journalist. He's never been to Art Basel Miami Beach. Do you know he's like a major arts journalist? But that's not that uncommon. So then let's ask why you have that perception, or why are people having that perception, and where the hell is that coming from? It comes from sort of a media that likes to fawn over these kind of celebrity transactions and perceptions of wealth and affluence and all these types of things. But to also address the issue of community, I think the arts community is really robust. It's much more diverse than we think. But the reality is, and I like what Julia said about that, those communities are not interacting. There are whole arts communities in this country and networks that do their thing independent of government funding, independent of any kind of mainstream acceptance, and they've been going on forever. Do you know? And I think a perfect example that some of you may know is like the LGBTQ community. You know, it's like for decades that community, you know, of which I'm a part of, you know, has been creating its own culture and stuff independent of any kind of national support. And that's one of dozens of communities like that in this country. So how do we start getting those people in the same room? How do we start going to the events where we are uncomfortable? So I often say I'm part of 3 communities at the same time. I don't feel like there's one art community, do you know? Even though there's a certain community that likes to represent itself as a mainstream art community.
And I'll just say one thing too. I think artists always want validation, which I think is very normal and important. And I think that some artists want that validation of being in that Art Basel Art Fair, right? But if they're not getting that validation there, the best thing for them to do is to create an opportunity that is new and from where they are, and to be able to get it out there, because actually I know a lot of galleries and museum people who are more interested in that than what they're seeing in the art fairs. I think galleries and museums, and I'm not speaking for the museum friends, are always interested in the new thing and not something that's been done over and over and over again or part of the system. So I think artists are leaders in that way. So it takes a lot of guts and it takes some innovation and confidence for an artist to be able to cultivate their community, to create that opportunity where they are.
I really want to thank everyone for this. It's really been a fascinating conversation. I'm thinking about bridges and battles, but also the ways that the questions here have really added a lot to this conversation, and thank you for that. And finally, thank you to our panelists, Sharon Louden, Ryan Gardanian, Julia Kunin. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. The books are available, and we're available for more conversation too. Thank you very much.
My name is Sharon Louden, and I'm an artist and advocate for artists and editor of Living, Sustaining Creative Life and The Artist as Culture Producer. And I'm really grateful to be here with 3 exceptional people that are included in this book. To my left is Raygun Lab, who is the editor-in-chief and co-founder of Hyperallergic. Yes. To his left is Courtney Fink. She is the co-founder of Common Field. And to her left is artist extraordinaire. Can I say that? I mean, does that cover everything about you? Or artist extraordinaire Edgar Arsenault?
Yeah.
I can't say all of them, right? But under the heading of artists.
Just like
one big hat, right? Right, exactly. So I have my phone here because I sent them all an email yesterday, and I'm just going to refer to it as I'm not checking my email. But I want to thank Sarah so much. First, I want to thank Courtney because she connected me to Sarah, and then Sarah is hosting this, having us here. This particular event is partially funded by the Ford Foundation. So I'm really thrilled to be here. And then I also have to say there are a few people in the audience that have come very far to be here. There's Robin Hill, who came from the Bay Area, Davis. Jeff Musser has also come from San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Wherever that is.
Some city never.
Oh, really? Okay. Somewhere up there.
I came from Sacramento.
Okay, Sacramento. Well, I've heard of that. Jessica McCambly from San Diego. And then Paul Ha, who is the director of MIT List, flew in here from Boston, and he's right here. We participated together at MIT, and he just showed Edgar's work. Did you guys see each other?
We did more than see each other.
No. Okay, so I'm really happy to see all of you. So many wonderful friends who are here. I also want to say that there are 2 people here who also contributed to my first book. So there's Tim Nolan here. Can you say hi? Say who you are? And then this cover? The cover boy is here. I love saying that. I said that 62 times on my last tour. So I just want to give a background to this. So in short, I did this first book, Living a Sustained and Creative Life, which was just really a small project that was 40 stories of how artists sustain a life in starting a conversation about how they live and sustain a creative life. And that went on a 62-stop book tour, is now sold in 18 countries, and it's in its 7th printing as of last Monday, which is amazing. And I saw that that need was there. I saw that that need was there, and so did my publisher. So he asked me in the middle of that tour, do you want to do another book? And I said, absolutely. And so this second book is a book that has artists that not only have a leg in the art world, where they show their work in white boxes, but then they also have a bridge into the public realm. And then the foreword is written by Harag Vartanian, and then there are 3 concluding statements that are very powerful by 3 powerful women, including Courtney Fink. In fact, tonight's the first time we've ever met in person after working together on this project, on the phone and email, so it's very, very exciting. These projects are shared projects, so the royalties from each of these books are split. The first book split 44 ways, the second book 45 ways, and then that's very funny. And then everybody gets their own copyright. I am also a contributor to the book, so I'm just like everybody else. We made Living and Sustaining Creative Life a fiscally sponsored entity, so we raised money, including a grant, generous grant for the Ford Foundation. We've raised close to $200,000 to get artists all over the world. I believe that artists should be paid for when they come talk to anybody, share their knowledge, including all of us today. And I think that by doing this, I'm hoping to set a standard that wageforwork.com has helped me set. In addition to that, we are making this project, I'm calling it, because really the book is just a platform for conversation into a case study. So every event is being recorded, and I know my husband's gonna hate me for this, so he's right there recording this, and it will be published after the tour is finished. I think this is the 25th event of the tour, out of 95. So we're going for 2 years, 95. Yeah, I'm looking at him because there's another number that it really is, but I think it'll just be 95. And also we are doing this, having each of these events on social media, so if you wish to live tweet this or photographs or however you want to participate in social media, just use the hashtag #lives. We launched this book at the Strand, and it was 250 people, and 3 artists from this book, Morshin Alhari, Shanique Smith, and Steve Lambert, read from their essays. It was very powerful. I'd like to do that tonight a little bit to start. So if you don't mind, I want to start from the book and read parts of these essays, and then ask each of these contributors to talk about them and to get into some issues of who a contemporary artist is today, and then also to talk about something that's been talked about at every event, which is how do artists function in this political climate. It's come up every single time, and I'd like to talk about how artists are, not only functioning, but to some of the artists who say to me that they don't feel comfortable working, they don't feel value, to be able to answer that, because every artist has value, and I think it's political no matter what you're making. Just the fact that you're making it is political. So I want to start with just reading part of Harag's essay, The Ford, and if anybody has your books in front of you, maybe you can follow with me. Would that be fun? So let's do page 14. Everybody together. Don't you want a book now? No, they're for sale. I should have said that. Especially since we make like $10 a year on this book. It's true, our first check was $10.04 a person, the first book. Hopefully we'll make more now that, the second book already after a month went into a second printing. So that's over 4,000 books in one month, which is amazing. So there must be a need. So I'm going to start with page 14, the second paragraph. Parag says, yes, I did. I sent you an email last night. I read it, Parag. An email. Can I do that? You don't want to do it, do you? No. Are you sure? Do you want to do it? Okay. What? She said?
Okay, right.
Oh, you're going to do it! So can you do these 2 paragraphs? Okay, here's a microphone! Oh, that's so great!
Okay. Okay. So these 2 paragraphs.
Is that okay? Or do you want to do something else?
As cultural producers, but the evolving nature of artistic practice means we have to adapt our language to reflect a new reality. Artists can't be beholden to old stereotypes of inspired acts of creation or even galleries and museums to determine their path. They work in culture, but they're also plugged into larger networks of power, finance, identity, and information systems. They create the objects, generate the ideas, and produce the models that allow others to dream, feel, and ponder. Sometimes they reflect our world back at us, and the best of them do it with uncanny precision. Others imagine what we thought impossible and wait while everyone else catches up. In my dream world, artists would be part of every aspect of our lives. They would help make hospitals more receptive and healing places. They would create street furniture that encourages contemplation and community, and they'd help local governments communicate more effectively with the public. I hope this book will help shatter the old stereotypes of artists as exotic and enigmatic creatures, and in their place, construct a new image using stories of individuals who sustain remarkable artistic lives while nurturing themselves with families, activism, volunteerism, small businesses, hobbies, and politics.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Like how, I think artists do that now, right? So can you elaborate a little bit how you see artists do those things right now? I mean, how are artists integrated in society, and how are we contributors to the public right now?
So I just want to first of all say when she asked me to write the foreword, she wouldn't let me see any of the essays. So, this is kind of like, it was one of those things where you had to sort of think, okay, what is the bigger, like after the conversations we had, so a lot of this came out of that. And so I also sort of tapped my own experience talking to a lot of art schools, and just like hearing the fact that people still have these very like traditional ideas, and I don't think we have to regurgitate them, but you know. And so for me it was the permission we have to keep giving people, it feels like, to understand that like anything is possible, like meaning like they can insert themselves in all these conversations. You don't have to wait and sort of join a conversation that's going on already. And and I think that was part of the fantasy I had. Like writing this was like, what if everybody who came out of art school, or even who didn't come out of art school, just said, okay, well, the world is my oyster. Where do I fit in, and where can I make work that is going to augment or change or influence? And I would love for that to be the case, like a normal case where people are like, okay, I want to join, the immigration department at, in DC and learn about and help integrate and come up with an idea to help, new immigrants in this country in different ways or something, and that's kind of like a fantasy I have. Like, how great would that be if artists felt empowered to approach organizations and departments and governments or whatever and say, hey, I want to do this, and then create opportunities that then therefore allow other artists to follow, or also open some doors, and I think that's where that came from, and that was kind of a hope, and I was happy after reading the book, sort of understanding the fact that everyone had all these what probably sounded like crazy ideas at the time that sort of works, and I was hoping my foreword would sort of give people that permission.
Yeah, I'm glad you have faith in me. Because I made sure of that, of course. So, yeah, I didn't have any of the artists or the contributors read the essays. Because in the first book, I made the mistake of telling some contributors who was in the book, what they did? They called them. and said, oh, what are you writing about? I was like, no, that's not gonna work. So I made sure that nobody could read it at all. So, right, Courtney? Right. So Courtney, I want you to read, your section is on 393, page 393. And you talk about smaller scale, that's that second paragraph, which is really powerful, and then you go into to 394.
Okay. Smaller scale does not mean smaller impact. Operating from a nimble position allows for the creation of new models and highly participatory strategies that would not otherwise be possible. Working at a smaller scale allows for more direct connection to people and communities. This is where real dialogue and contact happens, where new forms of culture are developed, and where people truly can come together. This kind of work builds bridges between artists and communities. Often, the public doesn't know how to reach artists. Likewise, artists don't readily know how to find or communicate well with the public in position to bridge those gaps. In turn, connecting the public to artists in an intimate and direct way builds culture. The value of such engaged arts practices, while well understood by those within the field, is not widely appreciated more broadly, because these practices often exist in opposition to commercial and capital culture. Additionally, the impact of those artists' works is very difficult to measure and can take many years to realize. Engaged artists and small organizations build social, artistic, and financial value, but it's often many years after a project has been realized. If you follow the trajectory of a project, the full value of its impact is often attributed far from where the galvanizing work began. Sometimes those impacts are linked to larger institutions and commercial entities, which are increasingly eager to absorb ideas whose genesis is in the work of artists and small organizations. But the ground level is where things start.
I love that. So the reason why I love it so much is because when I read your essay, I felt, as an artist, obviously, I felt that it gave me confidence that these organizations, when sometimes artists doubt, that they're really there for them. Because sometimes they're like gatekeepers. They feel like they're not open doors. But you're saying no way, that you're there for artists. So can you talk about that, and then the work that you do for Common Field and how that is towards opening doors for artists, especially in experimentation, which I think if the NEA grant money goes away, that's going to be much harder, don't you think, in rural communities?
Absolutely. Yeah. At the time I wrote this essay, which was last year, and like Rug, I was feeling a little, how do you write a conclusion for a book you haven't read?
Right. It was challenging for you.
And I definitely kept calling Sharon.
Oh yeah.
Because I just wanted to really, my angle is, I went to art school, but I really took a turn as using my creativity as an organizer, really, from the very beginning. And my focus has always been running arts organizations like LACE. And LACE is such an important model for the field and the history of artist-run spaces. And I ran Southern Exposure in San Francisco for about 14 years. And at the time I wrote this essay, I had just left that job and was trying to start Common Field. And Common Field, for those of you that don't know what it is, it's a new national network of independent arts organizations and organizers that connects, supports, and advocates for artist-centered culture. So it's trying to build a national network of places like LACE, Southern Exposure, and small artist-run spaces around the country. And so my job now is to kind of take a step back and really think about the role of the small scale and how important that is in the kind of engaged culture that artists can make. And so my rationale was to try to make that case, to try to really talk about the small scale and how imperative and important it is and what risk capital exists in spaces like that, to invest at the ground floor of that kind of thinking. And so that's really what I was getting at. And I really, to answer your question, I do believe that it's without some infrastructure often, a lot of these practices can't exist, but oftentimes it takes a more open-minded, nimble, small-scale organization to invest in a really radical new idea. And I really believe if you look at the larger ecosystem, of how artists get supported, it's really often at those small organizations that the genesis happens and those things get their start, and how important those can be. And in my essay, I talk a lot about how oftentimes those ideas get adopted and appropriated by larger institutions, which is very common, I'd say, in my experience. But really, when I talk to so many artists I've worked with, they all look back to the smaller organizations that gave them their first chance, invested in them when no one else would, presented an idea that seemed totally wild and too risky for another large organization to take on. And so I'm interested in bridging the gap between what it means to do this type of practice and who's there to support that. My job is to create systems of supports for artists. And right now I'm focused on a more meta level of that, which is how do you support organizers who support artists? And so that's really, that was
How do you do that?
I am trying to figure that out, but I actually think connecting the voices together is so much more powerful.
So good.
We're all sort of out there on our own, trying to figure it out, but really it's an extremely vast field. It's a really huge, I'd say the hugest part of the arts ecosystem, and collectively speaking, if the field can connect together and start to unify around some big organizing principles, I believe we can get a lot done, and there's a huge amount of momentum in this project. In the first year and a half, we've already had almost 600 groups join this growing network, and we have annual gatherings, which the next one is going to be here in LA from November 2nd to 5th. And so I believe this group as a whole is actually going to be a growing part of how artists get support when increasingly larger institutions are completely risk averse and aren't maybe ready to support the kind of practice that Parag was talking about, where artists are changing the world, where artists are working in a more integrated way in peripheral fields and non-arts practices. I think that how do you integrate arts more into culture? You have to start somewhere, and often I truly believe it does start at the ground level.
Love that. I need to frame that. It's great. So Edgar, going right, perfect segue to talk about something you started, Watts House Project, right? And so if you can read the paragraph starting at as an art project. Did you get my email? Because we just saw each other last night, so.
I got the email, Sharon.
Right, I sent it to you too, so did you get where we're starting and stopping? Because we can't read your whole essay. Because his essay is the longest essay in the book. 348 words.
It's clear that Edgar and I are behind on our
Well, we were all together last night, so I think that you cannot blame the alcohol this time.
No.
So if you can read...
What was this sentence?
Oh my God. Dude, I can just tell you. Oh my God.
Oh, I see it.
Oh my God. Okay.
And,
I should have called you.
you did. I read it. I see it.
Okay, so it's that to when you say it's to the next, when you say to everything's changed. If you go past that, I'll stop you. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ready?
Oh yeah, your essay is great, by the way. It's awesome. Yeah, it's beautiful. And it's 4 pages, unlike mine. I even stopped reading my own essay halfway through. I took a break.
He gave it to me in 10,000 words. It wasn't 12,000, like you said. 10,000. We had to edit it down. With my publisher, I said to them, because I only had 150,000 for this book. And I went to them, and I actually said kind of clearly, they were like, no. So we had to get it down to 7,348 words, right?
That's good. That's good. Yeah, everybody needs a good editor. I'll just say that.
What did you say?
She's the last 2 words.
Yeah.
48.
It just ended up being that. Okay, so only 2 paragraphs, and then we can elaborate on that. Okay, ready?
I normally don't like reading.
No, wait,
I'm gonna read, okay. So, as an art project, Watts House Project was nimble. When we had an idea, the family and artists involved would design it and build it together, completing each effort in a week's time. So Watts House Project is an artist-driven neighborhood redevelopment project down in Watts. We were
based on 107th Street, right across the street from the Watts Towers. And I wound up taking over the project in 1999, and I was there until 2012. So this is just so you know what WHP stands for. We didn't concern ourselves with insurance or liability. We were just focusing on the work and having fun doing it. Getting support from the Hammer Museum made us competitive for even greater funding. The contradiction being, of course, when I really needed the money, no one wanted to give it to me. But when others were giving me money, I got even more support from those that rejected me the first time. But the larger foundations would only support us if we became a nonprofit organization ourselves. Basically what that sentence is saying is that organizations will reward you essentially for not dying. So they're going to leave you out there to starve, but if you somehow make it, they're like, we will reward you because everybody else is dead. WHP now had a small committed team of artists, administrators, and curators on board, so as a group, we greatly debated this next step. How could you still be a fluid art project and an organization at the same time? The environmental movement had become a green economy, and social networks had transformed socialism from ideology into communication platforms. Emerging in the shadows of despair coming from the crashing housing market were now incubator models popping up in every field around us. Obama had just been elected, and hope and change made anything seem possible. Do you guys remember that? Yeah, it's like, what was that? Amongst all the optimism, none of us realized just how fateful a decision it would be to become a formalized organization in a neighborhood ruled by informal economies. The nonprofit model was a child of the industrial age, an out-of-date tool not well suited for the post-industrial information age. Yet the ethos of the nonprofit is still beautiful. No one person can own it. It exists to bring value to the social body. With few choices available to us, I co-founded WHP as an organization with Sue Bell-Yang in 2009. Could we still be a fluid art project and an organization at the same time? When the IRS got involved, everything changed.
It's like cliffhanger, right there. That's why I didn't go on. No, but maybe you can talk, so in Omaha, we were at the Bemis Center together, and it was really a very strong conversation, and the things you said there are so memorable to me. I would love for you to talk about, especially after Courtney just talked about the optimism, right, of these small organizations. But actually, sometimes the reality can shift in the reality of actually following through and directing and carrying through, in this case, the Watts House Project. So can you talk about the strength of what happened during that time, the optimism, but also what happened in the failures? Right. And how that's positive, because you really have spoken about that, and in the essay you did too.
Well, I'll just make like a little tiny digression. So Sarah is kind of my academic godmother. So she actually got me into Art Center when I had no idea what even contemporary art was. So she was my guidance counselor when I was a young, trying to figure it out undergrad. She somehow nurtured me through the entire process. But coincidentally, Lace is the place where I had like my first real art exhibition in Los Angeles. They used to have an event called the Lace Annuale. Does anybody remember this? It was like an emerging artist show. And 3 drawings from that exhibition was actually purchased by the San Diego Museum of Contemporary Art. Wow. And that changed everything for me. So, you know, kudos to Sarah and to Lace.
Well, I wasn't here back then.
No, you were not. To Courtney's point, the small organizations do play a really big role, and continue to. I'm actually trying to find out if there'll be a sponsor for this new project I'm working on. But anyway, so when we were an art project, the Watts House Project, things were relatively simple. There was me, it usually was another artist, and then there was a family. We'd have an idea, we would design it together, we would build it together, and then we'd have some carne asada at the end and some cerveza. It was always nice, you know, we sort of have like a dinner. But the idea was to have an idea and then to realize it as quickly as possible. But one of the beautiful things of working in a neighborhood, especially one that's as sort of tight-knit as 107th Street, that, you know, one neighbor would say like, hey, you know, thanks, the work you did for us was great, but what about my neighbor? Like, can you do something for them? So like very slowly, it started to organically grow from one family to the next. So in the beginning, you know, there was, you know, 3 of us, and then when I left the organization in 2012, there was about 85 people involved. Which is great, because, you know, we, as a, you know, our operating budget in the beginning was $6,000, and then when I left, we had raised $750,000 in 3 years. And those are like, you know, that's a lot of money for us. But when we had gotten our grant from the Hammer, which was, I think, $30,000 at the time, other organizations had started learning about what we were doing, and they say, hey, we want to support you, but we can't do that unless you become your own nonprofit. And we struggled with the idea, like I said in the essay, can you still be fluid and be formal at the same time? And when the IRS got involved, the thing that we didn't realize is that the families whom we're helping to steer the entire project had slowly transitioned from being collaborators and become clients. It was the board, which is made up of a lot of really well-intentioned people, but the families were never able to fully interface with the board structure. And it created a schism within the work that we were doing, and literally altered our mission and our projects. And it, amongst a number of other factors, came to the point where we actually stopped doing the things that the organization was there to help us do. That the shift in mentality became that the organization wasn't a vehicle to do the work, the organization was the reason why we were doing the work. And I fundamentally felt that that was wrong. One of the things that was really difficult for me is that, you know, I'd been involved with this thing for 15 years, and I had all these really amazing relationships with these families. And when I left, which is this longer than an answer that you want? I just want you cut me off.
I will. You know
You'll cut me off. Okay, so give me another minute. I'm trying to be cognizant. I'm actually looking at Paul's face, and he's even my friend is nodding off. So I know that I'm getting long-winded at that point.
Well, he flew all the way from Boston. You gotta keep him up.
I gotta keep him up. But you know, one of the things that I did with Watts House Project is that I never took a salary. So we made sure that everybody else got paid, but I never took one. So I offset that by selling art through my gallery. But when we went from 3 people to 85 people, I started spending less time in the studio and more time managing the organization. And I was making less work, which means I was showing less, I was selling less. And so, you know, I slowly was slipping into the hole. And my personal life was also being stretched. So like personally, professionally, psychologically, it sort of completely atomized me in a way that took me really about 3 years to recover, both emotionally, physically, and economically. And why did I bring that up?
But just in time to write the essay.
Oh, and just in, well, yeah, actually, the essay.
Because it's the first time that you've spoken about it. So,
yeah, I didn't really speak about it.
So I'm going to ask a question then. So do you think then, so the reason why I see this thread between all of these essays, and I think that in this day and age, excuse me, there are a lot of artists who just make painting and drawings, and sculpture, let's say objects, and you make drawings too, and you do installations, all different things. But your work is shown in a gallery, and that's part of the work that you do. But how would you say in this time, and I think every artist in this book talks about this, is that how can an artist get outside of that white box when they can't necessarily rely upon that gallery to fully sustain them? Because I know very few artists can sustain a creative life just from gallery sales. Can you sustain a creative life just from gallery sales? Sometimes.
We do sometimes.
Sometimes.
I mean, there's the peaks and valleys of
right, exactly.
selling art to make a living, which is great because I thought that that's what I wanted to do, and I committed myself. I quit my job and said I'm going to commit myself to doing it. And that was about 12 years. But you know, one of the schisms that happens when you make art for a living and you're trying to pay your bills is that there's always the thing is like, am I making this decision because I think that that's what the work wants, or am I making this decision because I think that will make be more responsive within the marketplace? And That's only amplified because, you know, there's like 1,500 art fairs and you're expected to participate in a lot of them, you know? So that starts to happen. But I would say, like, as far as understanding the gallery, how many people here show in galleries or want to show in galleries? Yeah, so like,
That's interesting.
That's interesting, right?
But I want to go to Courtney too and talk about this. But the thing is that I'm interested in that balance. So I think right now that artists have to get out of those white boxes because not every gallery can even take care of. First of all, they don't take care of artists. Artists take care of themselves. Second of all, that there's not enough artists for not enough galleries for every artist out in the world. And then third, that right now it seems like there's an opportunity for artists to do other things outside on their own to create their own opportunities. And I know in Common Field, there are artist-run spaces, right, that you work with. And so can you describe some of the people that are in Common Field that do that? They juggle running their artist-run spaces and then sustaining their creative lives.
Can I say just one thing about galleries before Courtney says something about nonprofit spaces? So, you know, galleries really are like a system of rob and Peter to pay Paul. Like, I mean, even the biggest blue chip galleries are constantly trying to figure out how to keep their doors open. So, I mean, they're not like cash flushed places in most instances because most museums are asking the galleries essentially to pay for their artists to have shows in their institutions. Now, MIT didn't do that, you know? Paul was charming enough, they just gave him the money. He just walked in and they said, take it. Actually, that's not true. I mean, he's charming, but that wasn't the situation. But it's important to understand that galleries play a very important function.
Of course they do.
In the ecosystem
Of course, it's just one part of the ecosystem. Right.
Those four white walls. You can't separate yourself from them entirely.
Correct.
Well, some people can, but.
Right. So thank you. But what do you think, Courtney, about the people in Common Field who do that as examples of artists who actually have their, like maybe a leg in the art world and then they do these other things to sustain their creative lives?
Yeah, and I really relate to Edgar's story, and you know, the nonprofit form is deeply flawed, and I think the next evolution of it is people really using it as a means to an end, but trying to experiment with it as a form as well. And I know that at Common Field, that's what we're interested in. And you know, as someone who's worked in nonprofits for 25 years, you know, Common Field's actually not a nonprofit yet. We have intentionally steered away from that, partly because we were worried about exactly what Edgar is talking about, and everyone who started it together thought, there's something that's not working anymore with this form, and the field at large is not adopting it anymore. And I'd say 80% of our members are not nonprofits.
Wow.
Because they don't believe, jokingly when we have like our gatherings, people are so actually like adamantly against it. They call it the nonprofit industrial complex. It's true. And you know, we have been very hesitant to become a nonprofit because we are trying to model practices for the field, but we finally decided to become one, but we're doing so, I think, in a very creative way and being very transparent and making our rationale to our entire community as we go to try to explain why we, in order to support the field, do need to be a nonprofit. But I would say the artist run, like even for me, starting Common Field, it wasn't a paid job. I, like Edgar, had to have 3 other jobs, and you know, I sort of thought, oh, I'm an artist now. I have 3 other jobs to do my creative project, and Common Field is like my hobby, and the other jobs were my day job. And so I think it's a very similar situation. Actually, being in LA, I've started to really understand the ecosystem here, and the majority of nonprofits in LA, most of the people running them aren't even paid, honestly.
Wow.
The reality is this is not a healthy field, and in order to really take risks and support artists sort of in that nimble way, oftentimes there isn't the kind of support that needs to exist, which is why I'm interested in changing that or trying to change that. But the artist run, many artists, I'd say, are interested in helping other artists, right? And that's what Common Field is interested in. You know, like, for Edgar to start another, as an artist, to start supporting other people and artists. I'd say it's a really common practice. And I'd say running an organization oftentimes is an extension of an artist practice, and artists are curators, artists are writers.
Correct.
Artists are organizers, and they have an amazing breadth of skills. We have to kind of know how to do everything. And so I'd say it's not really that far off from running an organization. And when I say organization, I mean it in a very loose sense of the word. Publications, residencies, public projects, anything that exists to support other artists, really, or even sometimes not really. There's a lot of collectives in the group that they're just kind of creating a framework to support.
Yeah, I think this is something that's only been happening over the last 5 years, I feel like, at least that I've been hearing, people being more critical of the nonprofit model. I mean, clearly it works for some things, but it doesn't work for a lot of things. And I'm sure many of you probably know the book, The Revolution Will Not Be Funded. Great book in terms of there's a whole essay about the nonprofit industrial complex. How nonprofits were partly created when the government stopped funding certain things and private money started entering the field to supplement governmental programs that didn't exist anymore or whatever. And I think it's really important, when we were starting Hyperallergic, one of the things where we had to have that question, right? Do we become a nonprofit? Do we become for-profit? And we decided to go for-profit, one, because we really suck at raising money. And I had worked in nonprofits for 15 years at that point, and I actually saw the limitations. In terms of writing the kind of confrontational writing we sometimes publish, nonprofits, it's not always going to work, and it's people are going to make the phone calls. And I worked at a publication, or at least I wrote for it, which did not pay me, that was a nonprofit. And, and it was amazing. I remember once writing something, and the publisher actually pointed out to me, it was well, I hope that person who gives us money doesn't read that because they're a fan of Michael Bloomberg. And I said and I was just I didn't get, there were no repercussions for what I wrote, but it was the fact that they would even say that to me. I was who cares, Mayor Bloomberg? I was really? This is what you're worried about? But these are the conversations that people actually have. So it's it's not going to solve everything. And I have to say, I really dislike the idea that everyone just feels like nonprofits are just kumbaya. And I think it's an outside people, those of us who have worked in them know it's a little different, but I feel on the outside there's this perception that I think people are starting to realize it's sometimes they are, but a lot of times they're just vehicles for people to enact their agendas, and I think that happens.
There's something else to be said about it, which, when it comes to situations like my organization no longer performing in the way in which it performed, there was, quite a degree of finger pointing in the beginning of why things went wrong in the way in which they did. And at a certain point, when you sort of analyze personal intention, you realize that it only gets you so far, right? Because the tendency of the 501c3 operates independently of the intentions of the user. Right? It performs certain kinds of actions independent of what you want to do with it. So, for example, the 501c3 is inherently hierarchical, right? So, if it doesn't match up with your temperament and values, if you're not a person who's very top-down, then it will make you into one. Because that's how it is structured, how information, how control is functioned. And it starts with the IRS.
Oh, God.
Right? No. And it's worth recognizing that these things were designed to make us, to allow us to do things better. I really do believe in the ethos of it. Nobody owns it, but it benefits us all. That's great. Because capitalism is not the great white horse that Republicans make it out to be. It's not. It never ever trickles down. And I don't think that that's his thing. But I did also recognize that within the 501c3, that the tendency of the system also is to push you outside of the creative space and turn you into a fundraiser and a manager. And that realization as well was how did that Like, when did that start happening? And it was a slow evolution, you know.
But can you talk about too, like, thanks, can you talk about too, I just want to touch upon this, but you've talked to me about the fact that if the NEA goes away, that might be good.
Well, I don't think it would be like fully good, but I think it becomes like, you know, it will, like, I feel like there's certain sort of residual things that we're sort of like realizing that aren't fully working, but nobody wants to tackle sometimes. And I feel like one of the things is government funding, like having an actual sustained campaign where we're actually lobbying and pushing for real funding in real numbers, you know, and you know, I have to say, it's like, is the NEA doing what it should be doing? It's kind of, you know, a little bit maybe, but like it's not doing enough of it, you know, and certainly not at the scale we need in this country, you know, so is it a little bit of a Band-Aid for a much bigger problem? And I think it kind of is sometimes, you know, so I would like us to like look at the NEA as just like one little piece of a much bigger agenda that we need to push. You know, and the problem is we haven't created that agenda yet fully. You know, we don't even agree on it. You know, or at least we're starting to have those conversations.
But I think also artists don't, and Courtney, I would love for you to comment on this too. I don't think artists know necessarily what steps to take to be able to create funding themselves. I mean, that is a huge thing. It's like taking that baby step. I mean, I agree with you. If you have an opportunity, you should share it. The backbone of these books is about generosity. The people I select criteria for this book, they have to be generous. I said today in Northridge, I said, some people, I'm very honored that people would come to me and they say, I'd like for you to consider me as part of your books. And I say to them, okay, do you give to artists? And if they pause for more than 3 seconds, I don't want to talk to you. So I don't even talk to them. I mean, quite frankly, I don't, because I don't really want to be around someone who holds things too tight to themselves. So it was great to hear what you were talking about, how most of these people actually give to artists, but how do they realistically fund what they're doing? Do you have comments about that?
Of course.
No, I sort of knew she would, you know.
Everybody wants to know how they're getting it.
Exactly. I mean, there has to be another answer. I don't believe that there should be any dependence, actually, quite frankly. And I do believe that the gallery world is just one part of the ecosystem. But I think the loss of the NEA maybe means something is greater is opening up, or maybe that sounds very optimistic.
I mean, if you think about the history of the NEA, they abandoned artists a long time ago.
Yeah.
Really. So they stopped supporting individual artists, and I think what that means for our culture is hugely symbolic. And that is devaluing the role of artists in our country.
Exactly.
And so I'm a big believer that the NEA should remain. I agree that it's not fulfilling its role, but it actually is of vital importance in non-urban centers. In fact, sometimes it's the only source of funding in rural spaces and you know, places that really have no other access to funding. But I actually think so much of the burden on getting money these days is from private sources, and it's like privatizing the art world. Like, how do you get money to do what you do? How do you support your work? And I think individual artists just like, do they want to just be fundraising all the time? Probably not, actually. And it's a really, you know, I know a lot of artists that hate it, that refuse to do it. So I actually think it's about value. It's a value system.
I agree.
There's a lack of value, I think, in this country for the role of artists. There's a lack of value for the role of art in our country, and I think the way that our government has set up supporting it really reinforces that. There's all the more reason it needs to remain because it's symbolic. Yeah, $150 million isn't going to get you very far when you think about that money goes to every art form in all 50 states. That's pathetic. It's not nearly enough money. On the other hand, the fact that our country is investing in culture is at least something. It's better than nothing. Once you pull the plug, that's gone. And I think I'm not very excited about entirely having a privately funded art world. Already to have to rely on individual donors is a really complicated exchange. And I do believe that the public value is really worthwhile.
I totally agree. So Edgar, perfect segue. So when you asked for money as an artist for this project, what was that like? What's the reality of that? And then, no, I really believe that actually artists helping other artists does yield a lot of opportunities, but also funding. And so, and also, I also believe, I want to get into this too in a second, is everybody wears multiple hats, as you were mentioning, like you work all of these jobs. I mean, Harag does so many different things, and you do as well. We're not just like critic, curator, artist, right? So I know that you collaborate with a lot of different people in order to get that funding too, right? You talk to way different people, right? Can you talk about that?
Yes. Well, I grew up in like my parents didn't go to college, so I grew up in kind of a hand-to-mouth kind of household, no savings accounts or anything like that. So, so I was raised with a kind of ethos that if you ask somebody for something, you're expected to reciprocate it back in equal value. And there's a paradigm shift that you have to go through if you're doing something bigger than yourself, because at a certain scale, like if you're asking somebody to support you on the level of $20, $30, $40, $50, $150, $300,000, whatever it may be, for a small organization or project, you really can't reciprocate that value back to that person. For example, like I can't afford to buy my own artwork, right? Like that's a strange thing. I can look at my gallery and say, hey, I want to buy it in an art store.
I know, I've never heard that either. That's a really good point.
But it is 100%.
Can't you make it affordable for yourself? You can do that.
I did just recently incorporate as an S Corp, so there's maybe some possibility for tax purposes. But one of the things that I had to do sort of paradigm-wise is that I had to change the way in which I thought what I was doing when I would go to someone to ask for support. For one, I had to understand support along a spectrum that is not just money. So it's intelligence, you want their will, sometimes you do want their dollars, but also you want access to their networks. You want them to refer you to someone. And all of that strategy, you're always, at least for me, I realize that you have a core constituency, you have a core audience, and you're trying to expand on that from that kind of borderland of peripheral interest. You kind of want to bring them into the center. And one of the ways in which I realize that you do that is by when you go to someone and you ask for support, really what you're saying is that I believe that you in your life will be enriched by being a part of this. And by you saying that, you really have to believe it. And people feel that if you give it to them in a way. But also, like on the level of being on the ground and in the neighborhood, it's important that when you are able to bring resources to people, that you put them in a situation in which they can reciprocate, right? So, because if you don't give people the opportunity to reciprocate what you bring, then you basically are perpetually keeping them in a space of charity. And you're not creating charity, because I'm not a philanthropist. Like, I'm an artist who's trying to create a space of mutual benefit.
You're smiling.
I just
Oh. Anyway, I want to open up to questions, but I also want you to comment, Harag, about how you see a lot of artists, and that community is core, I think, in order to move things forward. Can you comment on that a little bit? So general for me to say that, where you see that's very effective, and then also for individual artists, how you think that is effective.
Ooh,
That's
okay.
a lot.
That's a lot.
I
That's
know.
a lot. Okay,
Sorry,
so how do
but I know you can answer it.
The most effective I've seen artists working together are usually when there's, strangely I feel like it's usually like artists that take on social activism, but kind of in a creative way. I feel like tends to be some of the most creative things I see. I was using this example earlier with someone. It's like even something like Occupy, Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people don't realize some of the earliest people in Occupy were performance artists. You know, and if you think about it, it makes sense. People, like performance artists, understand that claiming space in public creates ripple effects. Do you know what I mean? You can't always control what they are, but you understand that claiming space and doing an action has repercussions on other people. And if you think of it, that's kind of what Occupy was. You know, and it was a few months before, a number of artists, performance artists did performances in Wall Street area. And there were a lot of things, a lot of it came out of 16 Beaver. We have, you know, we have the piece at the front by Irene and Renee and stuff. I mean, these are people who were doing this consciously. They understood that a political agenda sometimes comes from doing things that we learn through artistic practice and engaging the world with them. And I think that was an example of like where that really did have an impact. You know, 16 Beaver was kind of like the brain, like the place where some of these ideas were worked out through the years in this anti-capitalist process. You know, and right on Wall Street, you know what I mean? So that's an example of like where artists can take their ideas and then experiment. And I mean, no one thought Occupy would be what it is. I'm sure there are failures, of course, you know, but there were also some successes in that. And also just switching people's mind and thinking, oh wait, capitalism's not the only thing. So, you know, it's like, and that was the way artists were able to use that.
There's something to be said about value there, and at least its relationship to support, because one of the things that I learned is that investment incentivizes investment. So if you're in there and you're doing actions and people see you doing it, they're like, oh hey, I want to be part of that too.
Yeah.
Or hey, I know somebody. So dependent upon the porousness of your structure, like you can get activists in there, you can get musicians in there, you can get grandma down the street who, you know, got robbed by Lincoln Savings and Loans years ago, and it's like, now this is my platform. You know what I mean? So at least as far as sort of thinking about that occupying space, but it also is a way in which thinking about that can actually become support as well. Right?
No, absolutely. But in the case of Occupy, it was really important because of like the idea of territory. Do you know what I mean? In this kind of like gentrification, colonial, settler colonialism space, to say like, we're going to occupy land and we're going to make this count. And people are going to be like, wait, somebody occupied a park in Lower Manhattan? Like that's possible and no one's getting killed? You know, like it was just like, but that kind of flipped the switch for some people. You know, and I mean, it's not the only thing. I'm just using an example I know where artists were involved to a certain degree. And it's like, but no one really thinks about artists' involvement in something like that quite that way. But it was a real thing. And I just remember because within the first week I was down at Zuccotti Park with my husband Viken, who's here. And, you know, I was like, wait a minute. I recognize that person. That's a performance artist. There's another performer. And I was like, what's going on? You know, why are they here? You know what I mean? Like,
and it's good that performance artists were the vanguard because they're keen on making a fool of themselves. So, you know, like, ooh,
Does everybody notice?
This side of the room is responding.
Does everybody notice that Edgar's the only one who has a glass of wine right now? We all have. Anyway, I just want to say too, though, don't you think though that the ways in which this works in raising money or having these collaborations is because artists are leaders, we can be leaders, but also everybody has, because we have multiple hats, we don't lose our power to having collaborations with museum curators, with gallery people, with other people in the art world. I feel like there's no divisions. I mean, with Paul being in the audience, right? He's just like all the artists here. And did you know that Paul went to school for art and he's a musician? I don't know if anybody knew that. So, yeah, it would be great if he was performing. But anyway, the point is that I think we're all on the same page, and if we can treat people that way with respect and have these exchanges where you were very successful at doing so, really, for that time, do you find too that that's part of the equation, Courtney, and these people being able to thrive?
I'm not sure, actually, to be honest. I think that's something that I will be thinking about for a long time. I'm not saying that I don't think people can't wear many hats and like use power in different ways, but I think it's a little bit more complicated. But I tend to kind of try to stay on the optimistic side of the equation, which is it's amazing what you can get when you ask for it, and also to be clear about power dynamics, lack of equity, systems that people have privilege to, and really keeping that in mind. It's a very uneven world. The art world, the system in general, I think is really problematic, and especially now more than ever, I think people are focused on that and starting to rethink how we can organize. So I think I'm rethinking a lot of that right now, and I think a lot of people in the field are recognizing the problem of our field in general and how it really, power and money and control can really create some issues. But I do think, it's true what Edgar was saying. If you really believe in something, truly, and you're not scared to ask for help, it's really amazing what people will do to help you, and in exchange, what you can do to help them.
Courtney, can I ask a question quick? You mentioned about most of the organizations in common practice aren't nonprofits. I'm curious what models they're pursuing or experimenting with.
I would say they're not sure, or they're fiscally sponsored, meaning they have another nonprofit who receives funds for them so that they don't have to have the governance or board structures in place. Oftentimes, I'd say they're very loose. They're not meant to exist forever. They're not necessarily supposed to be sustainable. They're serving a specific purpose for a specific moment. They might burn bright and die out and not last, and I actually think that's okay. I think this idea of sustainability is really strange, and not everything is meant to last. And if you really look at the history of this work, some of the most important, impactful projects were they lasted for a year, and they left a huge mark. And I think that we need to let go of some of our preconceived notions about what that can look like, actually. Embracing all the forms. I mean, what's amazing to me is I travel around like Sharon, and I go to all these cities and connect with groups, and we have meetups, and what people say to me is they say, I didn't realize I was part of a field. I just thought I was doing this thing. And they're young sometimes, and they just want to do something for their community and help other artists, and I think that recognition that there's a larger sense of what they're doing and a larger movement, it's a movement, actually.
Yeah. I really agree with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up to the audience, and then after we have some questions, I'm going to have Tim and George read a little bit from their essays, because I think what's happened on this tour, especially on that first tour, now 25 stops into this, people usually go out to dinner after these things, or they hang out and they have alcohol and they talk further. And what I noticed is a lot of artists talk about the nitty-gritty, like how they just keep going on, and these guys are going to go into the nitty-gritty to leave off all of us. But in the meantime, I'd love for people to ask these wonderful people some questions if you have them. So we'd like to enter. Yes?
Well,
Anu.
I'm not sure exactly what my question is. I think I have a lot of questions, and I also have a lot of thoughts. But I do need to speak up for the nonprofits a little bit. Not that they are the only model or the best model, because I don't think they necessarily are, but I do think that there is something to the fact that there are a lot of aspects of surviving as an artist that artists are neither temperamentally suited to, nor do they really have time for, and yet if nobody does it for them, they will die. And that's what nonprofits really exist to do. And not only that, but they have the potential to be one of the few collective or possibly anarchic spaces that we have sanctioned in this generally hierarchical, corporatized culture. So I think what we see that is problematic is the corporatization of nonprofits, in the same way that we see the corporatization of the university. But I don't know that anybody in this room would say, well, we should just dispose of higher education because the university has become problematic through its corporatization. In the same way, I don't think we can really say we should dispose of the nonprofit just because we see so many nonprofits that are problematic in their corporatization. So I think that's really important to talk about, and I think that it's really important to think about how a lot of the nonprofits that we have in the LA landscape, like Lace or 18th Street where I work, or Southern Exposure, where Courtney used to run in the Bay Area, began as those small collectives of artists that were taking care of each other. And sometimes they were not sustainable and they didn't grow to be a different kind of institution. Push them into the next space. Sometimes then it took them a really long time to figure out what they were doing there. And I don't think necessarily that all spaces should survive just because they were open or even because they have a history. But I'm really interested in what nonprofits can actually do right now. To speak to the NEA point, I think it's really important that the NEA give us money even if it's not enough money, because just the symbolic value of the government does invest in the arts brings other people to invest in the arts, because it reiterates the value of the arts. So even if that's not a huge contribution to your bottom line, as Edgar said, money follows money. So you get that NNA money, then you get the California Arts Council money, then you get the Irvine Foundation money, then you get the Community Foundation money, et cetera, then you get the donor money, and eventually you build something. But the whole point is that it shouldn't, as we said, be about the institution preserving itself as an institution. The institution is an arm of redistribution. And so it really depends on how you run it and who's in your nonprofit. That, I think, determines everything. But that's also true for galleries, it's true for individual artists. And the other point that I think that is the question is, can we talk a little bit about accountability? Because I think what I'm hearing in a lot of this is that there's very little accountability in the art world. And I think that's also true for artists who are playing this role as cultural producers in a social sense. So often, and I teach artists who are working in this way too, people come in and they are motivated by a self-driven agenda. And that can be very motivating and very sustaining for an artist, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee any sort of connection or production of value for a community. And there isn't a lot of good mechanism existing to check in on that regularly and find out what's going on. A responsible community-embedded nonprofit can be the check on that sort of individual agenda. So I want to hear people talk about their ideas.
Can you start?
Do you want to start? I do have something very specific to say about that.
Microphone.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let us recognize that we are inside of a long-standing nonprofit organization, that they were kind enough to host us and to bring us all together. So so let's not poo-poo on nonprofits all entirely. Accountability is important, and individual vision, particularly for arts nonprofits, is an important gateway for a project to get its footing. But again, I sort of just to remove the individual intention for a second. I mean, the tendency of the system does produce certain kinds of distortions that are difficult to reconcile. So this is a book, I forget who the author is, but it's called From Good to Great, and it was like tracking what 100 companies in America have thrived and become great and which ones are good. And the ones that were great are the ones that the leadership was able to successfully integrate its values and vision into the constituency of the organization or the company. So like Lee Iacocca at Ford, was it Ford? Chrysler, thank you. That's why you do that. At Chrysler, was great when he was there, but when he left, you know, what happened to the company? What happened to Apple when Steve Jobs died prematurely? But in the arts, we value and support in great amounts the vision of the author and the individual. But most nonprofits really depend upon that diffused building of the team. So these two things oftentimes collide when you have the charismatic leader who's supposed to be the artist author, but then they're also supposed to be a leader who diffuses their power, right? And these two things collide in a way in which most arts nonprofits, at least that are run by artists, have never been able to fully reconcile.
Courtney, you want to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to maybe build off of that a little bit, I'm personally a huge fan of the nonprofit. I'm a true believer in its form, and I actually, as problematic as the field is, and as much as people I think are moving away from it, I do think that right now is the most perfect moment to rethink how it can work differently and how it's time to reinvent but still use its core value system. I'm really interested in your question about accountability in particular. It's something that's really been on my mind. And I think the idea that this information is not being shared more publicly and more transparently, and what does it mean to run a nonprofit? How are decisions made? How are resources shared? How are financial choices made? Who makes them? How does it work? I see there's a growing movement of smaller organizations out there, at least that I see through Common Field, that are really trying to make their value system very public and very share that. And also modeling what they're doing in a way that they can give it out to other people who can then use it themselves. And I'd say this sort of reversal of the power to kind of redistribute, openly share. It's almost like the open sourcing of the nonprofit. What would it mean if LACE documented how it did everything, published that, and gave it out to as many groups as possible, and then 1 million LACEs opened all around the country? I'd say I'd see that happening more and more right now, and I think taking it back and reinventing it in a way that could be really fascinating. So I do think that there's a lack of accountability, a lack of shared information. I think a lot of artists are really confused about how nonprofits work and why certain choices get made and how money is, gained and what that really means. But at its very core, I'm still a big fan, actually, just personally.
I think they addressed it much better than I'm going to, but I think one thing I did want to say is I think any governmental money comes with the ideology. And I think governments fund things that reinforce their ideology in different kinds of ways. And the reality is that the American government isn't, the perfect thing. And some of us really disagree with the ideology that they fund. And that even trickles down to the nonprofits they fund, all these sort of arts funding. So I just want to point that out too. Like that's also the other part of the equation. And I mean, sometimes we may agree with the ideology, but it's still an ideology that sort of gets propagated. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think in terms of accountability, let me tell you, it is the hardest thing in the world, in the art world, to actually get people on record about things. I mean, this world is so hard to do that. Like, people will not go on record, everyone has a fear, everyone thinks they're gonna be shunned, or whatever. And I haven't seen that happen a lot, to be quite honest. Even people, that's another perception that we perpetuate, right? Like the idea that if you call out your gallerist for not paying you the money they owe you, somehow no one's gonna work with you. Let me tell you how many times we get tips about oh, this person didn't pay me. I go, that's great, will you go on record? No. I was like, so what do you expect me to do? I was like, what, I'm gonna write some gossip piece about some gallery not paying? But do you know what I mean? So it's like, so where's that gonna start?
That's the artist. The artist has to have the courage to do that.
True, but I also think we put a lot of pressure on artists too. It's like, why isn't now of course we're seeing collectors suing galleries and we're finally getting the opaqueness is sort of appearing as they appear in court documents, and stuff like that. So that's kind of an interesting development in terms of accountability. Well, you know how hard it is to fund, and we've been exploring, how do we fund that? And you know what, I'll tell you, foundations don't want to fund that either. That's actually a reality. They don't want to fund that because that's not as sexy as we think, you know what I mean? And the reality is the networks of funding, they're all connected, so it's like, oh, you're calling out this person, but we gave them money or whatever. You don't know, I'm not gonna sit there and research everybody I write and say, who's funding them? Oh, wait, what? How's this connected to this person that gives us money or whatever? So that is a problem. And we haven't figured out how to solve that problem at all. And I think even anonymous, I don't believe in the sort of anonymous calling out, because at the end of the day, I think if you're going to call someone out like that, you need to you have to be accountable. Exactly.
Wait, don't you think that artists can have the courage to, but I think artists should have the courage to do it. I think that's where it's going to change. And then artists have to stop not taking gigs for free. So we have, I loved hearing that. That was good. To demand that we have to be paid or don't do it. So we also have to police ourselves, and we have to do things ourselves to change our culture. And I'm calling on my fellow artists to do that. So that's the way things are going to change internally, and not be afraid. So I've sued people publicly before, and I sued a corporation for my work, and I remember people telling me, you're going to lose this, you're going to lose that, and I was like, fuck that, I'm not going to lose it, and I didn't. So I think that once you do it, you can do it over and over and over again. Hopefully you don't have to do it over and over again. But the point is that I don't think we need to have that fear within us. I think we have a lot more power than we think. Other questions? Yes, all the way in the back. Can you stand up so we can hear you?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not so much, well, it's a complicated question, but there's a lot of grievances that I know, and I sort of see it as like all relationships, nothing's perfect. So when we have these relationships with governments that give us money and corporations that give us money, inevitably they have the money, because when you look at sort of financial structures, it's grouped within a few institutions. When we have to ask for money from different places, they have their agendas and we have our agendas, and they may not always coincide, but like all relationships, you have to find that happy medium, and you can't just let them run over and get what they want. And the same thing, you have to stand up for yourself and ask for what you need as well. But when I look at other places in the world, and I've kind of been to some other places, even though I was really, really, really unhappy about being in LA for a long time. Once you go to other places and you see the dynamic in other parts of the world, and you're like, oh, thank goodness, we have some things in place. They're completely imperfect, but there are people that care about the environment. There are people that care about arts and culture. There are little pieces in place. And so I'd hate to see everybody just kind of scrap the NEA and scrap nonprofits and scrap all the things, because at the end of the day, I actually think that the combination of all these things and people pushing back to find that balance is a good thing. So not giving up, but kind of pushing forward, because it's kind of like our healthcare system. Boy, is it imperfect, but if we get rid of it entirely and we start at ground zero and not have anything at all, we're in a world of hurt again. So I think it's a better thing to try and push, to try and get more of the things that we need.
Do you want to ask a question?
Huh? Oh yeah, I know. I mean, it's like.
People have other questions or comments? Yeah.
Paul. I have a comment and a question. I just want to comment that there are not-for-profits come in different sizes and shapes. So Lace is a not-for-profit. White College, where I worked at, had 3 staff members. It's a not-for-profit.
Yeah.
And Yale, when I worked there, had 200 staff members. And the Catholic Church is not-for-profit. They also very But my question, since we're in Hollywood, what is this? I think the art industry and the art field is very much broken. We don't take care of each other. We are in a pro bono community where can you write for free? Can you lecture for free? Can you teach for free? Can you show at art institution for free? In Hollywood, somehow they figured out that if you work in the field, if you do one job, you have health insurance for that whole year, right? In a field where their catering budget, if it's a large movie, is larger than some of the mid-sized visual arts not-for-profits, right? So who can be our mentors from the movie industry to talk to the visual arts industry so we can go start inching towards that industry?
I think we're only starting to approach the scale in the art community where we can start talking about that seriously. Right. I think that's an issue. I think we have to remember, I think we often feel like the art world is much bigger than it is. It's actually not that big. And it's like, and I think we're only getting to a scale where that makes sense. Like the other thing is like auctions. Like I would like to fight for the fact that like they should be a little more transparent. We should know who buys and sells. Like just like you do a building, like property or something. But it's eventually, I feel like we're gonna get there as the numbers get bigger and as the industry gets bigger and there are more of us, And I think I'm sure a lot of us remember, but the art world was much smaller, 20 years ago. Much smaller. And it's like, and I don't think we're just seeing the actual numbers to make that make sense, And I think that's one of the things that's changed.
We're too small.
We're getting bigger, but we're still much smaller than the movie industry, music industry, whatever you want to say. We're that big compared to that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think it's also about demand and value. There's demand and value in the movie business. There isn't in the visual arts business. So I think we have to up our game to increase that value. And we also have to get, you probably agree with this, museums to be more open and reach out to those communities so that there is more integration and that I don't know how you're going to do that or how you're doing that at MIT. I know you're working on that. But I think that there are some museums that are closed off and they're not sanctuary museums and they're not opening their doors as wide as they should. We're not as public as we should be, whereas the movie industry is very much for the public, and that's the difference. So I think that we have to be much more integrated.
The movie industry is not that stable either, and it also has a very stretched middle class. And in the art industry, if you want to build walls for exhibitions for a living, you can also get a day job and get health insurance at least some of the time.
Right, but I don't think there's anything such thing as a day job, by the way. I hate that, by the way. I have to correct you on that. Because we're still artists no matter what kind of job we take, so it's not, we're not part-time. But I just want to correct that.
I'm just saying that in terms of what kind of opportunities are supported in the film world, there are also the opportunities to be a piece of some other anointed person's vision, most of the time, with a very, very, very narrow pipeline to who gets to actually set the vision. One of the beautiful things about the visual art world is actually that it's much more democratic who gets to have their vision realized, and part of that's because we work with smaller budgets. I just don't think we should romanticize Hollywood in terms of being some kind of haven for creators.
Yeah, but I think Paul has
it's quite a complicated thing.
Yeah, but we're talking about the art industry where like security guards are not full-time anymore. Do you know what I mean? They're not realizing their vision. You know what I mean? Like how many security guards are full-time with benefits? I mean, when I covered a protest at the Guggenheim, somebody was like, you know, these people are only paying $10 an hour. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, what? The Guggenheim guard is paying $10 an hour? And I asked the Guggenheim, they're like, well, we pay our contractors $24. What they pay for the security guard is, we don't know. And I was like, why are your security guards not full-time? Do you know, like this is, so we're not even talking about the artist. We're talking about like the security guard can't even like make a living wage.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing about this really quickly, which is, I think that we're forgetting maybe that a lot of the artists who wrote for this book are engaging in alternate economies, alternate models. Absolutely. They're not dealing with money. They're actually trying to be change makers, working in communities, using alternate models. And so I think there's not a price tag sometimes on these things. And as a result, there isn't money for those things. So I think there's a really different value system at play, and that's part of the reason why I think that world doesn't translate very well. I do agree. It would be nice if we all got health insurance and had a union. I think Paul brings up a good point. Carolyn.
Go ahead. I just want to take issue with the lack of power for the artist. Statistically, I hear it all the time, there's a lobbying group in Washington, D.C. called the Business Community for the Arts, which downloads a lot of data to the Otis report that comes out annually about the power and the value of the arts. And it is statistically proven that, particularly in Southern California, that the driver for the economy is not the sports, it is museums and it is concert halls. And like, I'm not talking about, necessarily the big, ones downtown. Theater groups, museums, galleries, those are the economic drivers in Southern California. And so I think that we maybe underplay our power. What we don't do is leverage it. And if people, that Otis report that is funded comes out with some amazing data, but I don't think it kind of gets out to the regular people, or we don't really kind of bandy it as loudly as we should, that there's a real power base in the creative community that we don't really embrace and stand up for. I think people underestimate that there's a lot of people, particularly in Southern California. Me in particular, at the Women's March, everybody I saw was an artist in that, coming downtown. There's 750,000 people, I would say, people that were there. Half of the people were in the creative industry, easily, or married to, or parents of. So I think we underestimate the numbers that are there in the power base that we have.
I think we definitely have a power base, but you're correct that we don't leverage it. So these books wouldn't be going off the shelves if artists were doing that, I have to say. So, and every time I go to a venue and talk to an artist, and I'm waiting for it after we conclude today, that artists seek permission all the time. They seek validation. That's not a position of power. So whatever, I understand that report. Minnesota is amazing too. But I'll tell you, in Minnesota,
the #1 funder in the country for the arts, those artists, a lot of them complain that they don't have opportunities because they don't make them themselves. It's a grant culture. So I'm lathering right now. Like I can feel myself, my teeth hurt when you're saying this. Because it's great that you say that, but the reality of the situation is not, to be honest. How many artists do you ever talk to that say the first thing that they say is, I want to leave school, I want to get a gallery, as the source of dependence. And we even step outside of that to think there's other things. So we have a long way to go to change that. So those numbers that you're talking about, great, fantastic. They need to be proven, and there needs to be action so that the power is actually shifted. I think that report is great. I don't believe the nitty-gritty, the day-to-day, actually. I don't believe that from artists that actually they're using their power fully.
No, I agree, and that's why, we're talking about, many times I've worked at UCLA for 14 years, not once was there any kind of a business course.
Yeah, but it's not...
How do you even approach a gallery?
Right.
The fundamentals about
Correct. Right, well, there's no one way to be an artist either, right? There's no one way to conduct themselves, there's many ways. So I want to conclude this, because we have to conclude soon. Thank you. I want to conclude by just getting to that, because I think that the core is back to the individual. We're all individuals, and that's where it counts the most. So I just want to conclude with these 2 essays, just these 2 paragraphs. So Tim, I want you to start, and then George will conclude just a few paragraphs, and then we'll have a reception and book signing, and we can talk further, and you can ask Parag, Courtney, and Edgar more questions. Is that okay with all of you? Great, go for it. You know where to go, right? And speak loudly. Yeah, I think you need the mic. Yeah. Thanks.
And I don't know if anyone doesn't know about the first book, but that it was basically, it was living and sustaining creative life, and that the assignment that we got from Sharon was basically not that it wasn't an advice book, and that it was basically just to talk about how we sustain ourselves, not just artistically, but just how we basically live our lives and keep going. So with that, that's my essay. For me, sustaining a creative life would not be possible, or at least not very interesting, without the support of my partner of over 20 years, now 28. Muse, critic, editor, sounding board, and one-man support system. He always encourages me to soldier on, even when I take off for a month or 2 to recharge at an artist residency program in some remote part of the world. Then, of course, there's the extended network of family and friends who support what I'm doing, whether or not they understand it or not. We spend time together hanging out, preparing meals, hiking in local mountains, taking in a movie, or an occasional concert or performance. Also, a weekly routine of yoga and spinning classes help me keep sane. That no longer is. I now have a dog, and now I'll exercise with the dog.
This was written a long time ago.
5 years old. All these activities, taken as a whole, keep me going and fortify my art practice in subtle but substantial ways. Exploring things that interest me, like natural phenomena, science, music, dance, or traveling to new places near and far, all inspire me and feed my creativity. I'm usually not even conscious of the influence such things have on my work or on my process until after I finish the body of work. It may not be that obvious to viewers, but I see the influences of these interests in the work, and consider my pursuit of them a vital part of my creative life.
Yeah, I think that's really centered and grounded. Thank you. George? George, the cover boy.
Boy.
Yes, sorry. Cover man.
The interrelationships between artists, dealers, collectors, curators, historians, etc. are symbiotic. We're all in it together.
Yes.
At one of my first studio visits, I was given some valuable advice. The dealer suggested that I show my work to other artists. This has proven to be solid. Other artists introduced me to my first dealers, and and also curated my work in the first group shows I was part of in New York and Los Angeles. I've also had the pleasure of introducing other artists I admire to dealers and collectors. I like the challenge of making art, and my primary motivation is curiosity. I really do want to know what something will be like if I make it. The most satisfying aspect of being an artist for me is to spend most of my time working out ideas. From the beginning of mankind, some of us have been artists, and my intention is to contribute to this ongoing and ancient conversation.
I love that. That is a perfect ending to this. So thank you, everybody.
Overflowing creative juices in this room, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say it will be hard a little bit to contain that enthusiasm, I understand that, but we'll do the very best we can. My name's Jeff McDonald. It is indeed my great pleasure, and I have to say real honour, to have been asked by the two ladies, Tan and Ali, to MC this morning and work all the way through to Q&A, which I have to say I'm exceedingly excited about. Because I'd just like to hear the questions that come from the floor. It's probably the first visit, I would say, and maybe Sue can attest to this, probably the first visit from anyone from New York in the highest of esteem in the calibre of arts and culture that we've had visit Toowoomba. It is extra special, extra special. And the fact that you bypassed Melbourne to be here. You fly direct into Brisbane West Well Camp, straight from Melbourne, and return. It's okay, I won't keep you for too long. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a number of people to acknowledge, and I'll do that shortly. But I'd first like to acknowledge country, if I could, ladies and gentlemen, with your indulgence. And it's important that we do this. And I acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we gather today, the Jibal and Jarrawal people, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. For they hold the memories, the traditions, the culture and hopes of Aboriginal Australia, the world's oldest living culture. I acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people continue to live in spiritual and sacred relationships with this country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'd like to acknowledge a number of people, and by no means don't feel left out if I don't mention you, okay? But there is a reasonable amount of people. Can I start, ladies and gentlemen, by acknowledge the Federal Member for Groom, the Honourable Dr. John McVeigh. This could go till 11:30 if we give everyone a round of applause. Maybe if we just keep the applause to just a couple of claps. Just two. Okay, we all agree, just two claps. Those in favour. State Member for Toowoomba South, David Janeski. David. Someone did go three there. And some went none at all. I appreciate it. Less is better on this occasion. Can I acknowledge my fellow councillor colleague, Councillor Nancy Summerfield? Excellent. This is working well, ladies and gentlemen. To our very, very special guest, I alluded to it earlier, very special guest indeed. To Sharon Louden in the front here, Sharon. The artist as culture producer, living and sustaining a creative life. One of the longest titles for a book I've ever heard, but I'm looking forward to hearing more about it, Sharon. From Hyperallergic, ladies and gentlemen, the person who wrote forward in the book, Parag Vartanian. Parag is conspicuous by his yellow Dunlop volleys. Red! My God, red Dunlop volleys. Are wearing their Toowoomba violet pins already.
Yes, thank you for those. Thank you.
Wearing that. Two claps, thank you. This is fantastic. I wish this worked like this at council. That'd be a hell of a lot better, wouldn't it? From Arts Hub in Sydney, ladies and gentlemen, Gina Fairley, who is writing about There's a couple of travelling companions as well, ladies and gentlemen. We have Vincent, who's over here on the camera. That was more than 2 claps there, Sharon. I understand if you have. There's no favouritism in this room. Okay? Let's keep it 2 claps. All right. And also, Vegan, is that right? Oh. Vegan, welcome to you as well. All the way from New York via Sydney and other places, and heading to Brisbane and then to Alice and then to Hobart, as I understand. So you'll be tired by the end of it, Vegan. Okay. As I said, our room is overflowing with creative juices, ladies and gentlemen. And I could acknowledge everyone individually, but I'd like to acknowledge just a couple of people if I could. Jennifer Wright-Summers. Jennifer, lovely to see you here from the Arts Council. 2 claps. Very well done. Good work. Some stuck in 3. I saw you 3 there. I saw that. And Associate Professor Janet McDonald from the University. Lovely to have you here. There are, ladies and gentlemen, we have council representatives here as well. Not only councillors, but we do have a lady who's well known to all of you. She is indeed the Regional Coordinator for Art, Galleries and Cultural Services, and in fact, out of her own pocket, has paid for the hire of the venue through her support for community and regional arts. Sue Lostro. Okay. Not only did we go over the claps, we've gone the woohoos and everything, but it deserves it. So you definitely deserve it indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've worked through that as best I can. Can we now thank the funders of this project, Ford Foundation from USA, and down the lens, thank you, Ford Foundation. There they are.
I'm sure Darren will love that.
National Association of Visual Arts, or as we refer to as NAVA.
NAVA.
Thank you very much indeed, NAVA. There we go. 2 claps. And a very special thank you, and you can extend that applause well and truly over 2 for this if you prefer, to Graham Kelly, an official Ray Gunner. So good on you, well done. But ladies and gentlemen, can we reserve the biggest round of applause to the 2 ladies who I'm sure none of this would have happened without them, to Ali and Tana. There's been a heck of a lot of captains, haven't you? It's exciting. What a wonderful, it's exhausting. Sharon's got a plan in the right arm. She's going to straighten the left arm. It's been absolutely marvellous. Well done. Thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. To officially welcome our visitors from afield, can you please welcome the Honourable Dr. John McVeigh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think in thanking Jeff for that introduction, we should give him 1 clap. Thank you, Councillor McDonald, and I certainly want to thank you, as I said, for that introduction and welcoming us all here today. And like you, I acknowledge our elders. I thank you for that welcome to country. And of course, I acknowledge my representative colleagues, Councillor Nancy Summerfield as well, from the Toowoomba Regional Council, alongside Councillor Jeff McDonald, and David Janetsky, the State Member for Toowoomba South. And I guess it's my short but very pleasant duty and honour to, I guess, officially welcome both Sharon and Parag here, and very much looking forward to your presentation, the launch of this book. Jeff has provided us with some background already, and the number of people that you've attracted here this morning, the number of people you've brought along with you as well. So I won't go back through all of that, but I did just want to make a couple of observations. And it's been an interesting week, I think, here in Toowoomba from a visual arts perspective, from a culture perspective, in terms of the Twilight Tour that we had just the other night here at our Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery, considering that was only a few days ago when we had a tour of some of the works of the late Dr. Irene Amos, an educator, an artist, a mentor, I think for Tan amongst other people. Where's Tan? As I heard the other night. And we had the theme there of the fabric of things unseen at that particular Twilight tour. What did I take from that as one who was fortunate enough to get along and attend and to listen to the presentation from Sue and Sandy? It was really interesting to learn about Irene's interpretation of the whole range of things, and in this case in line with that theme of the fabric of things unseen. For example, a couple of works that were her interpretation of the sound of birds in a rainforest, which I found just fascinating. And we heard about her life story the other night and her contribution to the communities, the art communities, the regional communities in which she lived and worked, Brisbane, here, in Toowoomba, where she's a great contributor, of course, including to our Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery. So it got me thinking about the contribution of people like that to our community, and I think that was an excellent forerunner, if you like, to this discussion today. The artist as culture producer, living and sustaining a creative life. And I think some of the words there include how the sharing and stepping out of the studio into the community and providing education and direction and a whole range of things, which no doubt Sharon and Harag will talk to us about this morning. It makes me think, ladies and gentlemen, as someone together with my colleagues that I've mentioned and others in this region, representing our region in the three levels of government, that particularly at a state and federal level, given that what we do is give local government lots of money and then we get on with the work, is that we have a focus, amongst other things at present, on STEM, science, technology, engineering and maths, and education around those topics, particularly our young people, and encouraging industry development around that. Well, as many of you would know, that terminology has been extended to STEAM, so we're including arts along science, technology, engineering. That is something I think that is very important, and I think that's the sort of theme that I'm hoping I pick up on today as we listen to Sharon and Harag. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, and very much looking forward to hearing from you this morning. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Full head of steam and everything's happening. Right? That's excellent. Isn't that great news?
Yes.
Right? That's in fact, that's breaking news, isn't it?
Yes.
Or not? That's breaking news. Someone said yes. More than 2 claps for John. You see how I'm accommodating? You're going to offer me 1 clap.
You only got 1. That's right.
That's okay. Keep giving us plenty of money too. I'll be checking it. Thank you, Nancy. You'll be following that up as well, which is fantastic. And Sue, you'll be doing the same, won't you? Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time we've all been waiting for. I'm really excited to not only listen to both these amazing people, but also how they're going to launch the book with fanfare. So Sharon has assured me that Harag is definitely in line for that sort of fanfare, and I'm not sure what that means. But ladies and gentlemen, can you please give more than 1 clap, more than 2 clap, give them a shout, give them a cheer. Sharon and Harag.
You're very convincing. I'd go for you too.
Did you get that down the lane?
Do I have to do that? I'm very loud though.
Sharon, I had no idea this was going to be a performance.
That was amazing. Can you hear me?
Ready, Jeff?
Okay, so am I supposed to hold this?
Yes.
It looks good.
It's not too good.
So it's so odd looking. It's very big.
Well, it's being recorded.
Oh, okay, that's it. Okay, so my name is Sharon Louden, although some people have called me Shaza here. I forgot to mention that in Sydney. I should have mentioned that before. But so as these fine gentlemen have said, that we are on this 95 stop book tour. So we're going to actually probably shorten this a bit and run through this presentation a little bit, but we want to give you some background as to why we're here today, and then we're going to talk about some sustainable models of how artists sustain their creative lives. And the reason why we're doing this is we want to share this information that does come out of this book, but Tarn and Alley do this here, and I think that they're a part of this shall I say, movement, although artists have been doing this for a long time, in being able to not only thrive under difficult situations, but create communities and grow and allow other people to thrive too from their creativity. So I'm just going to go through this. Oh, here's the remote. Let me see if I can do this well. Is that working?
Yes.
Yep. So I'm just going to breeze through this really quick. So in 2011, I was approached to write a book, and instead of writing a book, I just said I would like to share stories of how artists sustain a creative life. So my first book was 40 artists just starting a conversation about how they sustain their creative lives today, like who they are as creative individuals. And that book went bananas. I mean, it's crazy. My husband and I edited that book. What we decided to do was we make it a shared project. All of the royalties from both of my books are split with all the contributors. So this has never been about money. It's also, everybody gets their own copyright. In publishing, that does not happen. It's very rare. So I took this as an opportunity to create some new standards. And what happened with this book, it went on a 62-stop book tour. And then in addition to that, it's been sold in 18 countries and it's in its 7th printing. Just happened a couple of weeks ago. So why was this so popular? And that picture right there with me laughing, that's actually one of my contributors. Doesn't he look like he's going to kill me? I love that picture. He does. He's like, I'm going to kill you after this. I love that picture. But we went everywhere, and I think the reason why that book did so well is the general public wanted to really know who an artist is today. And I think also a lot of people who aren't artists want to know how to be creative too. How do they express themselves and their creativity within them? So here are some statistics from that tour. So I said 62 stops, and just gives you, we stayed within the United States for that tour because we started it with just a simple Kickstarter of $6,500 US dollars. And then we went on the road for 18 months. Wow. And it was just me and my husband. And actually, I experienced a house fire in New York City. So my husband and I were in limbo, and we were homeless for 229 days on that tour. So it was actually fantastic, though. We got along really well. People were worried about that. So on that tour, we met about 5,000 people on that tour, a lot of artists. And I learned a lot from a lot of the artists. And the artists that I met, some of them still thought that the way to be an artist was the myth of how Vincent van Gogh lived. Okay, and I think the public still thinks of us artists as Vincent van Gogh, but he died in 1890 and he didn't have a cell phone. You know, really different world, right? So it doesn't apply. Like we don't have paint in our hair. I think we can. I'm not doing this very well right now, but speak in completed sentences. I think we're sort of normal. I don't think we're as eccentric as people think. So this time around, I wanted to do a book that highlighted people not only having a leg in the art world, because a lot of artists said to me, you can't show your work in galleries and museums and then do the other stuff like have bridges to the public and be out into the world and community. I said, hell yes you can. So I wanted to satisfy everybody, but for the most part, the #1 audience for this book is the general public. It was very important to me. So here are some just more statistics. So as I said, all the royalties for my books are shared. That's how much money we've gotten every year. $10.04 the first year. How much that buys? It's like, doesn't even buy, I mean, it buys a really good bourbon, no, an average table bourbon on the rocks, that's all. 26 cents the second year, $15.42, and then this year about $17. but I'm hoping that will increase. But we made this tour fully sustainable this time around, so this tour is 95 stops. So every stop that we're going to, we receive some kind of funding, because I have to create a standard too that artists must be paid, just like anybody else in this world. We are substantive, we are integral in society. Not only do we contribute to, I'm going to talk to you too, not only do we contribute to the economies, definitely creative economies, which is an engine towards the general economy. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
It's absolutely essential. But more than that, I will say, not that you have to be convinced, because you added that A, which is great, into STEAM. When did that happen?
Today.
Today?
That's been developing over the last 18 months.
Really? Did it really happen today?
No. Over the last 18 months or so.
It did, wow. So then you know that not only do the arts contribute to the economy, and artists, we also contribute to the well-being of others. And that is the most important thing above all. Can you imagine if we didn't have movies or anything to look at, or windows of imagination? We would all be at a loss. And also it's a way for business people to think differently. They can think out of the box. Most entrepreneurs are creative. And where do they get that from? And artists are the leaders of those people. In addition, we can bounce back from failure like nobody else can. So we have models that we have within us to thrive. Now, if artists would just believe that too, that would be really helpful. Because sometimes artists don't believe that they have the assets to go forward too. Okay, so in this tour so far, we've had, this was in Baltimore, basically they're town hall forums. I'm hoping this seems like it already is a town hall forum. But basically we give a presentation, and then the second half we have Q&A and answering questions, and then also a big part of the tour is cross-pollination between different people in the audience, but also ourselves and then the artists in the audience, and connections that happen and impact after these events. So that's in Cleveland, Ohio. This is at the Walker, where we work together in Minneapolis. And so what we're going to do today is just talk about some issues that we see, but also some, like I said, some models of sustainability from some people, not necessarily, they're also in the book, but also outside, not in the book too, just working as artists. So you want to start?
Sure. So one of the things I think we kind of created this slide so people kind of get a concept of where we're coming from, and also why this is really important. And just in the United States alone, there are roughly about 900 MFA programs. To kind of give you an idea, for those of you who may not have Masters in Fine Arts, so those are creating a lot of artists and designers and artistic individuals coming out. Of course, there are never enough galleries and museums to sort of contain the ambitions of these people, but that's all right, because artists know how to create opportunities and to sort of create opportunities for themselves and others. So just to kind of give you a sense of how many students are coming out. So these are all about like learning about what other people are doing and sort of observing and watching. Now, of course, the loss of government funding is not something unique to the United States. Of course, that's happening here. But this is the sort of the realities that people are faced. The value of creativity, definitely in terms of even corporations are starting to see the value of what that means to have creative individuals. Because, you know, the quality of life is definitely impacted, particularly in cities and other settlements, by things like the arts. And of course, it attracts a lot of young professionals and other people as well, which is really crucial. And of course, the lack of opportunities. Create your own. That is really, at the end of the day, the thing we need to do.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to focus on 4 different categories. So we're going to focus on artist-centered spaces, critical dialogue, institutions and their role, and strengthening community. And we put these websites up if you want to take some screenshots, so then you can look up these people afterwards if you have your iPhones, and you can take them out, because there's no way that we can both cover these people fully in this short presentation. So 2 people I'll talk about, or 3 people, Sharon Butler and then Billy and Stephen Dufala. And these people are in my second book. I also want to just say something to what Hrag just mentioned about corporations. It's actually one person in my second book, Brett Wallace, was hired by LinkedIn partially. Actually, I should ask him if it's just partially. I think it's entirely because he was an artist. because now he manages 50 people, at least 50 people at LinkedIn to help them start up companies. And that's because he's an artist and has those ways of thinking, but also in corporation, there's design thinking, which I know that has happened a lot here in Australia and also in this region. I think that corporations are becoming much more active. Okay, so Sharon Butler, Two Coats of Paint, she did this blog called Two Coats of Paint because she was stuck in a attic. It sounds like she's, how am I going to say this? She was stuck isolated in an attic in Mystic, Connecticut. She was probably losing her mind. I would, because it's such an isolated community there. But I think she found that she wasn't getting discourse from this small community about painting. So what she did was she decided to create this blog called Two Coats of Paint that just talked about painting. And now it's an award-winning blog. And from that blog, she uses it as a platform for other opportunities. So what she has done, that's her in her studio in Brooklyn, laughing. That's her talking. What she's done is that she has many projects, but one thing is she gives her studio over to somebody who's not from New York. So everybody here could probably apply for her residency. You can look her up, twocoatsofpaint.com, and she's on Twitter too, at @twocoats. And ask her about it, but she gives her studio over for about a week every 3 months to somebody from out of town so they can showcase their work, and then she advertises and publicizes that person on her blog, which is super generous. Isn't that awesome? Mm-hmm. And that creates opportunities, but also opportunities for her to meet different people through that person. So it's cross-pollinating communities. She also created this thing called the $50 Stock Club, where she got a bunch of artists together. She advertised it again on her blog just as an idea, said, hey, do a lot of people want to make money with me? How about if we all get together and invest in stocks together? She got a bunch of artists to do that. Each person gave $50, and apparently they've been making a lot of money. They all chose together what stocks to invest in as a group. And then I think it's coming up to the end of that year, and then she's going to do another cycle, which is great. But she's somebody to really stay in touch with, and she's open and accessible, so I would recommend connecting with her. The other two people, I say person because I think of them as one, they're brothers. Billy and Stephen Dufala started a residency called the Recycled Artist in Residency in Philadelphia. They love working with rubbish or trash or what's normally viewed as that. They love that stuff. They think it's, well, obviously it's free and it's available. So they got together with the Department of Sanitation and said, hey, can we partner with you? Because we can get a lot of this stuff off your back, and maybe we can create some residencies that is with the Department of Sanitation and have some artists at your facility. And they were like, yeah, let's do it. So they actually loved it, and now they have this nonprofit organization. Not only do they have, I forgot to mention this, not only do they have residencies for artists, but they also have musical events because they performed in a band for a long time. They have theater events. They've expanded to the whole arts community. Do you want to talk about sanitation?
Yeah, one of the things about this project that's interesting is this is becoming more of a trend in the US, where cities are actually embracing artists by creating artist in residence opportunities. So New York City, for instance, has an artist in residence since the 1970s in the Department of Sanitation. The Department of Immigration in the city also has an artist in residence. Austin has created one, all these different cities, because they see the fact that a lot of the people in the departments want those artists there. And the artists come up with creative ideas to bring in new voices, to also create like sort of positive, interpretation. Bringing people to the sanitation department obviously is going to be a benefit. So that's something that we're seeing more and more. And of course, artists love being embedded in the community in different kinds of ways.
I mean, anytime I think that you bring artists to a company or to like a Department of Sanitation, it changes the view of that department, which is really good. We're going to talk about critical dialogue. We're talking about two people, Kara Ober, who started also another blog called Be More Art, and Duncan McKenzie from Bad at Sports, which is a podcast program. I love how everybody's got their phones up. That's really good. I love that. Kara saw a need in Baltimore. Has anybody ever been to Baltimore? Oh, you have.
I got out of there fast.
Well, I was just about to launch into how great Baltimore is. Thanks a lot. I love your honesty. I think it's great. So Baltimore, oh, thank you so much. Of course you take care of me like you do your whole community. That's so wonderful. So Kara saw a need in Baltimore. I think the big thing for artists is that we have to get better in focusing on to not only our work, but how it may fill a need or what those needs are from others as a way of communicating to a public and speaking the same language. So Kara did just that. What she did was she saw a need to build up and make known internationally what Baltimore has to offer. She's proud of her city and said, damn it, I gotta get people here and I gotta get people to know what we have to offer. So she created this blog that came about because she actually sought out funding herself. She went to different private foundations, and I know that that's lacking here in this country is philanthropy, which I'm hoping that can be built up forward. I just keep looking at both of you. But I think that we can help you with that too. But I think philanthropy is really important. I mean, I don't know all of the ways in which, but we can at least share some models of how it works in the United States. But she met with some private family foundations and said, would you like to partner to bring up culture in Baltimore? And so what ended up happening was she got funding for this blog, which turned then into podcasts, to events, and then to a print journal. And you can subscribe to Be More Art as well, and to Coats of Paint for free, as well as Bad at Sports. Bad at Sports, funny picture, right? So Duncan on the right-hand side, he's the guy in the back, and Richard on the left. Duncan's in this book. He's hilarious, as you can see there, and his essay is really funny. He's very funny. They're based in Chicago, and they were sort of tired of the fact that they weren't hearing enough of the voices of artists all over the world, outside of their community. So they just started saying, well, why don't we just interview them, record it, and share it with everybody else? They have no funding, zero. They do both work and have full-time employment. I think just because you have a job doesn't make you any less of an artist, because they use their employment towards what they're doing here for Bad at Sports. And you can actually download, I think they have over 120 episodes or something like that. And you can download their episodes and listen to it for free. And they're very funny, and they're like it's like a talk show. And did you say that you were interviewed first by them?
I mean, they really do a great job just reaching out to people. So it's easy to like write or talk to people who are just well known, but they actually do the work, look for people, often give them their first opportunities. And then when people start wondering, okay, who is this person? They listen to this, and all of a sudden they go, okay, this person's normal. We could like talk to them, whatever. And then it leads to other opportunities. So it's their own time that is being put forward so that people can get to know these people that are still emerging.
Yep. You're up.
So the other thing, a lot of the questions we have is about institutions and their role, because increasingly we see that art institutions are trying to sort of adapt and figure out what they're good at, and also how to contain all the new work that's being made. Because artists, of course, are creating things that aren't always for the four white walls of a gallery. And so how does an institution continue to sort of keep up with the pace of creativity? Now, I wanted to talk about two projects. One was Tanya Bruguera, who's a Cuban artist, an international project, which she did with the Queens Museum in the New York area. Now, if you want to go to the next slide. So they did something unique in that they decided to work outside the museum. So what they did was rented a storefront that was for the local immigrant community, particularly the Hispanic community in their area of Queens. And these are women of different, various immigration statuses that come to this place as a community hub that get together and figure out what they need. But this isn't a fishbowl. It's not like you can just show up to this place and just sort of as a reporter and say, I'm going to come and interview. They go, no, if you're going to come to this space, you have to participate. This is not a fishbowl. This is about you being part of a community. Either you're going to be a part of a community or not. So this project lasted for about 5 years under the artist's guidance. And then after 5 years, she was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to move on. And they decided, though, that the museum was going to continue this. So the museum continues to support this space. And only now, I think it's roughly in the 8th year, all of a sudden these women have started feeling a sense of ownership. And particularly with the current political environment, they're sort of using it as a hub to organize, share information, you know, in a way that didn't exist. Economists to talk about the economics of, you know, different industries. They're bringing in people to talk about, you know, music from areas of the world that may not be familiar. They're bringing in people just to do film screenings for filmmakers who may not have access to theaters or other spaces or can't afford that. So this was a really important space that literally impacted thousands of people around the world through their programming. So another strengthening community. I think this is definitely a booming sort of part of the art world in terms of because artists are wanting to get out of the, as Sharon said, their sort of studios and other sort of traditional spaces. So we're going to talk about three different spaces. One by Edgar Arsenault, who's a well-known artist based in Los Angeles, and he was working with the Watts House Project. And that project was first started by Rick Lowe, who's well known for the Houston row houses, which won a MacArthur. He's one of the artists who won a MacArthur quote unquote genius grant years ago. And he works with local real estate in underdeveloped areas and then tries to work with the community to figure out what they need and then bring in artists to create work and work with the communities there. In this case, they worked with Watts, which was a very poor area of South Central Los Angeles, and Edgar grew up in that area. But one of the interesting things about this essay is Edgar also talks about how artists have to navigate the world of nonprofits and understand what it is they're getting out of the different organizations, but also how they interact with the community. In this case, Edgar really loved the fact that they were cooperating and working with the community, but then eventually he also had to admit the fact that nonprofits sometimes, you know, when they sort of run their course, also it's all right for them to end. Not every project has to go on forever, because eventually after 10 years, they felt like the public were becoming clients of the organization, and that wasn't the relationship as an artist that he wanted. And that's one of the beautiful things about artists, is because they really do scrutinize and sort of explore every single little relationship. And they look at that and then they decide when things start and when things end, and who's actually benefiting and how communities work together.
Can I mention something about that? So Edgar has the longest essay in my second book, in this current book, of which we're here for. And he is, just like all the other artists in both of my books, and especially in the second one, big criteria for me in selecting those artists is they had to be generous and give to other artists. He is so generous. In addition to starting this project, or running this project, help with Rick starting this, and going through that experience, he also makes performances, installations, he teaches, he makes drawings and shows those drawings out of a gallery, has this multidisciplinary life as an artist. He's also a parent. He's very, very generous, and he's so warm. He's just loving and warm, and he's a smart individual that loves to give to artists. So I just want to flip back, that's him right there. And if you ever had any questions for him, it might take you a few weeks to hear back from him because he's really busy, but he'll answer you back. And I think that's really good to know, too, for everybody here, that you can reach out to artists outside of your community and you'll hear back from them, especially those who are so generous, like Edgar. Okay.
So another project I wanted to mention was Linda Good Bryan's Project Eats. Now she's a really important figure, if underground figure, in New York, in that she started the Jam, which was the first black commercial contemporary art gallery in New York in the 1970s, which of course also ran its course. But, and of course it was an artist who started that, because before there are the commercial interests, artists are the ones taking the risks and figuring out what communities need. But the project I want to talk about is Project Eats, which she started in 2008, because there's something called food deserts. I don't know in Australia how it quite works, but in places where there's particularly poverty, there's something called food deserts where people don't have access to healthy, abundant food. So she decided she was going to work with some of the housing projects in New York and create these gardens and help guide them to sort of create vegetables and other kinds of produce for their own communities as part of her practice, because she really believes in interacting. And in this case, the Brooklyn Museum, when they were doing a survey of Brooklyn art a few years ago, invited her to actually create a garden like that on the grounds of the museum. And every week they had a green market so that the community would also sort of feel welcomed. And often what happens with institutions is not everyone in the community necessarily feels welcome because they don't quite know the access points. You know, and I loved hearing about the mural program here in the city because, I mean, what a great way to sort of like have people sort of feel welcomed into the arts in a way that has very low threshold. Oh, there's some people here that are involved in that.
Great.
Oh, wonderful.
Who are we clapping for?
Right over here.
Oh, wow.
That's great. Well, in this case, they would actually create this green market so that the community would come out. And it also raised awareness of the fact that there was a lack of fresh produce and other markets within this area. The Brooklyn Museum might be an expensive neighborhood, but if you don't have a lot of money around there, you realize there was a lot of lack of infrastructure. So in some ways, this project also raised awareness of that and the value of that type of thing there. Then Conflict Kitchen, I love this project. It was started mostly by designers and other art people in Pittsburgh. And they decided they were going to create a food stand. And they were only going to serve food from people from countries that the United States was at war with. And of course, the joke being eventually this is going to be a food hall. So this is...
double story.
Yeah, there's never enough room. So what it did was, this was a way that, you know, to sort of take the story away from just the headlines of turmoil and death, and have people sort of feel connected to a culture in a way that we can all relate to, of course, this food. And what it's also done is it's created discussion. So for instance, one time they actually, here you see they did Cuban food, they've done, you know, they've done Iranian food, they did Afghani food. One time they also did Palestinian food. And what happened was a huge controversy emerged. Because people started the discussion going, is the United States at war with the Palestinians? Is Palestine a country? And it was amazing because it created all this discussion, and it actually was a boom for the business. They had record number of people showing up because people were wondering, what does that mean? What is Palestinian food? What is, you know, what's this discussion? And often this was also a way of people to support the project in a way that you already had to, right? Meaning like everyone has to eat. And this is, you know, you can meet your friends there, and it created a really vibrant discussion. As you can see here, socially engaged art. So I think, for instance, they normally had 300 to 400 people a day that would come to eat there. And just during that period, there was like 600-800 people showing up. Because people were really interested, because they sort of expanded their mind. Because often you don't have access to that food other ways, unless you know someone from that culture. So this was a way to create a whole discussion.
Cool. Okay, so before we get to this, I also want to say that I think part of the success or the keys in which that we're talking about as far as what's sustainable and all the success of these projects is that it starts out with just one individual and then expands from the local community, very inspiring, and you can replicate a lot of what these people have done. So on these tours, people have always asked me, can't you just tell us the keys of sustaining creative life? And I say, can't you just read the books? But I'll just give you the cheat sheet because everybody asks me this. And then I want to talk about one more thing before we Q&A. So the key to sustaining creative life, no matter what, the common thread is keep your expenses so low. Like if you can be in a place where you're not spending money on all of the things that run your life. So if you can't afford to live in New York or Sydney or other places that are too expensive, stay here in Toowoomba. Because I hear it's fairly easy to live here. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Persistence. So our artists that I know who thrive in their creative lives, they apply for everything that fits them. What does that mean? It means, for example, if you make realistic figurative paintings, don't apply for something that is for a grant for abstract minimal work. Like that doesn't fit. So obviously be sure to look for things that match what you do and who you are as an artist. And then that means you have to do the research. So I think a lot of artists don't do the research. And what does that mean? It just means even flipping through magazines and paying attention as to what other artists are doing, or what the museums and different university galleries, whomever is showing different artists, what they're doing, and then follow their lead. And then also read Hyperallergic and a whole bunch of blogs that are out there that you can follow how different artists are living their lives, and then follow their lives, like even look at their resumes and take notes from what they've done. Share, cultivate, and create your own community as Tarn and Allie have. What's so great about their program and why I wanted to come here to be with them today is they have the ability to bring in people such as ourselves to be able to lay seeds down here in the community, cross-pollinate and meet different people here, and hopefully create impact from and different relationships, friendships that can develop from them bringing people in. I hope that that will continue. You guys, they need money to bring people in. Okay.
Point over that one.
This guy right here. Oh, I need to start looking at you.
Exactly. These seem to be like Hey, Vanessa, you got to share the pain with this.
Now listen, if the Ford Foundation would not have funded me, we would not be here today, right? So this is an opportunity for us to be able to give to a community, and vice versa. We're going to take these conversations with us out with wherever I go, wherever you go, back to New York. And also, Vince is live tweeting this event. In addition to that, this whole book tour is a case study. So it'll be published after this tour is done, whenever that's going to be, because I think it'll get to 99 stops, but like sometime in the future, like in 2 to 3 years. But then also Raygun and Tuuma stays on this website for the entirety of the whole tour, so that people still take notice of who you are here. So it becomes a big advertising campaign for your city and Raygun. Okay, yeah. There are the benefits. Well, generosity yields generosity, right? I mean, that's really important. I don't work with anybody who isn't generous. Think of the other person first, meaning that I think artists forget sometimes when they're in their studios, they just think about what's right for their work and forget that everything is a collaboration. That the galleries, museum personnel, the nonprofits, whomever that they work with, they also have a vision, and coming together with that vision is how that harmony and magic works. And I just don't believe in rejection, because I think that's too personal. I think you're rejected. I mean, I'd be so sad if your mom yells at you, or or if your boyfriend or girlfriend dumps you. That's a rejection, right? But not if you don't get into something. Maybe there's a different plan for you. The universe has a different plan for you. So I think sometimes artists try to fit a square into a circle, and they can never get there, and they waste so much time doing that, that they waste the opportunity to pay attention to so many other different opportunities that could be right in front of them, or they can make themselves. So, let's see, I forgot what was the next slide. Okay, so I think do you want to add to that though? I always ask you that, and you often say
no. I think we should go straight to the question.
Okay, great. So we would like to ask people if they have some comments and questions for us. You should get everything out of us while we're here, for sure. And this is an active audience. Look, we already have a question.
With your question? Yeah. Perhaps if we stand up and just say where they are and who they're from. Right. No, Jennifer. But she'd like
Could you tell me who you are?
Yeah.
I'm Jennifer. I'm from Arts Council of Wollongong.
Oh!
I've been working on public art projects for 11 years now. I'm grateful that you come here with all this information, because we've tried to do this umbrella thing and it's never really worked with Arts Council. But I've been stimulated so much by all your ideas, and there's little bits of these ideas happening, because we're a refugee-friendly city, and for instance, we have Genevieve Allpass who's doing refugee dinners, but they're very small events, they haven't grown, and I'd love you talk about, how you take that very small group of people, say one passionate person like Genevieve Allpass who's doing these peace dinners, with all the different refugee communities doing that. I don't know how many people know about them, but how do you grow that?
Well, I think sometimes keeping projects small at first until they're sort of working well and is really key, because they have to be tweaked. I feel like sometimes they need to be tweaked. You have to bring in maybe members of the media to maybe start joining the dinners, writing about them, and also you also don't want to overwhelmed. And particularly with a group like refugee communities, they want to feel embraced. And so you're working kind of grassroots. I think it's really important. And then if you want to reproduce it, maybe it's about creating many small dinners at the same time, on the same day, to create a sense of mass. Like one of the types of events, which often highlight communities in different kinds of ways. And I mean, it's essentially, if you get 100 artists opening their studios on the same day, I mean, if someone opened it one day, that wouldn't make an impact. 100 artists is going to create a little bit of a mass, and it's going to create conversation, and people are all going to find something. So maybe in this case, having 4 or 5 different dinners so that people get to choose which one they will attend. And it also creates this, bigger perception of maybe there are all these communities you weren't aware of. And those could create a media story that place elsewhere may be interested in that in a way that maybe one small event wouldn't. So I think sometimes coordinating many small things could be a real blessing. And also, they're much more manageable, of course.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So I just flipped back to the slide of Area 4 or 5, because what we did for that was we purposely had a dinner of 10 tables of 10 people at each dinner, at each table, and then 1 contributor from the book at each table. So there were 9 contributors, including myself, and then the host, which is Stuart Watson, who's just an artist who runs this artist-run space, Area 405, which is not a nonprofit. So it's a fiscally sponsored space. Anyway, what we did, I think you direct the conversation too. So what we did was I had every contributor ask each person at each table, what do you need? Asking the question of what artists need, you'd be very surprised as what people say. And one contributor, Tim Dowd, he said he was able to answer every question. And then in addition to that, artists at that table helped at each person, they were all satisfied in filling their needs. So in answering it and then beyond the dinner. So I think it's how you, at the dinner too, how do you direct the conversation and the content of that dinner that can go beyond that. And then what we did is we all got up on stage, we talked about those needs and talked about the resolution of those needs, resolving those needs. And it was a 5-hour event, the longest of the whole tour, which is incredible. And now I'm still following up with a lot of those artists in creating impact.
And that was a Ford Foundation event.
Ford Foundation event, just like being here.
So getting a Ford.
See Sharon Louden.
That's another story.
Sharon will, yeah. You should tell that story.
I know, I would like to answer some more questions, and then I can tell it at the end.
Okay.
Other questions
Any
that you might
more
have?
questions?
Oh, you must have questions for me.
Surely there is.
I have one.
Yay.
Because I'm a researcher too, just how did you come across the artists to put in the book, and what was the brief to them? Was it write your art, you write your paper about anything, or here's the brief, I want you to stick to the brief, or we're just going to answer the title of the book? How did you choose it? Then did you actually ask 200 artists to provide, and you actually chose the 40, or did you just specifically? There's a whole bunch of questions about how did you bring it together.
First book, I was very relaxed in just getting 40 people together. Most of the people I knew in that book, but I learned from that book because 2 people out of the 40 turned out to be Debbie Downers. I don't really like people who are negative, who say negative things. I mean, I don't care for negativity. I think you can relay truth in a positive way. So I think there's always room for criticism, which is better than apathy. It's information, but how it's delivered is important because that's how it's going to be heard. How is it going to be heard? If it's negative first, and it blocks people out, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in opening the door for further conversation.
Yeah.
So I learned from that because these two people who I actually don't think that they realize that I haven't talked to them really. I've turned the volume down to nothing on them. So they are different. They're different than in the book too, as they were on stage. So it wasn't. I learned from that. So this time I really had to vet better. So I vetted in a lot of different ways. First of all, I did a ton of research. I went from 400 artists to 40. No way, I selected them. I had many conversations with a lot of them. Some of them were email conversations back and forth and not on the phone, but I prefer phone to hear their voice and get a sense of them. Some people were referred to by me by very, very trusted people that I know. So including Grog, but also people like Harry Philbrick introduced me to Billy and Stephen Dufala because they know me very well, enough that they would know the kind of person I'm going to work with.
Yeah.
Half the people in the second book I did not know. In fact, Khaled Safsabi, he and I have had many conversations. He's already met Stephen Lambert before. He's never met Stephen before I got them together here in Australia. He's met him before me. I've never met him. I'm going to see him Monday for the first time in my life. Gina referred me to Khaled and also P.B. Nolden. And so for me, and then because she knows me 19 years, that she knows who I would get on with, essentially. But they had to be very good people. They had to be nice people, they had to be generous, they had to give to other artists, they had to be able to be transparent, they can't be intimidated, they're fearless, they're humble, they're loving, and a lot of them are under the radar, which was very important to me. My third book, to answer your question, is Last Artist Standing, Artist Over 50, Last Artist Standing, mostly women, 2/3 are women. Now that book, I did an open call for 2 slots of the book. 350 people applied, I got 1. So, but I have mostly all the rest, so I'm pretty sure I do. 1/3 men, that was very easy to get. In fact, the other 2/3 are difficult because women never want to say their age, which I think is ridiculous. So I like women who are strong, who go forward through generations, who are powerful. We spoke about this. And so I think that I did that open call for that reason, to be able to share the opportunities, but not for the second book.
Can I just add
Yeah,
something?
sorry.
Thank you for that.
Just something to add, because I think there is a topic that comes out a lot, and one of the things that Sharon talks about, generosity and sort of like being open. You know, often people always say, how can I help other artists? And you know, sometimes the way to help another artist is to get out of the way, as opposed to being the one blocking what they're doing. So it's like often we don't realize that it's like, you know, and there's like a saying, and I'm gonna hurl another saying you've probably never heard me say. But you know, it's like, you know, the poet next door, the artist next door is nobody, but the artist in history is someone. And it's just like sometimes acknowledging that the artist living next door is someone too. You know, and sort of just like understanding that and just sort of trying to support whatever is there do. And you don't have to agree with everything. It's just don't be the person, you know, sort of saying, no, you can't do that. And I'll tell you, when we started Hyperallergic, everyone told us we couldn't do it. They were like, you can't create a platform that also pays contributors and makes money and da, da, da. Everyone said that. And you know what? And we just sort of ignored it. And then we did it. So artists are the exact same.
Yeah.
First of all, you should put that in your essay.
I can't reveal all my secrets.
Right into the book. Right.
You know, has everybody met Viken? He's the publisher of Hyperallergic. He made that happen. So I think that's really important. Okay, can we, yes.
We touched a little bit just at the beginning when we were sitting down about how important it is that we see as artists our day job, or however.
I don't believe in that term, by the way.
Sorry?
I don't believe in that term. Sorry.
Day job?
Day job. Sorry, I cut you off.
Okay, so whatever we do in our world.
Thank you. I just cringe right now.
Feeds our practice, and how important it is to see the value in whatever we're doing.
I love that you said before, the reason why I cut that off is that a lot of nonprofit organizations stay to that vernacular. And I think day job or teaching artists.
They use that term.
It's-
I don't have a day job.
I don't know what that means. I don't even know what day job means. I think to say day job says that an artist lives a part-time life, but whereas we choose where we want to work, and doesn't mean that we're any less of an artist. So I had to be, that's a big trigger for me, because I worked for the NEA last year, and I worked for Creative Capital and the Joe Mitchell Foundation. I partner with a lot of nonprofits, and I'm always pushing them back to change the vernacular, because language is really important.
Yes.
So when you change the vernacular, it then becomes artists are more inclusive, that we live a holistic life. We get to choose what we want to do. But back to your question, I don't think, and I think Parag believes the same, that there are any divisions in the art world, nor do I feel that the power structure, I think, is overrated. Like, we have a lot of power as artists. We don't have any less power than, let's say, a museum professional, nonprofit person, a critic, a writer, etc. We have our own power too, but we have a power as citizens, as active citizens, that we have very big voices to contribute. We could do a lot to grow our mission further by being more active citizens. But I do believe in whatever you choose and however you live your life, you're still an artist by how you produce. Like, I don't make work a lot in my studio. I make work on the run a lot. Does that make me any less of an artist? I want to get away from the Vincent van Gogh idea of who an artist is today. I don't even believe that exists anymore. I mean, he's been dead for a long time. So is Leonardo da Vinci. I mean, all these artists are dead. These white men are dead. Sorry, dude. Sorry about that. The classic white artist. You know, so like there's a lot of art history too has to be changed in the way art history has to be changed in the way that what's being shared too, and we have a lot to say about that. So I think that all of these things are important to show what the value of creativity is, but who we are as artists today.
Yeah. Question in the back.
You were saying earlier that the model in America is the philanthropy model.
Well, no, I would say that's not the model.
Oh no, not the model, but it is more accessible than it is in Australia.
As far as I know, I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
No, well, it's very different here. But in your time here, what have you seen as the most powerful contribution? You know, between, is it business to artist? Is it community to artist? Is it artist to artist? Like, what is generating an income? You know, what is moving the dollar in an Australian market?
That's a great question.
Well, I mean, I think with some of the models we've been seeing in Sydney, there was Carriage Works, which was a huge, you know, where they do a lot of exhibitions, but they also are open, now they're opening a Cinematheque, they have a great cafe, restaurant. They're understanding that often art spaces can't just be one thing. They have to do a farmer's market. They also, you know, rent out the space for various things. So they understand that they have this beautiful, gorgeous space. If you haven't been there, I mean, we were there the other day. I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, you know, what they call world-class, like, definite venue. But they also understand that art is one part of a much bigger conversation, you know, and if you could be the hub for that conversation, then everyone is going to benefit.
The sad part about this trip for me is I haven't had enough time. So I learned from that. I mean, the last time I was here 9 years ago, I had 3 weeks, and I should have stuck to that plan. But I'm going to come back for sure. I always say that I always leave something here that I have to take back with me. So I have to come back again. But Brianna at Nava, and then also Gina and many other people that Gina has pointed me to have given me a lot of research in the last year about what your country has been doing in regard to the arts. I understand about Front Yard, and then other artist-run places like Raygun are coming up more and more. But I do think that when those that funding happened, there was a big lull and depression. I believe that was, somebody had mentioned that to me, and that artists are finally coming out of that and changing how they see things and how they operate in society here. I haven't talked to anybody in philanthropy here, although we did before we came here. But I know that it's much smaller in the US. I think to generate philanthropy here, artists really have to be leaders in exposing themselves more outside of the norms, like outside of the gallery system, and to be able to create projects, to create followings, to create individual support, to cultivate a bigger community of people who may not have been interested or understood what artists have done. I think a big part of just worldwide, the problem is that artists have stayed in white walls, like the gallery system, and isolated themselves, and yet they complain they don't have a lot of integration, but we haven't. We've been sticking ourselves in isolation. So how can we expect to have any integration, right? So it has to come both ways. It has to be that we have to get out more, right? Out into the public realm more, and then to be able to inform a public as far as what our assets are to contribute into the public realm.
Can I just add one more thing? And I think maybe getting a little away from the, I think artists have this very, I think, false notion that any kind of money that comes to them is just charity. You know, and I think when I say that is because when we created our publication, one of the things that people are like, well, wouldn't people just support you? And it's like, no, people support you when there is a benefit. And I don't necessarily mean there has to be a one-by-one, but they don't just sort of give money to something blindly because they don't, you know, they think that artists need to be supported. You have to, so often artists have to be very critical that you have to figure out what your project is and how you can get it supported. And sometimes the right fit is maybe a corporation approaching them. Sometimes it's the community and they would support it because it's a project that might benefit them locally. You know, and so thinking that way critically and not just feeling like there's one solution for funding and one solution for making something possible.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Anyone got some
I just
questions?
to touch on that about the money side of it. My accountant, when I just get my tax done, he always says to me, because you love what you do, you don't charge enough or you're not claiming enough. You're doing all of this honestly, but don't underestimate what you do just because you love it.
That's right.
That's right.
So, and I thought, he has to, he reminds me every time.
I mean, I love working with professionals. You know what I mean? It just changes when people have the resources they need to make their visions possible. And I think people often don't ask for the resources, and then you wonder why you can't achieve what you're going to do. At least be honest with yourself. What is the ideal resources? You can decide later whether that you can do it regardless. That's your decision. But be honest from the beginning so that you know. So, and then when you're negotiating with someone, figure out what you need and just tell them. If they can't offer it to you, then you can make that decision. But don't feel like you're just going to get whatever scraps they're going to give you. Because you are a professional, you have something to contribute to the world.
And also, I think it's important to not limit your definition of resource to financial. We need to use our creative skills to think about what potential resources are as well.
I think social capital.
Oh, we're not repeating the questions. I think for the recording we forgot to do that. So do you mind repeating that?
I think social capital is really important. So I think social capital. So the question was not to, or the comment was not to forget that it's not just financial. Social capital is really important and valuable too. But also, I just want to mention Wage. If anyone wants to write this down, it's wageforwork.com. It's an organization, a nonprofit organization, wageforwork.com, that's based out of New York, that was started by artists. They create fee calculators for artists. They have a fee calculator for artists to look at as a gauge to ask for how much that they should charge for an event, let's say, or
Australia.
Oh no, I totally remember that, yeah. Didn't they just start that? They just started that? Or had it 20 years, right?
Well, one of the things about Wage that they discovered, I think, and this is one of the important of things like NAVA are, is they do the research, and research is important. And what Wage discovered that is kind of counterintuitive, but ended up they were able to prove with the research, is the wealthier an organization is, the less artist fees they pay.
And that's very true.
It's actually, so really it's the small organizations that are the real lifeblood for artists that are emerging. And you'd think that wouldn't be the case, but it is, because those large organizations almost may want you to feel like you're lucky just to be in their presence.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's not true. They're lucky that you're there.
Yeah.
You know, so just if we all sort of band together, that can change too.
Yeah, if you hear that, call me. Because this is a case study, there are people who have said no to me on this, which is fine if this is not their cup of tea. There's only been 3 organizations, but one of them said, we never pay artists. I said, really? I can't wait to share that with many people. So that will definitely happen. I told them that. I mean, to me also, I'm not afraid of making things public. And I think a lot of artists are. We're always afraid of if something goes wrong, or we're not being paid, that if we expose that, then we're going to be hurt. But in my lifetime, I've sued a university and I've sued a corporation. I won both of them. And so in my life, I'm not afraid of that, even though my mother told me, it's going to hurt you, it's going to hurt your reputation. I didn't have a reputation, but it didn't hurt me at all. So I think that if artists start policing and getting things out rather than, because if you don't say anything, it just stays normal and people get away with things. And you have to be able to share things and share things with the press. Share things with the press. Because I think that, and if you can be open about it and not be anonymous, that's the best case scenario. Yes.
Very good. We've got a couple of questions.
Oh yes, just adding on to what you said, that NAVA's just been running a campaign called Fair Pay for Artists.
Right, that's what I was getting mixed up with. Sure. That's also NAVA.
Yeah, and through that campaign we've been having meetings around Australia, meeting with gallery organisations, artists.
Right.
And one that we just had in Brisbane a couple of weeks ago was really surprising, that came out that the artists that attended, I mean, it's not representative, it was just a couple of artists that said, wow, I didn't even really consider, you know, the right for myself to get paid, award wage.
It's really sad, isn't it?
Just that lack of recognition of their own value of their actual time.
Right.
And also approach that issue of when you come to a conflict, you need to mediate a conflict with an institution or a gallery. A kind of lack of understanding or resources of how to mediate, and being scared, basically not having that support because they're scared to risk themselves to mediate a conflict about payment. So I think that's what NAVA's doing as well, is collecting those resources and support for ways to mediate around those conflicts, and also just the basic acknowledgement of your right to be paid as well.
That's good.
And Arts Law is another organisation that can help an artist if they do find themselves in that conflict where an institution or a corporation hasn't paid them and valued them accordingly.
Arts Law.
One more question?
Yeah, well, there's 2 actually. Can we finish with the last 2?
Hi. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the presentation. I just wanted to say that I really value the point that you've made about the fact that as artists we offer a lot and we have a lot of skills and a lot of knowledge that we can share. So a beautiful starting point of asking people, what are your needs and how might I be able to respond to that creatively? I think that's really beautiful and something that we should all realise that we have so much to give. Looking for. So.
Well, thank you and I'll say how I figured that out. This man named Ben Casnocha, who was the personal assistant of Reid Hoffman, who's the CEO of LinkedIn. I don't know why I'm bringing LinkedIn up. I don't work for them. But anyway, Brett Wallace is in this book who works for LinkedIn. But anyway, it just happened to be, and he was the personal assistant of Reid Hoffman. And what he noticed was that so many people contacting Reid always just ask, and this is in business. This is not in the art world. He said so many people were asking Reid for his time, for opportunities, for money. But the very few people, so small, asking and then coming back and saying, what may I do for you? Those were the people that Reid contacted, not the others. Because it creates a conversation. That's what it is. And oftentimes artists just go, me, 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 me. I've also learned that if you ask for money, you get advice. If you ask for advice, you get money. So I think that's really...
Write that down.
I'm tweeting that out.
That works for me all the time. But anyway, I just think that's thank you for saying that, because I think also as leaders in society, we can be leading as just naturally good people. And we forget that the best thing is to be a good person.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, David, did you have a
Sure.
Yes, I'm.
So are you going to promise us money for that?
Let's just put the Twitter addresses back up. People are asking for the
Go ahead.
Twitter.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can always tweet us. Whoops. Other way. Sorry. No, I'll start out with.
Yeah, go to the end.
Yep. Look, we're going through all the.
There we are.
All right, what were you saying?
This question really is not, yes, I am a politician, but I'm going to ask this, and she's gone now, so I can actually ask this. She wouldn't let me ask it when
Who's she?
my wife was here. I've spent 2 decades married to a performing artist.
Oh.
And so she, Miranda, my wife.
What's her name?
Mel.
Mel.
So we spent a number of years in London, and so she's an opera singer.
Oh.
When, and I know performing arts are a bit different to visual arts, but
No, but there's a lot in common.
just goes to that question of value.
Yes.
In the UK, she would sing, Mel would sing, she would be paid. Just picking up on that comment you made about sometimes the bigger the institution, the less likely they are to pay. I don't know how many times in Australia she got told, Mel got told, you do this for the experience, or this will be great for your CV. Continue to build communities. It's not a question of funding and forget I'm a politician, but how do we build communities where the arts are valued, and the projects up there are fantastic projects, but how do we continue to build that culture of valuing artists more? And it's probably a bigger question, the whole book's about that, I guess, but naming and shaming institutions that pay poorly or don't pay at all, I don't know whether that's a solution, or how do we change that culture?
Okay, I'll tell you how we shamed the British Museum. So the British Museum, we found a listing they were actually advertising for an internship that essentially was the job to upkeep their website. Real story. This is an institution with a $100 million budget that literally wanted an intern to keep up their website. We brought it up. Let me tell you, within 24 hours, the British Museum said they will not do that anymore. And that's just an example. Sometimes it's just pointing it out. Because institutions are diverse. Let's not think of them as monoliths. It's not like one person, like everyone speaks with the same voice. Within institutions, there are discussions. Sometimes people lose out in those discussions, the people who want to do the right thing. So if you can empower them, they are going to have a bigger voice in those meetings. So you say, oh, well, I told you we should be paying our interns. I told you we should pay our performers. If the community starts thinking that's inappropriate, that's going to change. And I think that's a huge power that all of us in this room have.
But I also think it's about, just on the artist side, and for your wife, Mel, I would have said to her, and I would love to talk to her more, because I know some performing artists, and I'm going to start I'm about to sign a contract to be a series editor for Living, Seeing a Creative Life, poetry, dance, theater, music, and I've done some research towards that as well. There's a lot of common traits of all creative people, and this happens in all sectors, I think. Some sectors more than others. But anyway, I was going to say that I think it's also having her in some way state that value other than just the performance itself. Like, I think oftentimes visual artists are not understood as to the many values that they have. So I don't know if it means then that she doesn't then perform there, but then she performs somewhere out in the public that's not a traditional venue, that's further into community, so that value can increase. I think oftentimes the public doesn't know what our value is, or isn't reminded of that. So I think that it's actually a great opportunity that she didn't work with those big institutions, because then if we get into these more rural or smaller communities to build up the fact that the arts are important, like they are in Toowoomba, that there will be more funding, hopefully, and there will, now talking as a politician, as more funding and more accessibility. If it's further into education, I'm glad that the A was added, because it's just not about painting and drawing and singing. It's much bigger than that. It's about how the brain works, how it expands, and you know this because you're married to Mel. So I think that it's an opportunity for her to go elsewhere and create something else that would further the conversation.
Do you want to mention barter?
Say again?
Barter.
Yeah, like, the economy, the barter economy too. Like, to be able not necessarily to get money from somebody, that's great. You can get it, maybe trade with somebody to have an opportunity.
It's like
there's a lot of, also the self-funding too.
Yeah, well, it's also like, let's say if an institution doesn't pay you, maybe you guarantee that, for instance, they use their email list to promote something you're doing.
Right, back to the institution.
So this way you can negotiate with them. Maybe they allow you to use a room for something you need for a rehearsal or something.
That's right.
So that way it's like, sometimes they have resources that aren't just monetary that you can take advantage of, and they would be happy to provide for you. So sometimes it's just having that conversation might be the way instead of worrying about money.
I forgot about that. I do think, thank you for mentioning that. I do think it's, if Mel had a set of needs and assets from the institution to go back to her and vice versa to create something bigger than just being paid. Okay, and I know we're running out of time, so thank you.
But it's been very good. Everyone enjoyed that?
Oh, yeah.
So this is the official law.
Yes, we brought them from New York City, so
official law.
it's not on bookshelves here actually. And so I would say if you'd like, if you'd like to, we'll sign them. So I just want to get these essays out to change the culture. That's why we did it.
And how much?
I don't know. This is that.
$75.
$75, including signs.
Everything, yeah. So I have credit cards, chip.
And then we are selling the first book as well. So thank you.
No, I really appreciate it. It's been enlightening. It really has. I'm just ashamed. Grace has just left the building, as I was going to say, that perhaps she may well have been an artist that could be in that she will.
It seems like it, yeah.
She'll be back soon, but
Thank you. I'd like to talk to her.
As far as changing culture for our city, I think you'll all agree that we wouldn't have some of the developments we've got now as far as Walton stores, which I hope you get to have a look at. Bell Street Mall, for instance, over the next, today and yesterday, we've had an installation of various things, and Jennifer was down there last night. I ran into her, we're trying to hula hoop actually last night. We can do that this afternoon, 4 o'clock, there's a trial. So we are doing those sorts of things, but I'm really interested to have a further chat with you around the embedding someone with arts within a council that can provide that different
Oh,
thing.
absolutely. That's very important what you just said.
Calm down, calm down. Because what I picked, creative people are underutilised. Engineering problems can be solved by creative people thinking differently. We've had for many years, and I hope to say, a car parking issue in Toowoomba, in the CBD. And I would love to think that creative minds could get together and actually think of different ways that you could do that. Now we've got 2,500 car parks across here. It's not as pressing at the moment, but they're the sort of engineering issues. Here's Grace now. I've just nominated you for the next book. Grace, you're in the next book. Okay. But no, seriously, Grace is, and shame you're not here on the 20th of May actually, because that's when First Gate Festival will be, but now that we'll link up, you'll be able to see some footage and what have you, which would be great. That's not downplaying all the other creative people in this room and those that couldn't be here today. We are, I think, a creative city and a creative region. And it's largely because of the wonderful people we have in this room and those that contribute outside. But it's even better now because we're now on the stage of New York. Thank you to Sharon.
Yeah, thank you. We'll give you this recording too, for sure. You'll have this recording, so the people who couldn't see it, we better see it. But what you said was really important because if artists were on community boards, if they also ran for office, if they were more active citizens, things would definitely change. Artists, that was great. That's an invitation from you. Awesome.
Extra special. There's some beautiful food awaiting for us in the room, unless Elizabeth and Charlotte have eaten it all. David's two daughters, they were out there. I saw them nibbling away. But also, can I particularly thank Etiquette 24/7, and also Andrew from Salt Studios, who's been doing the photographic for us today. Just to conclude, can I invite Vincent and Vegan to come forward as we present officially a Toowoomba Violet pin.
Nice
Director of the Shelley and Donald Rubin Foundation. On behalf of the foundation on the 8th floor, we're thrilled to have you here in conversation with Sharon Louden, Morishan Aliari, Jean Shin, and Shanique Smith. And somehow I managed to put them in the right order in my notes. Nice. So this is on the occasion of the launch of Sharon Loudon's new book, The Artist as Culture Producer. The structure of tonight's conversation will loosely center on questions of cultural representation as they relate to artistic production, community building, and the artist's role in society, reflecting on issues raised by a current exhibition, The Intersectional Self. Am I echoing a lot? No? It's just where I'm standing. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll stand right here. So before introducing Sharon, I want to give context for a few things. The exhibition, the 8th floor, the Rubin Foundation, in case you're here for the first time. And I'm really excited that this is an artist-centered conversation. I see a lot of artists here who, it's rare that we're all together, so thank you for being here. So the Intersectional Self is part of a series of shows organized by the Shelley and Donald Rubin Foundation on themes that relate to social justice, because the foundation is committed to supporting art and social justice through grant-making, exhibitions, public programs like tonight's event, and special projects. So the exhibition that we're sitting within, in this very room, we're amongst Adrian Piper, Andrea Bowers, Martha Wilson. This exhibition examines feminism and gender at a moment when trans identity is becoming more and more common, but also continuing to evolve and change our understanding of the gender binary. It's no longer binary. So while intersectionality is often defined by the impact of oppressive identity politics, in other words, it's often defined by othering, by situations in which people are othered, the exhibition offers a perspective on multiple ways gender can be recast according to our own mode of identification as a way of connecting us through the nuanced aspects of who we are. More broadly, the foundation mission is centered on the idea that art can and should be a cornerstone of cohesive, resilient communities. That's really from a mission statement, right? And greater participation in civic life. In our mission to make art available to the broader public, in particular to underserved communities, the foundation provides support to and facilitates partnerships between cultural organizations and advocates of social justice across the public and private sectors. So then there's our grant making. In that aspect of what we do, we support New York City-based organizations engaged with cultural work that's public-facing. What is that? Public art, arts education, artistic activism, and art in the context of community and service centers in ways that expand cultural access. So for those of you who have ties to nonprofit organizations in the city, we're in the second month of an open call that closes on September 15th. So it's an open call for requests for support for 2018. If you're interested in how that works or seeing who we've supported most recently, you can visit our website, www.sdrubin.org. I also want to quickly mention that our next exhibition, which opens on June 15th, is called Voice Equals Survival. It's curated by Claudia Maria Carrera and Adrian Geraldo Saldana for Visual Aids. Visual Aids is one of our current grantees. Voice Equals Survival examines voice as a medium and metaphor used by artists and activists confronting oppression amid the ongoing AIDS, HIV crisis and epidemic. The exhibition will feature work by many more artists than I'm going to name, but it includes ACT UP, Jordan Arsenault and Poster Virus, Chloe Zubilo, Grand Fury, Andrea Geyer and Sharon Hayes, Shan Kelly, Donald Moffat, Rosa von Praunheim, and David Wojnarowicz, among others. So that's June 15th. And now I'm going to introduce Sharon. I feel like she doesn't need an introduction, right? But I'm still going to do it. Okay, I did reduce it a little bit.
No.
So put your hand up when you've had enough, Sharon.
Yes, no, that's it.
Sharon Louden, I am going to read a little bit about you. She's an artist, educator, advocate for artists, our favorite kind, and editor of Living and Sustaining a Creative Life, series of books including The Artist as Culture Producer, which is why we're here tonight. Loudon's work has been exhibited at numerous venues, including the Aldridge Contemporary Art Museum, the Drawing Center, Birmingham Museum of Art, Weatherspoon Art Museum, and the Kemper Museum of Contemporary Art. Her work is in major public and private collections, including the Whitney Museum of American Art, National Gallery of Art, Newburgh Museum of Art, Arkansas Art Center, Yale University Art Gallery, and the Museum of Fine Arts. As an extension of her work in her studio, Louden is a senior critic at the New York Academy of Art in New York City, where she organizes a popular lecture series interviewing luminaries and exceptional individuals in the art world and from afar. So I think a lot of you know her work that way. She's also a consultant for the Joe Mitchell Foundation, Creative Capital Foundation, and her first book, Living and Sustaining a Creative Life, is now in its 7th printing. So I'm going to skip a few things. Her second book, The Artist is Culture Producer, launched on March 2nd. But you can find out more just www.livesustain.org. So welcome, Sharon, and welcome to the panel of esteemed artists. Sharon's going to introduce them, and then we're going to take a exposure.
So I just want to thank Sarah and William for having us, and Zach also for his great help. And what I'm going to do is am I too loud, Zach? Because I'm loud, so I don't need a microphone really. But this is being recorded, so I'm use microphones. I'm going to introduce these 3 exceptional women who I respect tremendously, and then I'm just going to talk a little bit about the reason why we're here today, a little bit, and the context of this. And then Sarah's going to start. We're going to start asking some questions. We're going to do a little moderated warm-up conversation, and then we're going to leave it to all of you to ask some questions and engage in some dialogue. So I'm going to first start all the way to my left. Next to Sarah is Shanique Smith. Shanique was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and she has had over 20 solo exhibitions. Her artwork has been collected and exhibited by the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, Brooklyn Museum of Art, Denver Art Museum, LACMA in Los Angeles, MoCA North Miami, the Whitney Museum of American Art, and many, many others. In addition to exhibiting internationally, she's produced several monumental public art commissions for the New York Metro Arts and Transit, the Rose Kennedy Greenway in Boston, and the Mural Arts in Philadelphia, right? And she's doing current projects for Los Angeles Metro Authority and Chicago Transit Authority to be completed in 2018. The other thing is I was just saying this to Shanique, I just saw her work in Los Angeles, being on this tour that I'm going to talk about, in this power show, which was amazing. So if anyone gets to Los Angeles, I think it's one of the best exhibitions I've ever seen. It was phenomenal, so congratulations. She's also included in that. Awards from the Anonymous Sosa Women Foundation, the Tiffany Foundation, the Joe Mitchell Foundation, and she was presented in 2012 with the Alumni Medal of Honor from Maryland Institute College of Art, where she earned her BFA and her MFA in Baltimore. Okay, is that okay? Okay, great. Okay, so are we all going to raise our hand? I'm editing through these, so. Okay, so to her right is Jean Shin, and Jean is a powerhouse. She is, that is not part of her bio, but wow, I just feel her all the time. She's so generous. These 3 women are very generous, so they would never be sitting next to me. She's recognized for her site-specific installations that transform everyday objects into elegant expressions of identity and community engagement. Her work has been widely exhibited in places such as Museum of Modern Art in New York, Fabric Workshop in Philadelphia, Smithsonian, Washington, D.C., Scottsdale Museum in Arizona, and the Crow Collection in Dallas. She's accomplished many things in the public art realm, including the 2nd Avenue subway, the 63rd Street station. Is everybody familiar with that? Amazing. Yeah. She just completed that. When was that completed?
2016.
Wow, amazing. She's received numerous awards, including the two NIFA fellowships and Korea Arts Foundation of America Award, Paul Krasner Grant, Asian Cultural Council, and also Tiffany Foundation. And both of them went to Skowhegan as well. I forgot to mention that. Jean was born in Seoul, Korea, and raised here, and she received her BFA and MS from Pratt Institute, where she also teaches. Interesting. Morsin Alahari is sitting next to me to my left. She's an artist, activist, educator, and occasional curator. Interesting, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, you did, you obviously from the essay. They're all in my book. She was born and raised in Iran and moved to the United States in 2007. She thinks about technology as a philosophical tool set to reflect on objects and as poetic means to document our personal collective lives and struggles in the 21st century. Her work has been part of numerous exhibitions and many publications of future work, including the New York Times, Huffington Post, Hyperallergic, NPR, Rhizome, Vice, and Al Jazeera. She's currently an artist residence in IBEAM, IBEAM's one-year research residency, which is fantastic. And then what was the solo exhibition you had where I saw your work? In Brooklyn.
At Transparency, right?
Yes, so she just had a solo exhibition there. Okay, so thank you all for being here, and thank you, Sarah. So I'm just going to quickly just give you an overview of why I came to Sarah with this idea of coming here, and I'm so grateful because I've been following Sarah for a long time. I brought her to the New York Academy of Art because I think she's a thought leader and very important for artists. And for me, I feel like a book is a platform for conversation. So in 2011, I was approached to write a book, and I can't write very well, so I can't even write an artist statement. So it's horrible struggle. So I told my publisher, I don't really want to write a book. And she said, what would you want to do? And I said, you know, I'm frustrated because I don't believe that artists share enough and make their own opportunities. So I would like to have a book that has 40 artists who can at least start a conversation about how to sustain a creative life. And so that book then went to 18 countries, 62 stops on a book tour, and as Sarah said, it's in the 7th printing, which is remarkable. And I have to introduce two people in the audience who were in that first book. Eric Hansen. Will you sign books for this? And Austin Thomas, who's in both of these books. So my publisher in the middle of the tour said, I think you should do a second book. Of course they're going to ask me that question to do a second book, ask me to do that. And so I said, okay, great, I want to do a second book. What I found in that first book was that the public still doesn't know who we are as artists and how we give to the general economy, and then also the assets that we just give to society and contribute to the well-being of others. And so I really had trouble with the idea of, I'm unsettled with the fact that they still don't know this. And then artists, on the other hand, still believe in very traditional ways of sustaining a creative life. And I think that that also conversation needs to be broader. So my first book, I felt that it should be sustainable in some measure. So the first book, all of my books, the royalties are split with all of the contributors equally. But the checks are very small. Our first check was $10.04, and then they don't get much higher than This, Eric, you're gonna get a check in Austin for $18.04. We just got our check this year. But that's not the point. In publishing, that doesn't happen. Anthologies, people are never paid. So I want to change that trajectory of publishing and how that can happen. Also, all of the artists get their own copyright for their essays, so they're published authors. In this book, I wanted this tour to be 100% sustainable. So at every stop, every artist is paid to talk. It's very important. Except for, so we're going to have 99 stops, it looks like, on this tour. This is the 34th stop on this tour. So, I think I'm really tired already, but I think what's happening is that we've raised over $190,000 for this tour to pay artists and bring them all over the world. We were just in Australia, and the idea is to have cross-pollination between the artists that we bring forward and the audience, but also to have a documented conversation about what artists need. And then also to give back to every venue. This is being recorded. This will be part of a case study that will be published after the tour is has concluded. I spoke with the NEA about that last year when I worked with them on a big report, and I'm not sure if it's going to be able to be published with them based on what's happening in this culture, but I do want them or another foundation. The Ford Foundation gave me a very generous grant to go to marginalized communities. I'll probably go back to them too and ask them to disseminate this information worldwide. So I think the only other thing I would say is that every venue for me, part of the story is too that it's under the big umbrella of context, so that every venue that is on my website stays on that website for 2 years and then advertised as a movement, because basically it has become that, because at every stop I have outcome, which has been amazing. Artists are doing things from conversations with other artists, and then they stay in touch with those artists, and then they stay in touch with contributors as well, and becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's what's really important to me. So this recording will be given to the Rubin Foundation, and they can do whatever they want with that, and it will be unedited, and then, like I said, it will be published. So thank you for having me. That's the short answer, and it was very lengthy. And we have books here for sale, so which will also go back to the Rubin Foundation. Oh, thank you. Or contributors, thank you.
Thank you. Do I ask a question now?
Yes.
Sorry, the discussion is starting. So, just to, like, if you're talking about context, you must have, Sharon, a very, like a massive network of artists that you're involved with. And so you have 40 artists in this current book. How did you decide who to work with? How did you go about that?
So thank you for that question. For this book, it went from, my vetting went from 400 artists to 40. I learned from doing the first book, which I didn't vet very well for that, and there were 2 artists who shall remain nameless, who weren't the same people in the book as they were on stage, and they were a little Debbie Downers for me, because I think you can relay truth in a positive way, and they didn't do that. So this time I really had to vet people for their generosity, also having a leg in the commercial art world, or selling their work, or not selling necessarily, that doesn't, I don't mean it that way, I'm sorry, being in a position where it's more in the art market, in white walls, let's put it that way, and then having a bridge to the public. So those were, and then there were a little bit other different criteria. I wanted to be much more inclusive and diverse, and I wanted to also be people who are not only generous with what they say in the words about their life, but also actually givers to communities.
So in a way, it sounds like you had several layers of criteria. One was that the artist had a sustainable practice.
Yeah.
In the sense that there was some relationship in the market and other parts of the world, or other art worlds. But then also that as a community, there's a sense of sustainability in that, right?
Yeah, and exactly, and actually for this book, half the artists I didn't know very well. So I didn't know Morshin and Shanique and Eugene for many years, but I felt confident in reaching them based on what I learned about them in my research. So it was a way of creating community.
So I guess do you want to ask the next question?
Whatever you think. What do you think? I've been talking too much, actually.
Okay. I'm just going to say that there are some seats in the front for people who are standing. If you want to sit down, you're welcome to. So this isn't, I mean, we don't need to talk about this exhibition in particular, but I think that this is a year when, this year, we've come off an election which was largely about gender, right, to some degree. And so if we think about gender and equity and sustainability, I'm going to start with the second question, which is, how do you envision equity in the world and or the art world? And I'm going to ask this in a few different ways so you can choose which part of the question you want to address. And I think there are different ways this could go. We can talk about visibility, we can talk about the market, like are you able to sell work? Do you get paid? Or a sense of equal opportunity, which, you know, maybe a few years ago sounded out of date, but we know it isn't now. not to be a downer. But it's okay. So we're sharing free microphones so that we don't have a crash of sound up here. So if anybody wants a microphone.
So maybe I'll address the world that we see that's equitable, right? So I do kind of feel like, for me, access is one of the first steps, and whether it happens from the artist's point of view, but really as an educator I see, and as a mother I see, access to the arts happening from childhood, right? So we first need to educate our children about the importance of arts because they become citizens. A world that I would find is the place I want to be in the future. One that is getting harder and harder to maintain and sustain. So I do think about equality and what does our future hold, you know, and I would love my imagined equity perfect world to be reflecting, you know, our population, period, in the world, and it doesn't. So right now, the art world has a long way to go, and I would particularly aim at the devicelessness and the institutional critique of museums and galleries and who they support. I was just looking at the Guerrilla Girls, thinking about your exhibition, you know, and how I grew up with those activist posters, and we would call them out, you know, and say, how many people, like women shows have you had, you know, like said MoMA, Whitney, and it'd be like 0, 0, 0, 1. You know, this is 1985. I printed it out because it's so astonishing. And then they had an anniversary 30 years later, 2015. It was like 1, 1, 0, 2. 30 years.
Yeah.
So it really hasn't changed, you know. So when I think about like the public, you know, our audience is going to see museums, and then that's what they see reflected. So little of us, you know. That's what I think needs to change. And we can unpack like why is that happening and where does it start. It's not just the museums that are at fault.
That's such a great point, Jean. The word equality, I think, is such a loaded word that can be defined in so many different ways, and empirically and individually, as far as what we believe. And you know, what you just said is 30 years later, and it's not that much equal, and that's just for women in general in our world. I listened to a question, and I wonder if I believe in equality anymore. And I'm not trying to be a downer either. I just wanted to be honest with myself, because I feel like this is a conversation we have had as a society for a long time. Like, what does equality mean? Right. And I feel like the constant defining of it, and it's the same definition, mostly, but not making it happen. Right. So it's kind of like, how do we make it happen? And one way, I think you're right, it's not just, it's institutionally, education-wise, but that even education is so loaded. I mean, who are the teachers? What are they teaching? Who are the students? Access, inclusivity. For me as an artist, one of the dream, because you use the word like a dream world, a dream equity world, and I was thinking, yeah, it would be a dream world, because at some point, maybe it's not wholly realistic to subscribe to that as an ideal, because people aren't ever going to be really equal in this dualistic society. Someone's always going to be on top, and someone's always going to be in the middle and lower. But as far as access and, I think, context, for me, I feel that one little thing, like not having to justify what I do and why I do it, in the same manner as other people don't have to. You mentioned, I don't want to talk about any shows in particular, but there was a show recently that though on the outside it has this huge inclusivity to it, and I feel like I wasn't treated in that same manner. That I'm asked to justify myself even more so, but in other big group shows you're not. I mean, that are organized over the theme of just general blackness. And so what is blackness? You know, and then there's this whole thing about, sorry, that's a whole other thing. As being asked to define blackness and constantly, why do we have to define it?
Right, and it's also a question of,
sorry,
there's so much Martians in space in it, but to have to justify part of what you're doing is you're doing emotional work with people who don't understand, or who maybe lack knowledge about the work you're doing and why.
Right, and I don't blame it on those people. I just want to.
But there's people are just extra work that you're doing. That's what I'm doing.
Right, there's extra work.
Right.
But part of that goes back to education and what's taught.
Sometimes the microphone's cut out, just
and what's not.
Right.
But I don't want to end my little, tangent on a negative note. I mean, it's still positive. I feel like there's more access for me than there were for older artists, several generations ago. And it continues to improve, though in very, very small increments.
Yeah. Is this on?
Yeah, you just have to hold this. Don't touch that.
I'm not touching it. So yeah, I think, all these things are so complicated, and it's something that I constantly think about and reflect and talk to my, other friends about it. I think there's diversity, there's universality, and then equality, right? And then these three get based on the situations, and then the context and the way you're invited to something, and the kind of emotional work that you have to put into things, all those things then can change, and then you just have to find, I guess, your space in them, and then how you react to them and how you deal with them. So yeah, it's very complicated. I think one thing that I have thought about a lot back and forth in the last years is that, obviously if there's a white male panel, I am the one that would be complaining about it and being like, this is not okay, I'm not going to participate in this if you only have men in this panel, and I'm going to resist that. But at the same time, it's a part of this is also about, feeling like you're being exoticized, and then you're just there's a thing that people want to just check off the list. So they're like, oh, we got the Middle Eastern artist here, so this is good. We can be politically correct. So how do you deal with that, and where is the space that you then feel like you're like, yes, I want to be a part of this, but at the same time, maybe if I'm part of this and if I'm sitting here as that, let's say, white male panel, then I'm going to talk about also that, the very fact that I'm the only person, and what does that mean in that context. So there's that, and also for me, I think one thing that I have thought about a lot is, I think this problem with diversity and its relationship to universality, that whole thing of universal feminism. There's not such a thing. And I think we have to update actually the very concept of universality in that way, and then that's when we can change those futures. We can change those contexts, because as long as things are just being read and thought and understood in that way, as long as people still get very excited about the women march that is mostly still white women, and but it comes as this universal getting a unity thing, unity for who, and whose march is this for. But we all get really wrapped up in this stuff very quickly, and then we just forget that critical perspective to it. And I just think I've always gone back and forth trying to interrupt those spaces, to loop back, to interrupt myself also, and my comfort zone in that relationship. So yeah, all those things are important.
I love listening to them.
So I think just as a kind of add-on to that question, in terms of opportunity, for a lot of people there's a sense of scarcity, right? So opportunities are few and far between, and so the idea, how does sustainability this is maybe too loaded a question, but if you're thinking about equity and sustainability, what about the competitive nature? Like how can, and what I'll do is try to ask this constructively because it matters what question you ask, right? Or how you frame the question. I'll frame it this way by saying, what are ways that you can balance out the effects of competition in the work that you do and the way that you work with people?
We've been saying on this tour, and so the makeup of it is like this, where we engage in a conversation with different people. And sometimes there are people who are from local artists in different communities, in addition to people who are from the book or otherwise. And that's come up actually quite a bit. But I actually try not to think in a naive way that there is, quote, competition, because when you think about competition, it then means that there's only a few slots for relatively, for very few people. But sometimes the universe has a different plan for every artist. And so I think the problem with sometimes artists is that they try to fit a square into a circle and they never can get there. And they're stuck on it. Like they apply for the same things over and over again and never get them. And they can't see who's around them to create their own opportunities to try to get out of that. So I actually don't think, I think if anything, if people feel that they're competitive, they should branch out of it and do other things. And I think that the people in this book, and then also all the other 360 people that I vetted for this book and who are out there, they're creating their own opportunities. And I think we sort of have to do that right now because there's not enough in the market to satisfy everybody. And I just want to add too that sometimes the market can be very disappointing once you get there. Like you alluded to that, right? With Shaniqua having an exhibition and then it may not be all peaches and cream or rosy, or that it may not be where you're treated very well or as significant as it appears on the outside. And that's the same with sometimes getting a grant. It only lasts for a certain amount of time and then it's over. And so I think that there's a problem in thinking about that competition. I don't really think that there should be, but it's human nature that there is.
Do any of you want to respond to that?
I might say maybe the competition may be an awkward word, but I do think aiming for our own ambition and excellence and our ideas of success are embedded for sure in how I think of my sustained career, because I'm not going to be satisfied, right? So that's, and it's competitive, right, in our world, so I get that. So the world may be competitive, I may not want to compete at that arena, but I have to somehow navigate through it, right? So I would maybe say the opportunities are, how do I change the ground plane in which we're playing, right? So sometimes it's like, okay, if I see a competition and I see and finally meet the panelists, I look at who they are. Of course they didn't choose me. So then I have to say, well, I'm going to volunteer, make myself available to serve on a panel, which keeps me out of my studio. Then I have to show up and make these decisions, and I have to convince people that there's some unfair process going on and call them out on why, So at the end, I've served on a lot of selection panels, and people know to call me because I always say yes, and it's really convenient. But I do it. I learn so much from it, and I get to meet colleagues, and I feel like my voice as an artist, a woman, a person of color, changes the dynamics of the panel, and I believe that. And the outcomes are different, and I believe that too. And so I change the competition because I present new winners, I feel like, by doing that. And so in that way, it comes back, right? If they win, they'll be asked to compete, and then be asked to sit on selection panels and serve.
Right.
And I just feel like we all have to serve, I'm on, I serve on boards for the same reason, change the dynamics, change the conversation, right? So it's not that we're competing, it's just that we're sharing the spot. So if you get the spot, and even if you don't get the spot, I've been, we've said many things where it goes to someone else.
Right.
That's how we learn, right? And it has gone to so many times someone else. We've learned that, and we've said, well, what do I have to do to change this? I can't compete better. I've got to change the ground plane in which the competition is set because it's all wrong.
But can I add something in relationship to that? I think like one very specific thing about like if you immigrate to another country, right, and like English is not your first language, you come from like a very different kind of education. I mean, I've always felt like I had to work extra for like applications, for like every single thing that, I mean, it's about privilege in that way also, right, for like, and the dominant kind of like, you live in this country, then you have to know certain things and you have to familiarize yourself with certain knowledge or certain process that would be like very different from like your education system in Iran that you come from, you know? I mean, I feel like when I moved in 2007, like certain things just like went to zero and I just had to restart many things in a way that I had like spent 23 years of my life like building this whole thing that like meant nothing as soon as I moved here. You know, so then how do you deal with that? And that's just how it feels, that you're like always putting extra effort and work to like get to certain things, but then there's like very real kind of glass ceiling situation where then you know that you can't reach after like certain things, like to get certain position that, I don't know, maybe like a white male person would get easily, you had to like, maybe you can never get that as easily, and like you have to work extra because of all the cultural, social, again, like complications around that, right? So yeah, I think specifically when you immigrate to a place, that relationship between competition and what you have access to and how I can get those opportunities gets complicated and like requires much more effort.
You want to comment?
Yeah, I could comment on that. Competition. I think Gina Martian had a point about, and I'm going to use a paraphrase, reinvention and changing the playing field for yourself. I would also add that, and Sharon touched on this for a second, about applying for the same thing over and over again. It's how you get 12 times, you know, that kind of thing. When it's a limitation that sometimes we place on ourselves, that there is this preconceived notion of success and what that equals, that we keep trying to do, and instead of stopping and wait a minute, maybe some other things might make me happy, maybe I'm better suited to another environment. Maybe the universe or karma's trying to tell me that going to Skowhegan would really mess me up. You know, I'm using that as an example because I have friends who are wonderful artists who have applied to that residency in particular over and over again and not gotten in. That doesn't mean that they're bad artists. There are other places for them to go. There are other residencies in the world. And one thing isn't going to set you up for the rest of your life. So I think it's being open-minded and really honest within ourselves. And as far as other artists in competition and competing with ourselves and letting the negative things go to wayside.
I just want to say too that I love what you said about ambition, because I think that's the driver, really. And I think after a while too, your head against the wall, the same wall over and over and over again. You got to do something else, right? So I think ambition is really, really important in this, and being aware of it and embracing it, especially as women. Which, can I lead into that first question? So the question I had was, so in regard to feminist identity, as women, as artists, how do you think that, what do you think about the current status of women artists? Are we thriving as a collective, do you think? Are we sustaining our lives and making a dent in regard to the market? And I say this too selfishly because I'm thick in the middle of my third book, which is Last Artist Standing, Artists Over 50, and 2/3 of them are women in this book, and the 1/3 are mostly men of color. So, and how is our work being matched to those of men? And I actually hate that I wrote that, really, but it's perceived that way in the market, which I think is wrong, because we're a different collective than, I mean, clearly we're a different gender, right? No, what do you think, Sarah?
We're multiple genders.
Yes, multiple genders,
I mean,
right?
when I think about the match, like I think what you're asking is how are we compared?
Yeah.
How are women artists compared to male counterparts? And I don't have a real handle on the market full disclosure, that I did, I ran the Percent for Art program for the city, New York City, for 6.5 years. And in that context, yeah, there were often moments when people would really want to focus on the identity of the artist. Say you have 4 finalists presenting to a panel. Jean was part of some of those panels, at least a few, while I was there, and she was doing some commissions. So you have these moments when the identity of the artist almost becomes the most important thing in reverse. So it's a reverse. I think I don't have a microphone. I do now. Okay. Okay, that's okay. So I'm kind of ambulating, but I think that there's sometimes a problem where there's an an overly laborious attempt to be inclusive and to say, we're doing a commission in the Bronx. Of course we need the Latin American artist and not the artist that lives in the Bronx, right? And you're like, it's a Cuban artist who has no relationship to the neighborhood, right? And so there are these situations where the identity is understood in a totality. And I don't think that, I think that applies differently in the marketplace but I actually don't know. I mean, I don't react to artwork that way. Like, I like the idea that we can look at an artwork and not think about who made it, but I do recognize that we're living in a time when it does matter who made it, right? Because that is part of the story of the artwork and part of its impact. That's my answer.
Do you want to say?
I mean, and that's broader than gender, but it's still essentializing.
I mean, this kind of goes back to what I was talking about that complication, that yes, it feels like very good to feel like you're all part of this collective, and then it's like we're all feminists and women, and we're working all together toward this goal. But at the same time, again, that's the problem, because your voice then gets reduced to certain things, and I think that reduction is a problem. And that very idea of, again, goes back to that idea of universality, right? Because I don't connect with some concerns that someone from a certain specific background might have, and the same way for someone else, right? So this is why I think this is such an important moment to think about worlds and futures rather than one future. Right. And I think that's something we have to embrace, right? I mean, one thing I've been saying is that my nightmare is to live in the future of Elon Musk, right? And that's a future that is the
future of Elon Musk.
That's the future that is the most encouraged and promoted, and I think that's my nightmare.
Can you explain that a little bit? Some people didn't quite hear who you said.
Yeah, I was saying I don't want to live in the future of Elon Musk, because I think that future is so limited. It's so limited to who Elon Musk is as a person, and I think this is a very important time to think about worlds and futures rather than one world. And again, this goes against that idea of universality. We don't need one universe, and we don't need one world, and we should encourage that, actually. And for me, that is very important. It's something that my work, this new research I'm doing, is all around that, building these little things that is not a common space, right? So, yeah, that's where I am with this.
I might say that sometimes I get an email on my website that says, Dieu Monsieur Jean Chin. And oftentimes in the art world, they go, where's the artist? And they walk right past me, look past me to go to see my work. They just assume that the person who made this work, large-scale installation, public art, is male.
Yeah, I get that all the time with my name also, because people don't know if it's, but they mostly assume that I'm a man if they don't know gender. So.
Right. So I mean that goes a long way in perception and visibility. Here I am, the creator of the work, all the works that I've done, and if you just bring in an art audience, if they like the work, they assume I'm Jean. There was I'm going to pause and let you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Hardships and weird times that we find ourselves in, I do feel that women are thriving a little. I mean, can you say a little bit of thriving? A little bit. I think it's a good time to be a woman, and and in the art world especially, I think it's sometimes these difficulties highlight areas that begin to thrive. Because people, will thrive despite what's happening, and rise up and come together, and there's more gumption because there's like a common, not threat, but common negative thing, force to go against. And so people rise to the occasion, and I think there are a lot of women who are, and organizations who are, and banding together and doing good, so there's some thriving.
I might also add that the thriving, I feel that, and partly because maybe I'm very motivated in the sense of wanting what we're thriving about to change, right? So I think as artists, I do define myself, as a woman artist, because for me, the notion of feminism has changed. And I want it to continue to change and be redefined, by myself, by my peers, by my elders, by my students, And so I think we're thriving in that way because we're growing and we're changing and we're learning from each other, So I think there's a groundswell happening for sure with women and artists, And in my life, I feel like being an artist and also taking on motherhood, it's like I'm redefining what motherhood is and redefining what an artist is. All of those things come to play and shaping, the notions and definitions that preceded me. And we could be all wrong, but I feel that we're coming together. The feeling and the perception is real.
Can I add to that though?
I mean, you have a lot of rainbows that just came right out of your halo from you. Just saying that. I do agree with that too. However, in the research for this book that I'm doing, you'd be amazed about how many women don't want to reveal their ages. It's very interesting. And I can't work with them. And then they don't transcend through generations.
You say you can't work with them because
they won't reveal their ages. They're not proud of their ages. That's part of the work I'm doing. But also, I think I just saw Susie from. Is she there? She can hear me. So Susie from the Creative Capital. So the work I do for Creative Capital, 2/3 of people who take professional development are women over 50. So there's significant problems in our community, artistic community as a collective. And I do think you three, as being so powerful, we owe it to ourselves to be able to shake some of these women and say, hey, you got to snap out of this. Because that's the frustration that I feel, as even though we are thriving and we've come much further, I think we have a long way to go, unfortunately.
But I also think, like Marcia mentioned the Women's March, there was a lot of, let's say social media rumors about and critique about like who's at the march. And some of that was hard. I didn't go to the march, I was very ill. But I also, like, some people don't participate for different reasons, right? But I think it's important that there's space for that conversation, and the fact that we know about it means that like there are more perspectives in the conversation. So maybe that's too optimistic, but it's part of the process, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think I wasn't in the US, so I didn't participate. I would participate if I was. Like, I wouldn't reject it as something, right? So, but at the same time, one thing was that, like, imagine the same march with the same number of women, and if they were brown and black women mostly, how would actually the government respond to that, right? Like, because then there's...
Would it be a march, would it be a protest, would it be
exactly,
something else?
And like, would it be taken in the same way and respected in the same way, or like, right? So I think those are the complications.
You need the right hat.
Sorry?
You just need the right hat.
Please no.
Did you ask the last question, or do we have more time? Oh yeah, we have time.
Well, the last question is building on the book you're doing, Last Artist Standing.
We just talked about it.
We talked about it, but we didn't really go very deep. Do you see ageism in this your art world? And how can we as women artists and practitioners counter age discrimination? Is it even possible? I mean, I say is it possible because I think one of the difficulties I find in the art world is there's a lot of rules don't apply, right? Like the idea that somebody, like that a biography of an artist has to be about age or can't be about age because somebody doesn't want to address it, which I think is their right. I think that it's complicated because ageism on the one hand, we can see it being valued and revered in the work of Adrian Piper or Martha Wilson, but they're at a level where that's, we respect their work. So do you think there's ageism? Is that something that we're spanning, I think, like, all around the same generation. Yeah, so talk about it. Where does it come up and how does it?
I mean, I can tell you one example, for example, which was this residency program that I was participating in some, like, the final rounds of choosing people who applied for it, and there was one person that I was like so excited about her being like an applicant, and I was like, we need her, like she's been amazing, she's been so influential in this world, and like if she's in this space, she's just gonna change this dynamic. And like the rest of the people who were in the jury were like, no, like she's like old, it will like change the dynamic, that we're like trying to get like, young artists. I'm like, wait, but last round you have these like two older men, and like you didn't think that's a problem, like now this has become like a problem, so like you just run into examples like that with like women, and the fact that that becomes a problem. But also, I don't know, I'm 32, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel about all this in like 20-30 years, but I do think it's something that is gonna like, I'm gonna start thinking about it in a very different way as I age, because it is real. And it's gonna become something that I get more concerned about, probably. So for real.
Yes. Mid-career, middle age, in between, non-visible space, where yes, we've emerged, and we've done as best as we can in our emerging into the roles. And so then it's like, how do I stay and sustain and still have my mission in this gray zone? That's my strategy, because the world is not going to pay attention to me for the next 60 years. That's my strategy. How do I keep myself living, sustaining, healthy, so that they can give me like 100 a year? Oh, she's still alive, retrospective. And she never got any support in her 70 years living her mid-career, and she was really a star. She just discovered her. Discovery is the word. I waited for that moment when it's 100. Don't wait for that. I have strategized. Okay, so I have to live.
We're in the same zone. I know
that company.
Literally, like, so I have students who are younger, obviously, right? We're doing very well, and I would never, begrudge that. But valuation between my students' work is more than mine. I just found out today. I was on Sotheby's earlier.
Oh, like their literal market value.
Yeah, the literal market value, because of being young and fresh, and the ideas are great. I wouldn't compare the work. It's like apples and oranges in so many ways. But this is a culture that wants the younger, better, newer thing. And I've also witnessed really recently from student to student, not even that far of a generation gap between artists doing the same exact work from the same exact school with a 5-year difference, and this new person becoming the new one of that version being really hot, right? So there is this young thing, and the old thing, I see that too, but that's because people are finally being recognized. And we had this conversation today about Ruth Asamba and how grateful we are that she's finally getting her due. But and I thought about that on the way here with the questions. People should get their due when they're alive, and maybe we'll get there. And that's about imagination and invention and empathy and research and knowledge, and not just being trendy. I don't know if that makes any sense.
It does. But I think it also has to do with value. You know, it has to do with how we value people, the artists.
And how we value ourselves.
How we value ourselves, absolutely.
Especially with women, because we really do think we're not worth it. I mean,
no question about it. Today, I do this, is Susie still here? I thought I saw her, but from Creative Capital, she's the head of Creative Capital, and she can help me back me up. But the thing is that I talked to somebody today for the work I do for Creative Capital, and this woman was in her early 60s, and she phrased questions to me like, okay, how do I enter in the art world being this age? So she wasn't even thinking about her work. She wasn't thinking about her history. She wasn't thinking about her assets. She didn't even know what her assets were. She was just thinking about her age being an obstacle to get over first. Sad. It's very sad. And so I think that younger people are not aware of their age. They don't think about their age. They don't think about their age going into the art world or being artists. They just do their work, right? So that self-defeating notion and that pause is a problem.
More risk.
Say again?
More risk.
Yeah, right. Right. Also, as we get older, less risk-taking maybe, perhaps, or maybe we should be more. But I'm turning 53 on Monday, and I'm proud that I've lasted this long in the art world. I mean, that's what I think a measure of success. Right. That how long you sustain your creative life. There's some value to that, and that's where I think that has to change. That mentality has to change. So, and also not being afraid of anything. I don't care, anymore. That's the best asset of age too, is not caring as much. And to be able to speak up and say, and I know Jean is major on this, and to say things that are incorrect or should be corrected, as we see should be right. That's what I think.
Yeah, but also one last thing I want to say is that the whole thing with ageism with women, it has a very long history also, right? I mean, I'm doing this whole research right now on these kind of like female genie or like dark goddesses or monstrous figures, all from the Middle East, that I'm finding different like narrative and myth, like these are all old texts from the Middle East. And one thing that is like obviously like very common is that as soon as a lot of these female figures become kind of like cruel and negative, they're always old, right? I mean, there's a whole thing with witches. Witches are always old. And you don't see that with like men, right? in like figures that are from old stories and art. So I think it has a very actually long history of like how age and women have been perceived in society. And it's something that, I mean, like at least in this research I'm doing, I'm calling it refiguring as activism, feminism practice, but something I'm doing a lot of research on it, and it always comes up. And then all the like seductive like women are like the ones that are like young, obviously. So yeah.
I'm sorry, can I say one more thing? It also has to do with radicalizing our history. Taking the Jansen books, cutting them up, and putting women in, and men and women of color in those books. So it has to be redirected. I think that's what really has to happen physically too. I think somebody is doing that. I found an artist told me in Australia is actually doing that.
But like also this is what I'm thinking about as like to reimagine the future, you have to reimagine the past, right? And that's what I'm interested in. Like if you would go and reimagine the past and how these things were presented, and then turn this power dynamic against the very powers that are oppressing them, then like you can then reimagine other futures.
That's kind of what you were saying about envisioning multiple futures, right? So you can re-envision that past towards the future.
I'm going to follow up on your thing about ageism and selections. Degenerational in any arts community is the importance. And so we have models of people who are older, and who can, in some way I feel lucky that I'm part of the immigrant population because we struggled and we don't take things for granted, and we can live off very, very little because we don't assume it's ours, to take. So in many ways, I feel like those challenges that I have had all through my life, and people like, my family have had, it's something that will help me, when people aren't paying attention and I have less resources to go on. I can still survive. I know I can, So I sort of feel like for me, I've had models. Now I imagine someone who's a middle-aged man who's been very easy in their life and just moved along, and then suddenly they find what's happened. And I feel like they don't have not had the challenges that we've had to survive, you know, and not only survive but thrive, you know. So I feel like you know, witnessing and speaking and being dialogue with many generations of artists. So I'm really excited about your next book, you know, because that insight, you know, that's what's going to keep us going, to hear their stories. You know, how have you survived all this and sustained and thrived through generations?
Should we open it up to questions? Are there questions from the audience?
Oh, there's a Christian. Christian.
I can just listen. I have a question about the Women's March. So what would it take to get a more diverse group there? Whose fault is it, so to speak?
For me, am I?
Anybody.
I mean, I think some of the commentary I was reading about, and there was an article that a cousin of mine posted on Facebook, you know, about not being able to go to the march because of childcare. People have obligations, and women in particular have obligations in society that are fairly invisible. So that can hold people back from participating in something like a march, which, if you look at a certain economic spectrum, it's traveling to Washington, D.C. with my children in a comfortable way would be considered a luxury. I don't have children, but yeah, children might be luxury too.
The focus?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
I think, and I can't make a broad generalization. One, it was a rainy, cold day. That was true. Two, some people weren't clear on what was that about. Really.
You mean the march
it's like,
itself?
yeah, it's a show of force, and when it happened, as opposed to some kind of more strategic, like at the 100-day mark, like now, you know. And then there were some people reeling over the percentage of people that voted for Trump that were white women.
Right.
So it was like the other 49% that marched, and there was the 51% that voted. Is that what happened?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really know. I think people are motivated by causes, and I think there was a lot of camaraderie that was going on with that march, which is great, and I have friends that went, and I feel empowered by that, but I wasn't compelled to go. And I don't think that makes me...
Why?
I didn't know what it was for, except to show up. There wasn't anything we were marching for.
Like, was there a specific change?
Like to make something happen.
Yeah.
There's no platform. There's no like legislation. The next steps, I don't even know what the next steps are. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's why. I marched on Washington for pro-choice in what was that, the late 80s, and that was a big women's march, and it was all inclusive.
I was there too.
Yeah. Also, we all went in our school buses from school, provided the school buses.
But also, imagine it's like Trump has just been elected. Is it safe to be out? I mean, that's a concern for a lot of people of different backgrounds and different orientations in the world. It's like, is this going to be a safe space for me to participate? Is it about me? So I mean, there's
and for brown people especially, when you know what happened in San Blanc scared the shit out of me. I live upstate. I live in the county. You start looking at people differently. You start driving much more carefully. You know, like you don't want to like move from the stop sign too fast. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, people of color might not, be so celebratory to get together in that way, and when we do, it is also politicized. One of us said that, when you said it. When there are more brown bodies in the room, there's a different conversation going on, and that's not even like meant to be. It's how the society views groups of brown people when they get together as threatening, as aggressive. It's very different.
I mean, even from the very beginning when the march was organized, right? I mean, there's a whole backlash because the way the naming. Remember that? Like there was a whole thing around the naming going.
Oh, right. It was like it was connected to the million
Yes.
I don't know if it was women's or men's march, but.
So from the very
In the
beginning,
90s,
it was
yeah.
just like a kind of like a backlash because of like how the naming was like, and the organization
Appropriating.
was all from like women who were like white. And so then they're like, oh, you're all, like already from like the very beginning excluding or like using this thing from like a background and history that used to be for black people, and then like organizing this march that is being organized by like these like white women. So from the very beginning there was this kind of a conversation, and I think that's, you just like in some ways feel excluded from the very beginning, and then it's like, yeah, I think the class division is a real thing though, right? If you have like children and you can't afford to get, I don't know, like childcare or like someone to look after them, if you have a job you have to go to, you can't just like avoid it. Like those things are real things, and I think that always becomes part of this stuff that people maybe forget when they don't have those situations.
I think though the J20 strike though, just to go from the Women's March to the J20 strike, I think that was really important as a collective for the art world. So, and then it just, there was some division as to who was going to strike and who wasn't. And it said a lot. It created a lot of conversation. And I think in that way, for our own community, that was very good, because it was good information to go forward and then cause more conversation. The Women's March, I felt like I wasn't sure what that was going to do after. Like what was I think it's always good when people want to say something and freely express themselves. There's no question about it as a collective. But I think that I'm more interested in action to do something with it. And that day, I didn't go out because we were installing. I had this big commission, and so I couldn't go out and do it. But for the inauguration, I did strike that day. And I do think that this is a different era and that we can all participate no matter what. It should be open to everyone to do that.
And I was just going to add maybe just that choice. And for me, going and traveling to Washington, D.C. and making huge sacrifices to be part of that, though it seemed great if you needed to make those choices, for me wasn't something I wanted to even consider. But as the day came in New York, I was already hitting the ground doing stuff. I mean, I was busy, I sort of feel like through education, you have different channels in which you can make an effect immediately. So I was busy doing that, and so I didn't want to take away from that to go be with this whole national movement. But I felt the groundswell as well for people who really felt helpless, that to them showing up, going was so important to them. So I knew many of my friends who did. And for them, that was a choice that they wanted to make. And for me, it's like, it wasn't even a choice, I wasn't gonna go. But in New York, I was like, well, I know friends who are gonna go, and it made sense to them. It made sense for me to come together, right, and make a one-day sacrifice. And it felt exhilarating, right? But then I was back to work, doing the things I do that I know that can have effect, and it can be much more direct. But I felt really bad for many people, women who just were devastated. Generations of my students who were devastated. And so they needed to be visible. They needed their anger to be channeled in a way to make themselves visible. And I think there was like healing in that, right? And it was very therapeutic.
I mean, there's always healing in protests in that way. Yeah. Right? But one question I wanted to say is that with the same people, which was most of the crowd, were again like women who were like mostly like middle-aged, would the same people show up to the next Black Lives Matter protest? That's my question, right? Like they got to like put together this like huge thing, and it was like all over the news, and it got like and there was like no violence. Would the same people go to the next Black Lives Matter? Like would stand in the same way that they were standing for this like cause? So
that same thought occurred to me as well. But the other thing that occurs to me is because I campaigned and I canvassed, and how many of the people who were there were actually campaigning on the ground, that like after the outcome to like go to be mad, but I don't want to judge anybody. I'm just talking about like the movement. It's not a movement, but it was a march, and it's over. And he's still, clapping hairs, whatever. He's still there.
question from Savannah.
No, it's not a question, it's a couple of comments. So, one, to answer that gentleman's question, no, I didn't go to the march either, because it has gotten to be, just commonplace to have marches nowadays. They don't really bring about change. It's just a moment, and you might release some energy, but nothing's going to happen because of the march. That's easy. The hard part is afterwards, which I want to address to the panel. And what I wanted to say to you, I did enjoy the panel, I learned some things. I want to meet with some of you afterwards. But the truth of the matter is, women need to learn to talk with each other now more. We need to care about each other more. We need to eat together. We need to hang together. We need to know each other, get involved in each other's lives, because things have not improved that much. Okay, particularly for women of color. Most women of color who engage in art, I'm sorry, most of us struggle. We don't have husbands, we don't have families because we can't afford it. We're still trying to get our voices heard. And I think it would be helpful if we all learn to just be supportive of each other, dialogue as much as possible, and then the resources might, be shared. That's what I wanted to say.
That's a very great comment. But you posed a question to the panel as well, in a way, because you said what happens after the march. Right. And I think that you're exactly right. We do need to include each other, be in each other's lives, but also invite people to panels, to this, and to anyone who's not of color as well, to engage with people of color and not be afraid to. We have empathy, we have this shared experience, we're all human, and it's not really easy being a human being. And I know it can be like, how do I engage in this conversation without sounding ignorant or sounding racist or, whatever, it's like all these trigger things, but we should all dialogue with each other and get engaged in our local politics.
Yes.
It's one thing to complain about it, and it's one thing to talk about it. It's a whole other thing. There are these legislators in every one of our little neighborhoods and towns who are doing things. And if we run for office, if we put forth our own candidates and things like that, starting at the base level, because all these decisions got made about our daily lives at the local level that we don't even know. They're made for us. They're made for us, and they're shady, super shady, even on the Democratic side.
So we have two questions here. Can we?
So I know that one of the framing questions of this conversation has been about how to create a sustainable relationship with one's practice, but I'm also interested in a question that I think, Sharon, you mentioned briefly, which is the notion of how you create a sustainable relationship with your community. And we've talked a little bit about the arts community, we've talked a little bit about the market, but I'm very much interested in, as a panel of women of color, how you create a relationship with your own communities of color, potentially of women. And I say this, I am executive director of an organization called Cool Culture, and we provide 50,000 families with free admission to 90 museums, and often what they see on the walls and their knowledge of artists does not reflect people that look like them. And so I'm just wondering about your outreach to communities. How do you engage? Is that sort of part of your practice, given that as women you are so stretched?
Okay. How do I do that? In so many different ways that whenever possible, I guess. When I have an exhibition, there's always an education component. Some artists don't like to do that. I didn't know that. I like to work with kids, and so I've worked with various programs with any institution. I say that at the outset. In Nashville, they have, there's an arts organization that works with homeless artists, and they merged groups, so that then there was like young girls, and there was everyone together. I also teach And I guess that's basically it. Any way possible. It is a labor of love because it's not anything that's going to pay the bills per se, but it's important because I think everyone should be included in the conversation of creativity. And I know how inspiring it was to me when I was little and artists came and talked to me and worked with me.
I might sort of extend that conversation that in my work, and it's that central is that I use the community in some way to have a dialogue with me from the beginning of creating work. So they're part of the creative process. And so through education, because I am an educator, I sort of use that platform that I'm not just the artist, the creator, but I'm here to talk about arts making and make art with them. It is my show, it is my work, but whether it's a material exchange that I'll have locally or literally right now, there's a production of my work happening at the Figge Art Museum in Iowa. And it's a community I don't know, but they invited me to have a show, and I said, okay, so let's open up the community process, So they're not commissioning my work per se, we're collaborating, making the work together. So they're, and all their educators are working really, really hard. The curatorial staff is to tap as far as they can, to their museum audience and making my work, So I feel like in some ways, I'm sharing resources, right? It's a labor-intensive work that I could be taking on, but it would stretch me too thin. But instead of making that my problem, I say, I'm inviting you to labor in the struggle and the challenges of making art, but also the joy, which is that you get to take one part of something that's much more broad and collectively we get to make this work together. But I've done the hard part, kind of conceiving and the logistics, the systems at work that need to be happening, because we're all sort of siloed, right? They could be making art by themselves, but they choose not to, right? Because they have other struggles. And I'm like, and I could be an artist just making my work too. But instead, when a museum and an institution gives me the support, I sort of send it backward, saying, let's support our community, galvanizing and making a catalyst to come together to make art. And that's how I do it. So I've tried to be as generous whenever an opportunity comes out to say, how do I own that? But no, let's change that around. And instead, how do we create ownership around this process, the work, and then share our resources that we have so little, right? Because the minute they have the show, they're going to turn and say, so can you do educational programming? I'm like, let's not have that conversation after the fact. Let's use the education budget and let's all of the educators teaching us about the creative process. And so I really try to, again, reinvent how I make work. And that to me is by engaging communities and seeing what they're interested in. And I always tell the museum, if no one's interested, then I'll go and make the work myself. That it's a call to action, but I can't presume that they're interested. So I have to engage them as well. Or, there's got to be the right component. So it's a lot of work and it's a lot of commitment from everyone to try to realize it. And we don't want to disappoint ourselves, which is kind of a great part of the process.
You talk about your residency too,
My residency? Yes, and I wanted to say two things. I mean, these two words are a bit loaded now, but I so very much believe in them as a practice and as a micro-action practice, which is self-care and self-worth, but also reminding other women and women of color that these two are very important, especially, let's say, in a situation of brown bodies that are now banned and rejected, and so many of my Iranian friends, let's say, since the ban happened, who live in the US, they were going through so many real emotional, mental experiences. Their whole lives changed in so many ways since Trump came to power. And so building that kind of space, a space that we can be there for each other and in a daily life experience, help each other figuring this stuff out. That's one thing. And also, community building, but in a way that is practical. One of the things I want to do this year for Ida Lovelace, the anniversary that is birthday that always gets celebrated because she's very important in the world of being like a pioneer in the world of like technology and as a mathematician and computer science. And so I'm like making a list of women of color who are in the world of technology, because I feel like there's always a lack of that list. People are like, who should I invite? Do you know anyone? Like, do you know anyone I should reach out? And I'm like, there's so many people. We just need to make these like names known because they're invisible and hidden. So that kind of activism, I mean, I think these are like little things, you do little actions, but at the same time, they can go a long way because it's something that maybe is not practiced as much, or is not, it's like a good way to be able to support each other and share resources.
Can I mention? So all three of them, they talk about that in their essays. But this book, that's what it's about. I'm not selling you one, I'm just telling you that was what it was for me. So like Edgar Arsenault started Watts House Project, who talks all about it. He has the longest essay in this book. Zoe Charlton, who I just saw in Washington, D.C., works with Tim Dowd, and they took American University and turned it upside down and started reaching out to museums all over the Washington, Baltimore area. And now they have partnerships without AU even knowing about it, and they finally caught on to it. But like Hal Sabsabi, who's in Australia, I'm just trying to make sure I get everybody, and Pee Wee Roldan, who actually in 1986, because he created a collective, he contributed to the takedown of the regime in 1986 in the Philippines. This has been happening for a long time. So, I mean, my job is to bring them forward as examples, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm proud and grateful to do that. But it's happening a lot. And I really do believe it is. I mean, I can give you my research, at least go through it and share it with you. But it might take me some time to collect that in an organized way. But I can certainly point out people that are actively doing it in the most humble, generous way because it's natural to them.
Alana, did you want to ask?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to share a few thoughts and sort of ask a question. These are recurring thoughts throughout. That I think the model of scarcity, of thinking of resources as in terms of scarcity, is somewhat of a barrier to productivity, and in some ways is also a kind of a construct that's imposed. Because on the one hand, I mean, it's not a pie, with so many pieces. And I think that the resources that really do exist in the world are basically limitless if you can access them. But more importantly, that generosity and help to giving generously to others, whether it's like among friends or within institutions, does not take anything away from you. It's not like you're competing for the same crime. Exactly. Right? It only creates a healthier situation. And, and I think that what you, as a group, are reflecting in your positivity is your refusal to be a victim, and whether that's something, a mindset that some people are born with, and also product of experience and age. And so, one of the advantages perhaps of getting a little bit older is just like coming to terms with that dynamic, because being in the place of the victim is never productive. I mean, I'm generalizing. But then with Shanita, and I'm hoping you can find questions, just like you did so generously to what somebody else said. But when you were talking about doing outreach, I'm wondering if the galleries you work with, like the commercial galleries you work with, can be influenced to support that.
And they do.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
And they do.
it
There's
through your galleries?
talks happen, special groups of kids and other groups around the community. Yeah, that's changing.
That's influencing power, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying that's a form of change in itself, like that promotes change.
Well, I mean, I was just curious, because when you were talking about it,
I think a lot of institutions,
either by yourself or whether you're able, you can get the galleries to do that.
Both. both. And I also see other institutions who you wouldn't expect doing outreach. Like, I was at Sotheby's today with Eric Schneider, who's there now, and he's also on the board of the Lower East Side Girls Club. And they bring groups to Sotheby's, has groups come off and on all the time, because even though it's an auction house, they treat it like a museum, and I didn't know that. So I think there are a lot of people who are making efforts that we wouldn't see on the surface. And it just needs to be more. And if you don't see it happening at an institution, I could go and propose even cold to an institution I don't really work with.
About you, that one of the reasons why I wanted Shanique to be in this book is you're naturally generous, and you really do Shanique recommends artists when you see that there can be a fit, and that I think that, and you talk to galleries about artists and institutions.
If it feels natural,
right,
we should do that. I mean, right now, people are met each other and mention each other and stuff, but sometimes people are like, oh, well, I shouldn't do that because I don't want to give away that resource.
Yeah, no.
Or something like that. But it's,
it's hard to realize you can't do, there's only so much you can do at once.
Yeah.
So those resources they have to be shared.
But
It's not realistic, right, to take it all on for yourself.
I mean, if you have an opportunity, you should share it. I really believe that. It's really important to do that. And I think having access to a gallery, that's an immediate opportunity to share. And I think every artist should do that.
Can I also say
Yeah.
one last thing? But I also think that burden shouldn't be put on us always.
I agree.
Because it's like, okay, you want to support other people, other women of color, other whatever, then you're like sharing these resources when you're always also struggling to have those resources, and just like why that burden is always put on us. Like,
it's true.
Encourage actually other people who get those resources easier to do the same thing. I think that is equally important, because it's very easy to then always have these kind of like, I want to be the community, I want to be generous, and then you're always like sharing, and then you create this comfort for like these like other people who don't feel that they should also participate in this. And it's the same with like everything else, like being in a panel and being the one that has a big mouth, so like always like say things and respond to things, and you get tired of it, I'm just like, I can't wait to go to a panel and then it's like not equal and they repeat the non-person of color speaking out. I can't wait for that day when that becomes the normal. And I want to see that world. So, yeah.
We're almost done. We should be finished.
Is there one more question? Yeah.
No, it's not really a question. It's sort of a pushback on the idea that protests don't work and that marches don't work. There's been a lot of effective change since we started the resistance, right? Including the Muslim ban, which is still in place, the pushback against the Affordable Care Act, et cetera, et cetera. In particular, since the Women's March, there's over 12,000 women contacting Emily's List. If you don't know Emily's List, you should know about it, supporting pro-choice women getting elected to office. It's like 1,000% increase. That would not have happened without the Women's March. So it's creating something. Don't give up. The last thing I'll say is I'll always remember being schooled by an older musician friend of mine in the resistance movement for many years, protest movement. He's like, listen, the reality of this stuff is you fight, you lose, you fight, you lose, you fight, you lose, you fight, you win one. Start over.
I agree. That's my husband. He's Vincent Villego, political activist and jazz musician. So Sarah, before I leave, I just want to point out another contributor from my second book is Brett Wallace. He's right here, so he can talk to people too, and we'll sign votes, right? Oh, is there another question? Sorry, I wasn't sure if there was.
Was somebody?
Well, I guess I just wanted to chime in as someone who did go to the Women's March with my daughter, friend, that there does seem to be this really casual ageism, and it got mentioned again here. Oh, it was all those fat old white ladies. And I feel like it's sort of, there's this creeping thing that was also part of Hillary's demise. That it's really easy. You know, we have millions of targets, but one of those is, as white women, where is it okay? You know, I know everyone goes, oh yeah, well why aren't you in Ferguson? Well, that's also an important goal, but you sort of touched on it of saying, well, we're always asked to give, and we're giving, and then it's like, yeah, but you're kind of old and you're a little overweight and you know, you're kind of embarrassing with those stupid pink hats. But I found it incredibly powerful to be with these busloads of women who are farmers' wives from Utah. Like they'd never come to a march in Washington before, and hundreds of thousands of women went, holy shit, I'm sorry, we're not professional organizers. We don't have our agenda yet set. Want this fucking guy, and you know, on the day after his election, we want to be there to show. I don't care, like my daughter's a grown-up and she organized the bus. Right. So I'm with a bunch of young people, and there weren't a lot of people with strollers, but and the fact that, you know, I couldn't wear one of those pink hats, but Trump could never claim that that crowd was his inauguration crowd, because if you look down, it was all pink. So it always will be, you know, otherwise it would get fudged into other things. So I just
had a lot more diversity.
Right, and then there were women of color who were marching and going, oh, you guys don't like your pumpkin latte. And I'm like, I don't know that this is a moment to be being, I mean, I'm just saddened that it seems like it's a really divisive issue, and it's an embarrassment.
Nobody was ragging on the march. We were asked the question of why do you think it wasn't as diverse? And why did you not go? So I said why I didn't go. So I wasn't ragging on it. I don't think it wasn't a powerful thing to do, or I don't think it wasn't a huge, powerful statement, but it wasn't diverse, and that's why. And, you know, we weren't ragging on it. And like I said, there were a lot of people that I know who went, and it was very empowering. And I saved the New York Times with all the pink hats. They seem silly at first until you see the picture. I get that. But at the same time, it's not fixed. It hasn't fixed it yet, you know. Yeah, and there are other things that still need to be fixed.
You think that is, like, let's say here in this panel we criticize this, then like it's like against something, like rather than, you know what I mean? Like I think that is the comfort zone maybe, like for,
you know, it's been sort of ridiculed universally, and I feel like this one would hope would be people that were allies, but it's not. It's like, no, we have nothing.
I see that point, but as well as be an ally, right? It doesn't mean you're not aligned with something. But also, like, I think I have a problem with the fact that you have a problem with we being critical about that, because I think that's when we progress. And if like we're just always like, oh, this is like really great, and like look how like nice and sweet this thing is, and we have to like come together, we have missed points in that space then. And I think that criticality is important.
As long as it's not dismissive.
Yeah, it's not dismissive, but what you said about the pumpkin latte was dismissive of people being critical of the march, and we all have a right to be.
May I just real quick, just I think you mentioned it earlier, and I think for every group that's represented in this room, probably they would have wanted to just scream hell no the day after the election. It's definitely the best time in America to be any one of us, right? And the recoil of the fighting is that Trump represents the no, right? The threat of not being, not always feeling your position, whatever you view that position as, not always having that in place, right? And that argument is really easy to sell because no is a complete sentence, right? So yes isn't a complete sentence because all of us, right? Yes, but we still have, you know, a different follow-up at the end of that. So how do we tie, like how do you put into a message, into the art, that will spread into the culture, that will turn into something, the unifying of all the yeses, the fight is not. Because The different sentences is how that no wins all the time. As soon as you get into an argument, that's it, you're done. Because all you gotta say is, I just got no, let's go. Let's get them out of here. You don't want that. You say no. How do you get everybody to have, yes, I thought I heard some of it. I thought I wasn't gonna ask the questions. I thought the answer was participate and engage. But how do you really sell that on a daily, every day?
But I think it goes back to what all of the panelists are saying about figuring out how to change the playing field, figuring out how to create different kinds of opportunities for ourselves and for others. Listening, care. I mean, there have been a lot of yeses. I'm not sure if I get the yes-no binary, but that you're proposing, but I think there are lots of possibilities presented on this panel that I think address what you're talking about. Janet has the microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that about the march. I'm old enough to have participated in the anti-Vietnam protests. Nobody ever stands up and says, oh my God, you've changed my mind. This is a long, slow process. The fact that, I mean, if all of the people who went to the march had voted, then we would be in a different situation.
Exactly.
But it's for us to all support each other in whichever way we can come out and do it, from the indivisible groups to get involved and stay involved, because we have critical work to do together. And so it's not about that didn't work. Nothing works in itself.
Right.
It's the fact that happened the day after the inauguration was really, I think was really important. And it gave permission and it gave energy to all the rest of it. You know, I went to the airport when on that cold night, the Muslim ban was announced. And I've been standing, you know, I went and unwelcomed Trump to the Intrepid the other week. So, but whatever you can do, that was actually the most satisfying. Was like, he went by, I saw the motorcade, and I know he saw us, and I know he heard us. I know that.
So maybe I'll say that maybe no is a sentence, right? But maybe yes is a process.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting.
One thing about, I'm rhyming with a couple other people saying, I think it's important to recognize your natural allies, even if they're not 100% congruent with who you are in terms of your own position, self-definition, a million ways of gender, race, color, whatever. That it's important to recognize, and that wasn't recognized during the election, which is why we have the president we have. And I mean, it's heartbreaking that so many people on the left, liberal left, couldn't bring themselves wholeheartedly to support Hillary because she didn't do everything. And I think it's that same kind of striation, unnecessary striations between I can't support you because you really aren't totally...
You're everything to me.
Right.
But that's not...
No, but I'm just saying there has to be a feeling that there is an alliance that goes beyond very specific and immutable criteria. It has to be recognizing who your allies are, even if you normally would, you know.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I was just going to say really quickly, back in the 80s, I was at Columbia and did my journalism master's project on ACT UP. And one of the things that I learned so deeply from ACT UP is that these protests matter. And they actually really do affect change. But also this sort of holy dissension. Their meetings were amazing because it was community coming together. I think that's part of what made it so effective. But there was dissension, there was raucous, and out of that came this amazingly powerful bond. Because what unified everyone was so much greater than any other kinds of difference. And I learned this also from Simon Sinek, who's done this really great TED Talk on Start With Why.
Who is that?
Simon Sinek. He's done a really great TED Talk on Start With Why, so lead with your values. But the other thing that I was thinking about in terms of ACT UP was that, I mean, and I think this discussion tonight is a really great example of it, you know, in terms of all the ideas. We want all the agents coming out here. We can't afford any less, I don't know. But ACT UP, what they also did was they recognized Then you had the protesters who they literally, a couple of people, I think it was Peter Staley talked about as being shock troops. They were the ones who got out there and everybody paid attention to it. Then you had a committee that was working with the FDA. Then you had another committee that might be doing something else, another committee that was working on women's issues. So people would go toward their natural interests, but they also recognized that they were all part of a whole, that was all of them were moving everything together. With a lot of unholy dissension, too.
Unholy dissension.
Or holy dissension.
Holy dissension. Let's end with holy dissension.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Jean.
Good evening. My name is Dana Mattias. I'm the Interim Executive Director at the Duluth Art Institute, organizer of this weekend's program, which features Wendy Red Star's solo exhibition, Reservation Pop, in our galleries upstairs. The artist as culture producer, lecturer, and book signing right here, right now, tonight. And Sharon's artist workshop tomorrow morning at the Duluth Art Institute's Lincoln Building. The program received generous support from the Duluth Superior Area Community Foundation's Anishinaabe Fund and Adams Art Fund, as well as the University of Minnesota Duluth's American Indian Studies Department, so I'd like to thank them for making this possible. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Wendy Red Star and Sharon Louden, two rock star artists with extensive bios. Wendy Red Star, to my right here, has traveled from Portland, Oregon to be with us tonight. Wendy holds an MFA from UCLA, has exhibited throughout the U.S. and abroad, including the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Portland Art Museum, St. Louis Art Museum, the Minneapolis Institute of Art, many more. She's also served as visiting lecturer at Yale University, the Banffest Center, Dartmouth College, CalArts, numerous other places. Wendy's work explores intersections of Native American ideologies and colonial structures, both historically and today. She was raised on the Crow Reservation in Montana, and her exhibit upstairs features images of the cars and HUD houses there, and we're honored to have it on view here at the Duluth Art Institute through November 12th. Sharon Louden is here with us tonight from New York City, also has a long list of credentials.
Please make it brief. It makes me feel very old.
Sharon's a senior critic at the New York Academy of Art, a consultant for the Joan Mitchell Foundation, and I gotta flip my page, was a contributor to the National Endowment for the Arts Creativity Connects campaign. Sharon holds an MFA from Yale University School of Art, has exhibited with the Tweed Museum here in town, as well as Carnegie Mellon University, Weissman Art Museum, National Gallery of Art, and many more. Her work is in the collections including the Whitney Museum, the National Gallery of Art, Yale University Art, Museum of Fine Arts Houston, and others. So, in addition to being an artist, Sharon is also this amazing author with a new book, The Artist as Culture Producer, Living and Sustaining a Creative Life, and it features 40 international contemporary artists, including Wendy, showcasing their stories of adding to creative economies, and it's available to purchase tonight from Zenith Bookstore in the back corner there. So, tonight, Sharon and Wendy are going to address a whole range of topics in that book, and for those that want to participate on social media, use the hashtag #LiveSustain. So please join me in welcoming Wendy Red Star.
So first, I just want to say we've done this before. And I feel really humbled and grateful to be here. Annie Dugan. We met through this wonderful woman named Annie Labowitz, who's also a big supporter of my books. And Annie Dugan was so wonderful to put one of my films in her film festival. And we stayed in touch, and then when I started planning this tour, we were upstairs in our office and brainstorming, and we know that there's a large community of natives who live here, and so we thought that it would be great for Wendy to come here, but also just because of who Wendy is and her work and everything about her. And so I can't believe we're here today, and I have to thank you very much and everybody at Duluth Art Institute for their great efforts in getting us both here, because it's really a pleasure and a treat. And I love Duluth,
and I love all the people here in Duluth, and I'm so happy to be with all of you. So today, or tonight, what we're going to do is just spend a few minutes having a conversation with one another. But before I do, I just want to give you a context, and do you mind if I just talk about the context of the book for a second? Sure. This book that I did, The Artist as Culture Producer, came out of a book I did before called Living and Sustaining Creative Life. And how that started was I was serving on a panel at the College Art Association. Has anybody ever heard of that organization? It's an organization of like 14,000 people, I think it is, from all over the world. And the panel was how to make a living with or without a dealer. And 400 people showed up at that panel. I'll never forget saying to the audience, I say, it's really great that you're here, and it really sucks that you're here, because you're dependent on the system by 400 people showing up. This is amazing. Well, one of the people in the audience was my publisher. You never know who's in the audience. So she came up to me and said, we really want you to do a book. And I said, I cannot write at all. I can't write an artist statement. Can't write anything. So the artist in the audience, you know what I mean, right? It's like the hardest thing to write. I can't. My husband, this is my husband, Vince Blake, I hear. He doesn't think I can write either. So I was like, I can't write this book. So anyway, but what's great about being married for a long time, we're going to have our 19th wedding anniversary coming up, is that I think the key to being married is never listen to your husband. So my husband, you can't do a book. I was like, yeah, I'm going to do a book. So 4 years later, now that book came out in 2013. It's in its 7th printing. We took a 62 stop book tour all over the country. I met 5,000 people on that tour. I decided to make that tour somewhat sustainable. So what I did was I said every artist in that book has to get their own copyright, and we split the royalties 44 ways and make it a shared project. With this book, we have a 94 stop book tour, and today I think it's like I should have remembered, I think it's like the 46th stop out of 94. And this tour is about cross-pollinating artists together. It's about bringing Wendy to a place. Have you ever been to Duluth? Never been here before, right? To meet all of you, to be able to hopefully lay seeds down where we are, to be able to share information so that people can try to sustain and grow. I'm doing the same thing where it's a shared project, and this tour is about basically making those connections to make stronger the fabric that we have as our community. It's very important. Connecting with one another, exhibition opportunities. This show came about because of our conversation with Annie and this book. I'm interested in that. So all of you, if you don't know one another here, you must meet one another, because you never know what will happen, and the strength of our community is ourselves. So going into that, then I want to talk about this great exhibition you have upstairs first, and then I want to ask Wendy how she sustains a creative life. Wendy and I met because of actually a curator who lives in Minneapolis named Jennifer Phelps, who I asked her, I said, I really want to have more powerful women in this book. And she said, oh, you should look at Wendy Red Star. And I said, really? She's really powerful? She said, yes, she's very powerful. You should look at her work. She's very powerful. And then Wendy took my call, and I think what's great about the Artist Cabal is that artists will take calls from other artists. And she was so open to it, and then we've continued conversation ever since. But we did do a conversation at the Q Art Foundation on July 13th, and there she also had an exhibition. I was just joking earlier that, because we're going to be in Tulsa, Oklahoma together in November on the tour, and I was just joking, maybe the Philbrook should have an exhibition. We'll just go wherever you have an exhibition. But the exhibition that you had at the Q is really different than this one here. And the exhibition at Q, if I can just describe for you, not that I want to revisit that entirely, but it's interesting how these two bodies of work feels different to me, but also under one umbrella. That was like a timeline, right, from your history, from your family history. And then upstairs is also from your family, right, or family members or a community in Montana. Can you talk a little bit about the premise of what's upstairs
And why are there all those cars up there?
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here, and I also want to say thank you to the Duluth Art Institute and also the Native American Studies program at, oh my gosh, UMD. Yeah, so upstairs, the title of the exhibition is called Reservation Pop, and I believe 2008, took a series of photographs on my reservation in Montana of the what we call reservation cars, which are basically these non-functioning, sort of broken down vehicles, and the HUD houses, government-built houses. And the reason why I started on the project was firstly because of the res cars. I wanted to know like the stories, because I'm sure you've put a dent in your car at one point in your life, and maybe there was an interesting story behind that. But basically, most of the photos were taken in the town of Pryor, which has about 500 people. And there's 2 blocks, very tiny blocks, not like New York City blocks, of these HUD houses. And what I noticed is that each house had at least one res car, if not 3 or 4 cars, and they're all kind of parked right up towards the door or on the sidewalk. And I also noticed just from growing up there that the cars functioned, had a life after their normal function, like they were storage cars, that kind of thing. So I set out to kind of figure out like, what was going on with these cars and who was the last person to leave it in that spot. And it sort of took me on this interesting adventure. And the houses, the thing that I love about the houses is that they come in these very vibrant colors. And so I wanted to document that, where you'd have a very conservative, like crow man living in a hot pink house. And I was always wondering, like, what's going on with that? And I asked my dad, and he said, well, it's the cheapest paint that they could get in the greatest amount of quantity. So they ended up painting the house with all these different colors. So yeah, it was really more an investigation of all of those things that I brought up.
So it's interesting, all of your work has, they're all about stories, essentially, right? So can you give a story about one of the cars?
Yeah, there's actually lots of stories. There's a car up there, a blue car, that is actually my uncle's car, and his name is Spunky. And he was driving and he hit a deer. And my dad's place wasn't too far from where he hit the deer, and he parked it at my dad's house, and he said, I'll come and pick it up next weekend. And then like 10 years later, the car was still there, and like in between that time, Spunky would come and visit, and it was like the car didn't exist or something, you know, it never came up. And finally my dad was like, okay, we've got to do something about this vehicle. Yeah.
And what's the reason for tell me about the fabric. Like what kind of fabric is it, and why did you choose that?
So the way the fabric ties in for me is that even though, you might look at these broken down cars and sort of run down houses, and maybe your first thought might be like poverty. For me, the Crow Nation is culturally rich. And so I sort of associate that to our material culture, and we have this event that we have every 3rd week in August called Crow Fair, that is a time when we all kind of gather and parade and set up teepees. And so for me, when I think about the reservation, I think about my grandmother, who outfitted us in traditional outfits, and she always used this sort of satin fabric for under our dresses. So to me, it's that sort of kind of richness that I wanted to place these sort of broken down objects on top of that, because visually when you see them, you see a pop of color. And so that's kind of what I want people to focus on.
Was there any kind of symbolic connection between, let's say, a color of a house and then the color of the fabric, or?
No, I just kind of, that was more like aesthetics for me.
Yeah. And some of them, it's so interesting, so I'm looking at my phone because I just took pictures of, I'm not checking my email. I'm looking at I see that, yeah, there's a couple of them were mesmerizing because they have this sort of sheen to them. Was that purposeful too?
Yeah, they're actually, the tricky thing about that work is it's really hard to photograph too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You don't really get that kind of plays with your camera a little bit. But yeah, I wanted that kind of magpie feeling where you get some of those bright fabrics.
And so why did you show that? So you showed this body of work in Bethel.
Yeah.
So what made you want to show that here? Like, what do you think?
I had just completed it and was kind of getting into the book and the topic that I have been sort of producing a lot of work since like 2016 and into this year. And I thought it would be really nice, instead of just building a whole new body of work, to actually get to like see this work again. Because oftentimes, you know, you'll spend a lot of time on a body of work and it shows once. And I didn't really get to spend that much time with it in Bethel. So it's really great to kind of see it come alive again here.
And we were talking upstairs a little bit about how I asked Wendy, I said, did you specifically specify where these pieces went? And you said no, you will let the curators do that. And so can you talk about that process too, like allowing that to happen? Because you were mentioning to me too that some of your friends just don't do that.
Yeah. No, I thought it was really good because at Bethel, I also did that with the curators, sort of kind of in that space. I said, I kind of envision a grid system and then a linear along this wall, but it's up to you how you want to formulate it. And then the same here, I was like, you've got the pieces, go for it. So what's nice about that for me is I feel like I get to learn something, or I get to see the work through other people's eyes and how they kind of place images together. And I think you guys did a really wonderful job. So that's something that, I don't know, you spend a lot of time kind of figuring out the work. It's kind of nice to release it a little bit.
That's great. So I'm going to go off script, as I've done before. I hope that's all right with you. So you just did a residency, right? I saw you in July, and then we were in New York together in July, and then I remember you telling me you were going back to Portland for a couple days, and then you went off and did a residency. What did you do at that residency then?
So it was called an Indigenous Intensive Artist Residency at UBC in Canada. And I think for me, artist residencies aren't that successful for me, as far as getting work done. But this one was really great. It was a bunch of not just Native artists, but also people who were writers and filmmakers, that kind of thing. So it was 2 weeks, and we got together and kind of shop ideas around, that kind of thing. So it was fun. It was the first time I've ever done just an Indigenous specific residency.
The reason why I ask that is I wonder if you, as just in the way that you work, so you have this exhibition. This exhibition, did it leave before that residency, or how? I mean, I wonder if you think about that while you're working in a residency or in your studio, your work being elsewhere. What happens when the work is like in Duluth and you're in Portland or in this residency, or do you just forget about it? Do you still think about it being there, or what happens as far as as an artist sort of compartmentalizing where your work goes and what you're thinking about at any given time?
Yeah.
That's a hard question. I'm sorry that it came out like that. But I guess the reason why I'm saying is it went from Bethel to Duluth. It just makes me think, and I think your work is like place, and it just seems like it's global.
That's nice to hear. Just because I rent like a tiny house, it's feeling tiny because I'm filling it up, but it's 825 square feet, and I use my living room as my studio space. So for me, part of it is like, if I can get the work out there and keep it going, then I don't have the boxes. Like, it's very practical.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure if I want this piece to come back. This opportunity came, that would be good to have it go there.
Wow.
So that's part of it as well. But yeah, I think for me, it's interesting to think about the work and where it's traveled, because some places I don't get to go. And like for instance, I have a body of work called The Four Seasons that I actually did when I was in graduate school at UCLA. So they're like about 11 years old. And they've traveled everywhere. And one's going to be showing in Nevada, and another one in Tucson, and then it's going to California. And it's like, wow, I wish I could travel like that body of work. It's seen so many places. It like knows way more than I do. But yeah, it is kind of interesting. Or I feel like my work is really personal. It's about stories and things like that, and just to kind of leave those stories in different places is also something that I think about a lot.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that before on the phone. I hope you don't mind me just asking that in public. So I want to talk about, we're here in Duluth. We're in a smaller community than, let's say, Los Angeles. And you live in Portland. And I wanted to ask you, this community here, as I was mentioned, Dana mentioning the show I did at the Tweed, this is a vibrant community of artists that are here. And I just wanted to ask you, how do you work in your community? You know, how do you work in Portland? And you said you have that 800 square foot house. What's it like to engage in that community, to have that exchange in that community? I just wanted to be able to see if you can share some of that perspective to this community. Maybe it reflects what they do here or not.
Yeah, I think for me, how I ended up in Portland was I have an ex-husband, so that's how I ended up there. And he is still teaching at Portland State University. So I have a daughter, and she's 10. So for me, I really moved to Portland for those reasons. And I don't show really with a gallery or anything in Portland, but some of the things I do is I sit on like Regional Arts and Culture Council, which is gives out a lot of grants. So that's one way that I get to connect. And then I also mentor graduate students at PNCA, Pacific Northwest College of Art. But I think one thing that has helped me is, since I don't have a gallery space and I tend to show everywhere, that I feel like the Portland art community sees me as an asset to bring in and sit on panels and things like that. So that's been really nice as well.
Do you engage with a lot of artists in Portland then?
I have a set group of friends who are artists, but they're also mothers. So that's the group that I engage with. So we're all art moms. And it's a great group. There's about 7 of us, and we all had kids around the same time. And we could all kind of have these sessions where we talk about some of the things that are hardships, and then it's been great then to support each other with different shows or things like that.
That's great. I didn't know that. That's amazing. Every time I talk to you on these things, I learn something else. It's incredible. So about your community, can we talk about creating opportunities? So we had talked about, well, I should say this first. The book itself, The Artist as Culture Producer, the reason why it's named that book is that when I did the first tour, as I mentioned, I met a lot of people. A lot of the public still thinks that artists haven't taken a shower in a couple of days or a week, that we have paint stuck in our hair, and we can't complete sentences. I'm trying to do that right now. And so that bothered me a lot. And what I would say, actually, instead of introducing somebody in the audience or talking about artists, I would say culture producers, and the public would be like, huh, what is that? But if I said artists, like, oh, I know what that is. That was that reaction. On the other side of the coin, I had artists who would come to me and say, how do you get a gallery? Because that was the only way they thought how to sustain a creative life. That drove me crazy. And one artist in particular, but several actually, but one in particular came to me and said, you know, you can't do other things and still have a gallery. Like, you can't like do these books, you can't curate, you can't do all these other things and have a gallery. I was like, are you high? Of course you can. So instead of just saying, are you high, right? I said, I'm gonna do a book to prove that. So the book itself is 40 artists that not only have a leg in the art world, but they also do other things that gives back, but gives within a community and gives to other artists. And in fact, some people, I've been very flattered, some people have come to me and they said, hi Sharon, I would love to be in your book, very flattering. And the first thing I say to them, do you give to other artists? And if they don't say anything within 5 seconds, I say, I'm done, I gotta get out of here. So it's like, I think that that is a prerequisite for me, essentially. All of my friends are givers, and so is Wendy, and everybody in this book is generous. I think generosity yields generosity. I do think communities grow because of those things. Now, can you talk a little bit about, and this is in your essay, you've curated exhibitions. You give, like you just said, you serve on panels at, I know they don't pay that much, or if anything, and I know you're not doing it for that. And you know, you participate in your communities, whether it be Portland or on the Crow Reservation or elsewhere. Can you talk a little bit about all those things that you do?
Yeah, well actually a good example currently at the Missoula Art Museum, I just curated a show that's going to open on September 12th, and it focuses on 4 Native women artists. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to that. But one of the things I really wanted to do, especially with the election, kind of, I think really made me want to focus on really supporting the artists that I believe in. And so the 4 women that are in this exhibition are artists that I really believe in their career, and I wanted to bring them along as well. So that's one of the things that I've done. But I've also curated a few other contemporary Native artist shows, one in Seattle and the other in Utah. So yeah, that's been primarily my focus as far as like giving back, I would say.
But you also have this great collaborator who's 10 years old.
Oh, yeah, my kid.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I started collaborating with my daughter when she was 7, and so we did a show at the Portland Art Museum together. And that was sort of came out of a fluke where I was working on this body of work and happened to give her photocopies of what I was working on, and then she came back with this amazing drawing, and I thought, wait a minute, like, this is a good thing that I can use to kind of close the show, but the game changer was, at the opening, she wanted to talk about her work, and I was like, okay, we'll do this, I'll appease you, you agreed to be in the show, I guess I'll give you some time to talk, and she's an excellent public speaker. So I was kind of like, whoa, okay, so maybe we can do something. So usually how it works is like if I get an opportunity, sometimes I'll ask her, it's like, hey, I'm doing something here. Do you have any interest? And she'll say, yeah, I want to be part of that. So we worked together at the Tacoma Art Museum. We led like a collaborative tour of one of their collections. We've done like a photo shoot at the Seattle Art Museum. We did a residency at the Denver Art Museum for 5 months, and she did a kids tour. And at, I think it's Washington State University in Pullman, Washington. I hope I'm just saying that right. We're actually going to be doing a tour of a show that's happening there and a joint lecture. Together, yeah. Yeah, so it's been really great, but as soon as she gets older, it's pretty much up to her. I'm already starting not to be cool. I got ditched on the playground last week. So it's already kind of changing for me, but who knows, we'll see.
So is she, when you do the lecture together, does she say, okay, Mom, I'm going up there and talking? Or like, I would love to see her in action.
She would like to do that. I think she'd like to do a whole lecture by herself, but there are some boundaries. And usually we've done several lectures together, which has been really great. So usually I'll set up the PowerPoint, and then when we get to like her particular works, she'll talk about that, and then she'll kind of say what aspects of the project she wants to talk about. So we go back and forth between each other. Yeah.
So great, I love that. I could hear that like 50 times, what you just said. Yeah, because it sounds so magical in a lot of ways. Like to have art in childhood, but then have a collaboration with your mom. I mean, that's pretty amazing. So I want to talk just a little bit about, and then we're going to open up to the audience, because a big part of this tour is exchange with all of you. So just imagine that we're either at a coffee shop or a bar or whatever, we're relaxed. But if you can think of also some questions while we're talking would be great, especially if some questions that pertain to your own lives or issues as artists that you want to be able to share, to be able to see if what kind of response we can get from Wendy. But let's talk about success. I would love to talk about success. On this tour, people have talked about what success means. And on my first book, I asked most of the contributors what they thought success is and was. And they said that success is having the freedom to make their work. It was consistent. Had nothing to do with money. And in fact, I just got in a Facebook fight, it's still up on my page, you can see it, it's public, that someone was just making that statement, basically, that it is money. But I would love to find out, what you think success is for you, and what you see the link is between all artists, whether, whatever the success. I actually don't think success defines, I think it actually creates divisions between people or what they think. What do you think?
Well, I actually thought that was a really great part of your book. But yeah, in graduate school, when I was going there in 2006, success, the way they kind of pumped out all the grad students was that you had to get a gallery. So you had to get a gallery, and it was sort of kind of funny too, because the students were like, if you're a professor, then you're a failure. But then we have these rock star professors, so I don't know what they were talking about. But right when I left graduate school, there was sort of like a roadmap. You had to do these artist residencies to build your CV, and you had to get in this gallery, and then you're famous. And that was not the case for me. So I think I had to work on that for a bit, because that's what we were pumped out to do. But for me, I think it's exactly what you said. It's being supported and being able to make the work that I want to make. And also, for me, it's I'm also kind of getting over like being in that specific show, like the Whitney or something like that. I think it really does go back to just being supported and the interest that I have, which is really lucky.
I think that the reason I cringed about the gallery, I mean, I have galleries, you work with galleries too, I think they're partners, they're not the end all. And I think that it's sad that graduate school had given that formula, because everybody is different, right? Would you say that? Like every artist is different?
No, yeah, absolutely. Like for me, they only gave out one model, and I have friends who, like for instance, my ex-husband does social practice, so he's got a whole different route. He doesn't make things that you sell, so
Right.
galleries don't really work for him, but he's found success. So there's all sorts of different ways we can be supported.
I just sort of wonder what happened to your classmates, where they are today, if those formulas ever worked.
Some of them have done that formula, and some of them that were really hot in graduate school, you know, had a bunch of curators and things like that in their studios, aren't making work at all. Like I know one guy who runs like a Boys and Girls Club, which I thought was kind of cool, but I totally thought he was going to be that sort of next art star.
And I don't think that's necessarily a failure because he took his creativity and used something with it. But I do think the old ideas of, you know, if you were teaching, you're a failure, that's old.
Yeah.
I actually don't even believe there's any job, you're not any less than an artist.
Yeah.
So I feel like these are old ideas that need to be fleshed out. That's good to hear. Okay, so I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna open up to the audience, and we can pass around a microphone, or you can just shout out.
The microphone has to stay there.
Oh, it does?
Like
Oh, so maybe I'll repeat the question. But would anybody like to just say hello? You can even just say hello. How are you? Anybody have a thought? Yes, sir. Hi. That's it. Yes, Adam. Hi.
I guess Wendy, you were talking about having interactions with those houses and the people who had the cars and things. I guess besides the daycare house and your uncle or whatever, that funny guy, his house, did you like interact with the people who own those places, or were they just take photos? And then also I was wondering like what you took those photos with.
Yeah, it was like a kind of a real budget digital camera, you know, so it wasn't anything special. But yeah, because I would just be out on the street, a lot of people it's like a small town, you know, they're super nosy. They like know you're there as soon as like you enter the block. They're like, someone's out there. So yeah, a lot of people came up and, you know, I would ask them specifically, and I'd get all sorts of stories about the cars or whatever. And I have cousins that are quite younger than me, and anytime they see the work, they're like, this is so-and-so's house, and this is blah blah's house, and well, that's where like my basketball is, you know, that they didn't give back to me or something like that. So I like hearing their sort of stories, but just being here in Duluth, talking to people, they were telling me, oh yeah, like just not too far away, you know, on this reservation, there's a set of houses like this. So it's kind of nice to hear that. Yeah.
Annie.
Can you talk about the size? Because I found the photos to be, like, I love the intimacy of them. You know, you see so many large scale photos, and I really thought that the size was, anyway, if you could talk a little bit about how you chose that.
Yeah, it was more, like I knew they were going to be on sort of this vibrant background. So I wanted the size to be something where people would come up closer. Because the closer you get, the more like, I don't know, some of you saw like there's like muddy handprints on one car, or if you look at the windows in the houses, they have those like sort of serape blankets, that kind of thing. So it was really more to get people to engage with them on a more intimate level by having them that size.
That's a great question. These are great questions. Other questions?
I actually want to.
Please keep going.
Are you going to talk a little bit more about the next, because, you know, so Vincent told you not to write a book, and now you've written two, and you have more in the...
I have a lot more in the pipeline. That's true. Yeah, so my third book is called Last Artist Standing, Artist Over 50. Everybody seems to laugh at that. Oh, so everybody responds to that. It's actually the hardest thing I've ever done, because the people over 50, I'm 53, people over 50 have a lot to say. And it's been very challenging for me. And some artists are not happy over 50 as they get older. It's very difficult, but it's awesome. I'm happy to do it, you know, but I'm really going to be really happy to get that published. And then I'm in the smack in the middle of that book. And then my fourth book is not titled yet. I'm co-editing with an African-American young critic. She's 25 years younger than me, named Jessica Lynn. We're both co-editing a book about the whole of the art world, We're picking out different people like museum curators, critics, gallerists, nonprofit people, funders, etc. Because when I go on these tours, artists give so much power to these people, and they have ideas of these people that existed like in the 1950s. So the only way to do this is to be able to find people that, first of all, they're all human beings. Second of all, to find them who's generous and who is actually setting the bar for the field. And then I just signed a contract to do senior editing of Living and Sustaining Creative Life, 10 books of a series for 10 years, and giving contracts to other editors who will do Living and Sustaining Creative Life dance, poetry, writing, a lot of the arts. And so I really feel like if I have an opportunity, I need to share it. And when I had other opportunities, I told my publisher, I need other people to take this on at this point. Thanks for asking that. And as I say all of that, it makes me want to throw up. It's a lot of work, but it's awesome. But I'm really grateful for the opportunity. Thanks. To meet people like Wendy, who can share her story. The people I work with are very generous enough to be able to say what they've done in their life, enough that people can then take parts of Wendy's story and replicate that to be able to sustain their own lives. That's the goal.
Impacted your own work, and do you have time to make your own work?
Have I say what?
How has being an author impacted your
How's an author being? So I'm an artist for sure. So a lot of people ask me that question. I'm an artist who likes to work all the time, not necessarily in a studio. So as my husband says, artists live in the cracks. I'm actually going to have a real studio that I have to be in starting on September 12th in New York, because I got a studio residency in New York City, and that's going to be really interesting for me, because I've never been an artist where I'm fixed to a space. I've always had a studio, but I like to go in and out, and I like to be free. So I often work on site, like I did the show at the Tweed where I worked on site. Or the other day with a friend that we drew together at a restaurant. I sort of like doing that more. I do animation off-site, so I always do something. And I think being an artist, the things I do, books, curating, working in nonprofits, all the things I do are extension of the work I do, if you would say, in and out of the studio. But that's a great question, thanks. People ask me that all the time, because I think that time management is also interesting. I think that's really challenging. How do you manage your time?
Alerts like you have this thing going on my health, because I travel a lot, and yeah, everyone should try to get as much sleep and eat well.
Thank you for asking, Karen. Any questions? Yes, sir. Hi.
You're writing a book about artists over 50.
Yes.
I remember reading somewhere, I can't quote it offhand, that an artist's creative peak is before the age of 30. And so anything after that, they're just going over old stuff. Do you find the artists you talk to are doing that or feel like they're doing that?
No way. No way. First of all, I wonder if that's the market telling you that and not other artists.
Could well be.
Very much. That, I think, is a myth. Wouldn't you say that?
That would be horrible if that was true.
No, the artists I'm talking to, first of all, there are too many there's not too many artists. I think there should be more artists. Okay, first of all. Second of all, but there's too many for me to choose from to get 40. That's exceptional. It's very hard book for me to do. And I have certain criteria that I have that that brings it down to, like this book that Wendy's in, I went from 400, there's a lot more than 400. Anyway, no, the artists that I have, and part of the criteria is that they are able to make work through generations. And no way, these are contemporary artists who are doing great things. they would probably answer that question and say, well, what I did at 30 is just different than what I'm doing today. Not any better or not any worse. And what do you think about that? Like, that comment does, I think, reflect the market.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think the more I progress, I made this series in graduate school that gets shown quite a bit, but I think for me, that piece was sort of a critique on the way institutions display Native American objects and people, and when I made that piece, I was told it would never show, you know, and I got really harsh critique and my fellow grad students. But it's probably been it's the most popular piece, and I feel it's like the institutions are just now, especially for the topic I was talking about, are just now starting to think about this concept forward. What I'm making now, I don't know, it's interesting the way that kind of work plays out that way. So what I guess I'm saying is I don't want to be making the work that I made back then. Yeah, because I keep learning and progressing forward.
No, I actually look back and I'm embarrassed about some of that work. Like, thank God I didn't show it. And so it's just with age, when I'm learning about the research in this book, and just even myself, and maybe you would agree with this too, you don't care as much about the small stuff. So there's that lack of pretension or lack of, you know, being so serious about what you're doing. And so there's a certain freedom and confidence that there is. And so in some ways, I bet if you ask me that on the tour in 2020, I'm going on that tour in 2020, if you ask me that question, these people who are very opinionated over 50, that's the other thing. That people are extremely opinionated, they have the confidence to say things versus people in their 20s, right? That they would probably say, you know, they probably would say it's the best work they've done. Because, and it also goes back to success. Like, what is the measure of success for people equating or the value of it?
That's good to hear.
As an artist who finds it difficult sometimes to get critique, like how do you get critique? I mean, is it from the market or from Facebook or just your self-critique? Or I guess I don't know. Like, how do you get critique now?
Oh my God, I would freak out if Facebook critiqued my work. You're not on there right now. No.
I noticed that today.
You know, I think for me, where I'm at now, I don't really want to be critiqued. Like, I'd rather go to my people that I value their opinions and have just a conversation with them than have sort of like that discussion, like I don't know, like graduate school has to come in and work with graduate students, and I get like graduate flash. But yeah, I think for me, I just, especially since I'm Native, there's not that many people I can talk to in Portland, so I have a lot of First Nations friends, that kind of thing, that I have a little kind of online community. And so every once in a while, I'll Skype with somebody about a particular project or something like that. So I'd much prefer doing it that way, through just like a direct conversation.
I mean, for me, because I'm on the road all the time, I mean, also, I just don't like studio visits. I hate them. So, with anybody. Like, I didn't even have my husband come in my studio for 10 years. I'm not kidding. So, it's like, I'm uncomfortable with that, but I just put myself in this position, which I just got at the studio at the Sharp Valentis program in New York, and I'm going to part of the proposal was to force myself to open the door. And so I'm going to do that. Okay, I have to get medication. But I think that the reason for that is when you stay too isolated, it's really hard, I think, to come out of that. And I had 3 studio visits in 3 years, over the course of 3 years, and they were all really hard for me, and I felt worse. And so I think it's a balance. I think you have to find a balance of people to talk to that you trust, as you said, or people, let's say, online. Like, I have a lot of conversations about artwork via Instagram. And then I really just call my friends and talk to them, and maybe send them pictures and say, what do you think of this? And, but I never do it before a big exhibition, because it can sway directions, or when I feel really bad about myself at some point, like crappy. How about you? How do you time the critique?
I never I used to do this when I was younger, and my mom's like my worst art critic, so I have to gear myself up for her if I really want the truth. But I used to do this where I'd have like a half-baked idea, and I'll give my mom as an example, and I tell her, you know how you know exactly what it looks like in your mind, but when you're sort of trying to talk to them about it, so she would always it would always get deflated before I could actually make it, I change my mind. So my thing is I never like to tell people any half-baked ideas at all. Otherwise, maybe they're in just this super weird stage that only I understand. It's I don't think I put something that's out there quite half-baked yet, because you want to have that kind of magic still, and freedom to take that wherever.
All right, just a couple, any more questions? Oh, now we've got some, we're warmed up. Yes.
How you both learned how to write about your work, and how the story that you've told about your work has changed over time.
I'm a terrible writer.
That's not true.
Horrible writer.
Okay, that's not true.
Yeah, but
I mean, you have an essay in a published book.
Yeah,
it's in its second printing.
Well, thank you. But I've wised up. I've realized where my strengths are and where they're not. And I actually have this woman that I work with. So she still makes me write stuff, but then she'll go in and she'll look at it for me and help me get it to where it can actually be published, So yeah, for me, that's one of the things that was the hardest for me is actually writing about the work. So that was my solution, is to actually find an arts writer to help me.
I think having a good editor is the best thing ever. My husband, Vincent, is an editor for me. Yeah, we have a question back here. Thank you. Is there a question back here? Over here? Yes.
I was actually pointing to me.
No question.
But no, I have 15 questions.
Oh, can you pick one?
I'm going to pick one. As I'm sitting here writing these notes, how do you guys you're talking about making connections and getting around more positive people that can help you and help you with your career. I find that fascinating because it doesn't happen around here. And the other thing is how do you make connections to get into museums and bigger galleries?
I can answer both of those questions. Can I start? Okay.
Sure.
I love making connections that result in impact. I do it every day. I'm proud of it. As a catalyst, I think every artist is a catalyst for other artists. It can be. Now, why the flag that I just heard, I just got this pain in my chest when you said it doesn't happen here. I mean, that makes me feel really sad, because it just means then people aren't getting out of their isolation to offer something. So first of all, the first thing is every artist has their assets and something to give. Even if they feel like they've never shown before, that they don't have any presence anywhere, every artist has something to give. Every artist does. Now, what does that mean? It means that the work that we do in our studios, we make things from nothing, right? Everybody knows that, right? Artists? We can make things from nothing. We can also bounce back from failure like that, right? If we make a mistake on a piece, we could just change it, right? Why can't we replicate that outside of our studios is beyond me. And why is it that we are able to just start things and live freely in our studios, and somehow when it comes to talking to other people, that just doesn't translate, but it can. So I think the reason, the metaphor here is real, meaning that if you really want to be able to cultivate a community, you need to be in a position to do so. So number one, create a position to do that. What does that mean? Duluth Art Institute is artist friendly. Somebody can develop a relationship with Dana and say, Dana, I really want to have a group of people here to be able to share opportunities with. Can you do that? Dana would probably say, sure, you can sit in the gallery and do that, right? I'm forcing that. Then the second thing is, it's about organization and intention, just like we do in our studios. The second thing is figure out what you need. Answer what you need. What do you need? Everybody needs money, right? We all need money. But the thing about money is that that's a given. What do we need for our own validation? Do we want grants? Do we want opportunities? Where do we that down and then find a way to be able to research opportunities, which I'm going to talk about tomorrow from 12 to 4, 10 to 4. That's all I'm talking about tomorrow, is I'm laying it out how everybody can do it on their own. 80% of the things I've gotten in my life are from cold calls, not physically picking up the phone, although I have done that. Do not ever do that. But I think reaching out to people, it works. It's just a matter of cultivating community and making the right fit, finding out what you need first, being organized, do the research, do the work, and find the fit. And it's not a lot of work. And I think you can cultivate a large community. But it comes with starting to be able to make that happen and not expect somebody to knock on your door. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'll talk to you
That was a lot, sorry.
No, I think you did good with that. Yeah. If there's like an artist whose work really resonates with me, I'll try to reach out to them and talk with them. Or I've had other artists do that. And some of them are my really good friends now. So I think that's important just as an artist. Especially since I tend to do identity-based artwork, it's good to reach out to artists who are kind of working in similar themes as you and build networks that way.
Yeah, I think it's about making that intention, though, to make that leap out. Okay, one more question. Yes?
I'm wondering if you guys could talk a little bit about rejection.
Right.
And,
I can talk about that a lot, too, but go ahead.
Yeah. That's it.
Well, one of the ways I make a living is by applying to grants. And I'm not really good where, like, my tactic for applying for a grant is I'll apply to it and then I try to forget about it. And then I'll make sure I apply to something, like several other things, and forget all about those things. And then usually, if I don't get it, I don't take it personally, because I used to work for a grants arts organization. And I kind of got to see the behind the scenes, and it's just like there's several different dynamics that go into like who's going to be on the panel, what kind of funding they're bringing in, and maybe some artists fit that more than others. And that also helped me not kind of take those things so personally. But I also think rejection is, for me, I've learned to embrace it as something, as a positive. Like if I don't get that, then I know there's something greater that's going to come around the corner for me. And so I always try to kind of look at it that way instead of getting really upset about it.
I don't think there's any such thing as rejection. It's a difference of opinion. I say it all the time. Why do I say that way? I think rejection is too personal. So, the behind scenes, it's not personal. I don't think. Does anybody in the scenes in the grant panels we don't have anybody that says, oh, I hate that person, so I'm going to not give them that grant. In your experience?
Usually I do that when I'm But I've also learned that, sometimes you're just, the people on the panel, their arts focus isn't, what you're doing. So yeah, I guess that's the thing is thinking of it more as business, even though your art is highly personal to yourself, but you can think of it as business instead of something so emotional. That also helps too.
And I think doing a lot of them and not thinking about that one thing, as you're saying, like get a lot out in the pipeline. And there's so many opportunities right now, it's ridiculous.
And then, the rejection letters always start out kind of the same way. So you just open it and you're like, oh, recycle it,
Yeah.
It's right away. You don't even have to read the whole thing.
So I just want to end with the end of your essay. Can I read it out loud?
Sure.
Okay. It says, the positives of having a full-time art career is being my own boss. Yeah. Making work that I believe in and that inspires and informs my new work, and investing in the best that I can be. At times, it seems indulgent, but I can't think of a better career than one where I'm pushing myself to explore new ideas and have the support of people and institutions to see these ideas through. Well said.
Oh, I didn't even know I wrote that.
Annie and everyone at Duluth Art Institute, thank you all for being here. If you want to get a book, it's right there. We split 10% of royalties. Our checks, so the first checks of the 8% royalties, I actually got 2 more percentages for the second book. We're like $10.04 for the first check. And the second check was $51.42, and then it went downhill after that. The last check was $70.89. So it's not the point of that, but the point is these essays, I think, and your essay is very powerful, enable other artists to sustain their lives. Whether or not you get a book or not, we're right here, and I'll be here tomorrow from 10 to 4 if anybody wants to stop by, and I'd be really happy to help you. If you are going to be here tomorrow, bring your issues. I will bring the 14 other questions you have. That would be awesome.
My name is Sharon Louden, and this is...
Well, my name is Matthew Delegate. And Raygun.
And we're going to introduce ourselves in just a moment, but I personally just want to say thank you so much for having us here to your home. We are guests here at Ketchikan, and we're really grateful to be here and to meet all of you. I feel really humbled and just grateful. I'm grateful to all the organizers who have brought us here, Kathleen Light and Karen Lowell and Pat Shelton especially. Really grateful for being here. Today we're talking about living and sustaining creative life, and we're just going to each introduce ourselves. So, Parag, do you want to start?
Sure. My name is Raygun. I'm editor-in-chief and co-founder of Hyperallergic. I'm also a curator, critic, writer, many hats, as well as my background is actually in art history and also nonprofit work. And then I founded Hyperallergic 8 years ago, and we've grown since then, and here I am. And we can talk a little bit about that if anyone has any questions.
Great. My name is Matthew Delegate. I also wear a bunch of hats. I am a painter, first and foremost. I've done a lot of writing at this point, catalog essays and interviews and those kinds of things. I've curated at this point about 70 exhibitions around the globe, which I actually started by default because they needed to be curated, not because I have any professional training in that field whatsoever. I co-founded a gallery in Brooklyn, New York called Mind Space. We're in our 15th year this year, which is miraculous. Who knows why it's persisted for that long at this point. On the topic of sustainability, I teach. I've got a day job. I work with a great organization here called Creative Capital. I teach in the graduate department. A spouse, and a parent of a 1-year-old, and have my hands full, clearly.
He's missing something. You're on the board of Elizabeth Foundation.
Yes, I'm on the board of a couple of organizations. Right. I worked in nonprofit for about a dozen years at the New York Foundation for the Arts. And yes, I'm very pro-artist in my activities. So thank you for having me.
I'm Sharon Louden, and I'm an artist. But I do a bunch of other things. But the reason why we're here today, though, is in my advocacy for artists, I developed these 2 books. The first one was Living and Sustaining Creative Life, and the second book is Artist as Culture Producer. And why we're here today, this is the 90th stop out of 98 on a massive conversation tour. And what is that beast that's been going on since last March 2nd? When I did this first book, Living and Sustaining Creative Life, it was about starting a conversation about how artists sustain creative life. It's to be able to translate the realities of who we are today as artists. And during that 62-stop tour, I realized that there still has to be more conversation about this, but also I noticed that artists giving to other artists and generosity, yielding generosity, creates outcome and opportunities for all. And so this second book, of which Parag wrote the foreword and Matthew is author-contributor, are 40 artists who have not only a leg in some kind of commercial art world, if you will, like they show their work and they're out there, and there's all different art markets. So whether it's public art or showing their work in galleries, etc. But then they also have a bridge to the public. And that was really important to me, to be able to see that artists can wear multiple hats and they can thrive in all different ways. And it's also to show the public that we're really different than many of the artists like Leonardo da Vinci in 1500s. We're not that person. We're not even like, I always say Vincent van Gogh died in 1890. I'm sort of tired of using that example, but that's the classic example, right? So in this conversation tour, what it's been like is just this, like this. We come to different places that would welcome us to their community. And my objective is to be a catalyst to create opportunities for other artists, to be able to hear the needs and wants of artists. This event, as well as being throughout Alaska, is supported by 6 different organizations that believe in this work. That includes the National Endowment for the Arts, thanks to Pat Shelton. One artist did this, brought us here. There's Pat Shelton right there. And if you want to know how to get stuff done, you can go to her right after this. You will be in touch with her, right, Pat? Right. So Pat heard us on a webinar that we did for Creative Capital. This is all about artist to artist working together. Matthew brought me into Creative Capital. I did this webinar with Matthew. Pat was on that webinar. She contacted me and said, we want you to come to Alaska on your tour. The last 2 years, we have been having conversations. This is the first of 8 events in this state, supported by the NEA, which she applied for with the International Gallery of Contemporary Art. The Ford Foundation, which is really great. I'm going to say this. Credit where credit's due. Ford Foundation, the Alaska State Council for the Arts, thanks Karen, and who else? Emily Hall Tremaine Foundation, and Rasmussen Foundation, sorry about that, and the International Gallery of Contemporary Art, which I said. So anyway, what happens at these events, which has been very, very powerful, is when artists share with us what they need and want, somehow one of us listens to that. I events and try to be able to make connections, but also try to be able to share artist to artist, so those needs perhaps can be met. And in the very least, that there's some validation that happens. On this tour, people have gotten jobs, exhibition opportunities. It's been extraordinary. So I'm hoping that can happen today. So now that we've all shared something a little bit about us, I would like to hear a little bit about all of you, if you don't mind. Now, we have enough people in the room that I think we can go around and just introduce ourselves. Would you mind if we did that? Would that be okay with everybody? Maybe you can tell me if you're from here, and if you're an artist or what arts administrator or what you might be engaged with, and can introduce yourselves. Would that be all right? Who wants to start? Karen, why don't you start?
I'm not from here. I'm from, I guess from Anchorage now. I am a visual artist. I try to maintain a studio career at the same time I work full-time for the Arts Council, and I have 2 teenagers. And so sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge, but it's great.
There you go.
I'm Pat Shelton, and it's my honor to bring these people here into our state and share everything that they are going to be sharing with all of you today. And it's a real honor to meet you all. Thank you for coming. I am a practicing artist. I do some studio arts, and I also love to do public art because it's wonderful to work at that kind of scale. It's a real different experience. And so I hope to, I will continue to do that. And stuff that you are determined to continue. And we all know that there are obstacles, and we'll discuss some of those today. But I think perseverance is something that most Alaskans have, and it's really crucial for Alaskan artists to persevere.
I'm Beth Anderson. I was born and raised
in Ketchikan, but went to school in New York City and upstate New York. And I design furniture. I'm working on benches for the museum right now. And I also paint. If you want to see my paintings, there's 2 hanging down at the New York Cafe.
Oh, good.
So,
which paintings? Where did you say?
The ones up on top.
Oh, that's it.
I'm a fishing guide in the summer and do whatever it takes to make money. So. I have a laundry list of jobs I've done. But mostly the drawback I find having moved back here was being stuck in the biggest state union and there's no space to work. So that's my biggest stumbling block.
How is that? What do you mean by that? Like,
there's no affordable land around here. If I'd stayed back east or say moved to Detroit, I could have a huge old factory space. So yeah, anyway, that's a big drawback I find.
Where'd you go to school in New York City?
At Parsons.
Pardon?
Parsons.
Oh, Parsons.
In fact, my professor from there just retired this year, and the guy that started my furniture school just died this year, so I should be farther along in my career.
That's okay.
Who's the one who started the furniture school?
Huh?
Who was the person who said
Wendell
that?
Castle.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, so I got in on that a lot recently.
Wonderful. Nice to meet you, Evan. It was great to see your work this morning. We had breakfast there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Hey there. Marnie, right?
Yes, I'm Marnie Rickelman. I think I'm most of you. I moved here in 2012 to work at the Arts Council. Maybe 6 months ago, I transferred over to the Ketchikan Museums. And I strive to support artists in our community in whatever way we can help them grow.
Thanks. Can they come to you after this for
Absolutely.
Awesome. Hey there.
My name is Mary Henderson. I've lived in Ketchikan over 70 years. I went to school outside like most of us, and Fairbanks, and many hats. There's a reason I didn't mean to laugh at your 9-year-old, I swear. When I said, oh, it was because after everything you listed, you said that I have a 9-year-old child. Oh my God. That's where that came from. I wrote you afterwards, but you know. So anyway, I worked on the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. I worked for decades on the Alaska Marine Highway. I was with the first group of 12 women in Bristol Bay in 1969. I taught at University of Alaska Southeast, Scripps College in Claremont, University of, or Central Washington University. I took some time off, and I was gold mining at the time, and I got bored and decided that I was never going to paint again. I didn't know what I was going to do, but then somebody told me about fire trees, and since it wasn't anyplace else, I thought I better write a book about it, and I did. And that took a few years, and I illustrated that. So the paintings that are in that book are illustrations. But I love to paint, and since I've worn so many hats, and I have a philosophy that don't spend any money on something that won't make you money. I was able to retire at age 45, start a studio on Frick Street, and then I went to spend a summer and many other visits to New York, travel, Europe, Africa.
Mary, it's great to meet you because I've done some research on you. Some research on you. It's great to meet you.
She's done research on you.
Oh! And you didn't hear all that either, did you? Pardon me? You didn't hear all of that either, did you?
No, there's some things.
Somebody told me
here for a few hours, I think. I got to get to everybody else. But I just say that it seems like you're really generous to other artists. I want to thank you for that. It seems like your whole career you've been pretty generous to other artists. Give me one example, if you don't mind.
I'll give you an example. I looked up in the directory guide, and I was hesitant to move here, and I call up, and she wrote on there, we love new artists. And I called her up, she said, I will show you around, and picked me up and showed me all the Ketchikan.
And now I'm doing arts and supplies away, which is really
So is everybody going to come to you after this, or you have art supplies away? Anybody needs art supplies?
Yeah, well, I'm just giving some paper away, and I offered it to somebody yesterday. They'll call and remind me. But most of my watercolors, half of my watercolors, are gone away. And then our mutual friend Carol, I bought all of her oil paints. So I'm giving the cheap stuff away.
Is that Carol Lambert?
Yeah.
Carol Lambert, I know her too. Oh my gosh, I know all you guys.
Well, see, Carol Lambert and I met at Claremont.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah, that's really good.
The reason why I'm going on about this is that I think Mary's a great example of what drives me to be here today, is that giving to other artists and that connected tissue and how artists can really thrive from just these examples. It's really wonderful. Thanks for sharing. I want to talk to you later. Stay, will you please stay? Don't leave. I've got to talk to you. Hey, Christine.
Hi, my name's Christine Ruby, and she can't leave because I'm driving.
Can you share a little bit about you?
I'm an Alaska native. I've lived here all my life, not in Ketchikan, but Alaska. And I am a fashion fur designer, supposedly. But what a lot of people don't know is I have a history of graphic designing. I was a graphic designer for 25 years. I was a Alaska medallion designer for 15, sculptor, clay sculpting, wax, lost wax, everything. So I designed 200 coin medallions and dies by hand cut. I've polished D2 steels, and I've done a lot of, I'm well-rounded. And I master every one of them. I don't just stop, I just keep going until I'm completed. So I'm still tackling the fur, which has been a really rocky road since it is fur. It is a cute little animal, and it's not allowed to be exported out of the U.S. without heavy permitting by the states. And now everybody wants to kill them. So introducing bills and all kinds of stuff, trying to get the bills to pass, and I don't see it happening because nobody's read the MMPA and actually learned what it really means and deciphered it, the laws that you cannot change. So they're just spouting off a bunch of stuff, so don't listen to them. There's not going to be free orders for everybody. But if you'd like to purchase some material, I'll go kill more. If you'd like to buy a hat and stay warm and that scarf for this really cold winter we had, I'll go get more. And then you can have your shellfish. So the hardest part is my marketing as far as, I've done graphic art, I've done commercial, I know how to sell, but doing this is a totally different ball of wax for a lot of people, and I could use any advice on how to get into the markets of non-haters for and antis. Right now I'm really good. I'm not broadcasting a lot, and I get the people that are interested to glue, and they stay, and they love, and they rebuy a lot. But I want to get out there just a little bit more. So any advice that you guys can use on which way I should go? Should I tell them I hunt the animals? Should I not show them I hunt the animals? Do I show them, what do I show them? It's a very hard decision on which way you go to not offend everybody, but yet still, enlist respect. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we can try to address that for sure.
That's a complicated one to address.
Extremely. Etsy just banned all seal products.
Who did?
Etsy.
Oh,
And he's going to go talk, because he lives only 2 blocks away.
2 blocks from my
Yeah. I'll knock on Steve's door and go, hey, seal is not endangered, but they still will not allow me to list seal, and I've been selling on there since 2011. I've done very well on Etsy. And now they said, sea otters are okay now? They're okay. They're endangered, but they're okay to list now because they got chewed out by the native corporations and Sullivan and all those other people. But seal's still not. They'll block you, they'll ban you, they'll take you off. So, I need help.
Thank you.
How about you? I'm Nancy TG, and I've been in Ketchikan for a long time, 30, almost 40 years. And I'm a beater, but I have a full-time job, so
okay? Just because you have a job doesn't mean you're any less an artist.
Oh, no, I know, but yeah, my beading is my relaxation at night.
Oh, that's good.
Or your second job.
My relaxation is kind of becomes.
I got a lot of work for you.
There you go. Do you all know each other? It seems like you do, yeah. Does everybody know each other? Yeah,
We've seen each other, it's a small town.
I'm Sue. Let's see, I'm not originally from here. I'm originally from Vermont. Came up to work in Denali, went back to Vermont, and decided I needed to come back to Alaska because I was homesick. Let's see, I've lived in Ketchikan for 3 or 4 years, then I moved to Nome for 5, and then decided I missed trees, so I came back to Ketchikan. And also, too, I have to say that Ketchikan, out of all the places I lived, I remember working port security, and I've never felt more welcomed by people. When I said I'm thinking of staying, people are like, oh, you can check this out, you can check this out. So Ketchikan, thank you very much for all you people that are born and raised here. I felt very loved, and it was exciting because people here seem very exciting. So I've been back here for 3 years. I'm working at A&P. I was a stalker, and I don't like telling people. That sounds kind of creepy. But and then I'm now working in a coffee shop. But I think why I came here was just I like writing. I take lots of pictures of my dogs. It's just a creative outlet. And I actually wanted to go this weekend. There was Elizabeth Gilbert and Martha Beck retreat, but I couldn't afford it because I'm working at A&P. But anyways, but so I saw this listed, and I just thought I'd come and just absorb and just be open to learn. So yeah, so
Thank you. Nice to meet you again. Thank you earlier. Hey there.
Hi, my name is Mike Gates. I'm a local photographer. I've been in Alaska for about 50 years, the last 30 years at Ketchikan. I take my work pretty seriously. Never do enough of it, and it's interesting to try to stand out a little bit when absolutely everybody's a photographer anymore. No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I am my own greatest critic, and that's probably my biggest stumbling block. So.
In a world of amateurs, the pros stick out.
Can you take pictures of dark fur?
She's got a dark
I think we just met and you talked to her, and really gotta stay. Not just for marriage.
I don't know if my car will start. It hasn't been started in 3 weeks, so we can talk before I got here. We might be stuck until somebody gives us a jump.
Okay. Try it. Hey there.
Hi, my name's Julie, and I'm originally from Minnesota, where I went to art school for a little bit.
Where in Minnesota?
St. Paul.
Oh, where did you?
I went to the College of Visual Arts on Grant or Summit Avenue. Oh, I haven't been in Minnesota since 2000. I moved to Missoula, Montana for 17 years and split some time between Ketchikan and Missoula for a long time, and now we're here full-time year-round. So I am a potter and I'm a mosaic artist, and I'm just getting started, getting out in the community. I went to school for ceramics, and I love it, and I'm trying to make a go at it professionally. It's tricky, just trying to generate enough money, but I'm just getting the wheels going. Yesterday I did a pop-up shop at the New York Cafe. You guys had breakfast this morning, and it was pretty successful. I had a goal for myself, and it was a lofty one, and I almost reached it, so I'm really happy with that, and I'm just here to kind of see what you guys have to say, because it's just me and my studio, and I want, some more advice on how to get out there in the world, so.
Love to do that. It's great. I lived in Minnesota for, lived in Minnesota for 3 years, and in Minnesota, this is my husband Vince, by the way. This is a grassroots effort here. But Minnesota, since you have roots there, they have a huge craft, a big craft community there. The American Craft Council is there, which produces American Craft magazine, which is really important in the craft industry. And just even to be a member of that craft council, just even to start that,
they have, I think somewhere about 20 or 25,000 members. And you're immediately in that cycle of just being a membership of that active community. You create opportunities just by doing that. So you could just start that like right when you leave here. And because you've spent time there, that's really advantageous too. But we can talk about that later. Okay, Kathleen Light.
Kathleen Light, Director of the Arts Council. I've been here 10 years. I love you all. Thank you for coming.
He plays oboe.
You are? Oh my gosh! That's my favorite classical instrument. I can't say that's not. My husband's a jazz and drummer, so I always have to say the drums are my favorite. No, but right, but the classical oboe, that's a hard instrument to play.
There's only one in town, so there's the perception there is a little one.
She's the best.
Corner the market.
Yeah. I'm Camille McRoberts, and I pretty much know everyone here as well. I'm the program director for the Arts Council after Marnie, and I was the education coordinator before that. I was born in Anchorage and raised in Ketchikan, and left for 20 some odd years. I was a chef in Chicago and in Seattle, and then moved home when I had my child, and have I'm sort of learning to use that creative energy in art in many forms. And I'm kind of a creative sponge. I enjoy working with artists and learning from them, and in this position, learning to advocate for them and just kind of immerse myself in art. And I'm finishing my bachelor's degree, and I have a 5-year-old.
Thank you.
I'm Yvonne Zerbetz, and I consider myself a printmaker. I work full-time making my sole living as an artist for about 20 some years. And I've lived here like forever. I'm third generation Alaskan. And my goal is to take my printmaking to larger installation work, or just in different forms and formats. And something I'm really always intrigued with and interested in is just the health of galleries. You know, I'm interested in finding more gallery contacts outside, and just in Alaska, it just feels like that's something we forget. We want to be in galleries, but just having them be healthy is an interest as well.
We will totally talk about that also.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that seems to be, I was just waiting for someone to just say the word gallery. It happens at every talk. That's a big focus. Okay, great. Thank you.
My name is Jim Younger, and Yvonne's one of my heroes.
Oh, that's so nice.
No, I just love her work and how she's expanded out. It's just wonderful. But I came to Alaska to be a school teacher. I've always had an art background, and I loved teaching elementary school for most of my career, and then kept doing art as I did this, and had a few little exhibits here and there. And then I taught middle school art. I became the art teacher here at Sharon Bar. And that, to me, I loved the children, but it was a disappointment as being an art teacher. No one loved it as much as I did, as far as the 8th grade boys. You know, I mean, it was not always just I thought I was going to die and have to be swept out with the mold in that building. I was so excited to get there, and it turned out to be not. And I was at the end of my career also, and so my patience had worn a little thin, perhaps. So I decided I would retire, and you know, I had 25 years of teaching, and that was fine. And I would try and do my own art. And it's been about 8 years now, and things are starting to move along. Last year, I think, was my best. I had 2 solo exhibits and a lot really good sales, and everything worked fine. And then I signed with the gallery here in town, Scanlon's, and that to me became a difficult situation because instead of painting for myself and for my just creative hooplas dancing about my studio, as they say, now I have to think about, is this something that tourists would buy? Or, you know, it totally is outside me. That's my worst problem, is self-promotion anyway. But to try and think of who I'm doing this for, I want to say I'm doing it for me, but in a way I feel a little bit hypocritical when it's for sales. You know, so there's a little, I'm having a little crisis in my heart. But other than that, I'm loving what I'm doing, and what Susan at the gallery said, just do all the art you do, because I'm pretty prolific, and then we'll weed out what we think will sell. It's harder than I thought.
Hello, I'm Pat Tully. I'm the director of the public library here. I've been here about 15 months now. Came from Connecticut, and I am not an artist, but I am really admiring and really thrilled with the art scene here in Ketchikan.
Pat, thank you for hosting us. We really appreciate you having us, and we're really grateful. I mean, I worked in the library before when I was in university, and I loved it. I love libraries. I have great respect for them. And there's a organization called Project Art, which has residencies in libraries across the country. Artists coming in and working in libraries. So it's a great place for creativity. So thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hey there.
Me?
Yes!
My name is Kathy Rousseau, and I came to Southeast Alaska with the Forest Service. Worked out of Sitka for a few years out at the logging camps and real remote sites and tent camps and stuff. It was kind of a big adventure. Moved to Ketchikan in '83. Got involved with Raven's Tail weaving, which was being reintroduced at the time by Cheryl Samuel. Eventually branched out into chilkat and basketry, traditional basketry. Then went to graduate school at UC Davis and started to do my own thing then. And that completely kind of changed things. And then I also like to travel, mostly to Latin America, and ended up after graduate school with a Fulbright grant down to Guatemala. And I spent a year doing research on agave textiles. And since I've kind of branched out between Mexico and Colombia, studying plant material textiles. And on top of that, I weave baskets. They're contemporary baskets, kind of based on my travels, I guess. I don't know. Is that, yeah. And the one thing I was going to say, part of what kind of fuels me, besides my travels kind of feeding into my baskets, I ended up eventually quitting my job because I couldn't keep doing that. But I applied for a lot of grants. I'm kind of waiting to hear from the Alaska State Council on the Arts on what right now. But anyways,
Was it an individual artist?
no, just a travel. So one of the things, one of my paper got accepted for the Textile Society of America conference.
Congratulations.
This year. So I applied for travel through the Alaska State Council on the Arts.
Karen, can you just
So you can apply for those every 2 years, and I've actually gotten them. Went to a conference in Oaxaca, Mexico a couple of years ago. Yeah. Okay. So they actually gave me a grant to travel to Oaxaca, where I also presented a paper in Spanish.
Oh, good.
Also on the work that I've been doing. So this conference is in Vancouver, BC in September, and I applied for a fee waiver, and I got it. So there's kind of little things like that that I've kind of, and also in Oaxaca, I applied for a fee waiver, so I didn't have to pay, because the fees for those conferences are really expensive. They're like $500, I mean. So kind of little things like that just kind of helped me. And then I had a Rasmussen grant, which helped me have a solo exhibit here, and also travel to Colombia. So that kind of little things like that sort of have helped a lot. And then miles with Alaska Airlines too. But yeah. So, and I guess one of my big things is my baskets take a lot of time, and I want a fair amount of money for them. And so finding a place to sell them. The museum got a grant and bought 2 of them, but other than that, I don't sell a lot of baskets.
They're stunning.
So that would be really nice.
Yeah. Thank you. Carmel?
My name is Carmel Anderson from Minnesota, Duluth. And I have 2 daughters, and one of them's a jazz percussionist in the jazz band. So
Yes.
those are my personal connections. I've been here 10 years, and I started out on 7th Avenue in fashion design, graduated from the Art Institute of Chicago.
Wow.
But my passion really came out, and career testing was really interesting. I came out higher in social than art, which shocked me because I don't see myself as this big social activist, but it really came to fruition. And the work I really started painting about women and their inner voices and strength. And what came out of that is seeing wounded women that were really healed. And I got into installation work about women who have survived sexual assault and domestic violence. And that has been getting the greatest response. And the Alaska Children's Trust sponsored it. And it traveled around Alaska and got into the state museum. So I had a really good year last year. We have a collaborative piece where people wrote stories of wisdom and insight, and it's now by squares, small 3-size squares, it's now almost 40 feet by 3 feet in width of just heart-wrenching insight, some positive, inspirational, and so my challenge is, and then I also got a Rasmussen to do one on foster care children because that overlaps quite a bit, and working on that right now. But my biggest challenge is funding. I had 600 pounds for my show, and then you say you're from Alaska, so then you have to start looking at barging or flights. And so I've met a lot of people who say, Carmel, we love your show. Let us know when you have the money. And so that's kind of a new venue, especially not coming through the traditional art form or art way. You know, I went through fashion, and I'm very excited about the work because I feel like it combines my fashion, my art, being a mother, being a woman, and a real passion to hear the voices of common everyday people, to hear the spectrum of voices, and to have people gain wisdom and insight. And people spent a lot of time reading the quotes from actual people, and a lot of tears, and a lot of conversations about healing and understanding, and that was the purpose of that show, is to, you know, it's a hard topic, and so for people to hear these stories and see that it's their neighbors, and to see these life-size sculptures that are, I think, I tried to lift them up with beauty and not show. It's hard to explain. I don't know. Karen saw the show. A lot of people saw the show, but it's they're beautiful and elegant, but yet have a really powerful message of the truth behind a lot of it.
Thank you for that. So we were in Standing Rock, and we met this artist named Rebecca Nagel. Is that her last name?
Yep.
And she, and I can't remember the organization, but I can look it up afterwards, is the head of an organization in Baltimore. Also Gracie Horn, maybe you might write these names down, who is from Minneapolis. And they work with survivors of sexual assault in the Native community, and also do installations and art projects. They're also working on this big quilt that people came in and Standing Rock and did some drawings or contributions to that, and they're putting it together for exhibition. I don't know where that's going to be. Do you recall?
I think they want to do it in DC.
In Washington.
I think it's sort of, yeah. But the project isn't just Native communities. It's also more expansive, but their focus is that. I'm sorry.
Name again? Rebecca Nagel, Nagle, I think.
Yep,
and then Gracie Horn, Horne. The other person you should really look at is...
And their project is Healing Tent.
Thank you for that.
Healing Tent is one of the projects that they have.
The organization in Baltimore, I can look it up after and give it to both of you. Also, you should look at this artist named Clarity Haynes, Clarity, and then Haynes.
I will say that I have a podcast with Gracie and Rebecca, actually on the Hyperallergic podcast. So if you're interested in that, they talk about their whole project and working with people who have endured sexual violence and abuse.
It'd be good for you too. And then look at that artist, and then Clarity, if you ever wanted to reach out to her, she's super accessible. She will answer your email, and she's happy to do that. Okay, so thanks everybody for sharing your stories. This is just remarkable. I guess what I've been hearing from, and I think if you don't mind, I'd rather not do like a formal panel here, right? So can we just do a conversation with everyone? That's all right with those of you? So I wanted to ask if it seems like everybody's interested in opportunities outside Alaska, would you let me know if that's what you're interested in? And inside Alaska? Anywhere on the earth? So maybe we can start there, and then we can get to the gallery tour, because I heard that the most. Did you hear that the most, or was this that for me?
I heard the first one more.
Outside.
Yeah, and then just expenses.
Okay.
The issue of expenses,
Yeah,
funding.
Sales.
I guess that's all related.
And studio space is expensive.
Oh yeah, we can talk about that.
That's a surprise to me. The studio space was kind of a surprise
Yeah.
to me that that's an issue.
And then I'm going to add another thing.
Please do.
I've gotten into shows before, and they actually make you pay now to ship your work.
We can talk about that.
And
We can definitely talk about
I mean,
that.
it's not selling necessarily, but shipping.
Yep.
So I
Why
just
don't you
want to
talk
prep-
about that a little bit? Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. I just want to preface this, that tomorrow Matthew and I are doing a professional development workshop that's going to touch upon all of these things too, based on the webinar that we've done together. And then this is really all the questions here is what we do talk about. But maybe we could start, maybe you guys could start to talk about, let's say, it's sort of overwhelming to me because there's so many ways in which artists sustain their creative lives right now. These books are stories from artists, first-hand stories from them about how they sustain their creative lives. So in doing this research that I've done for these books and with the 2 books I'm working on now that are forthcoming, the artists are very creative like they are in their studios. I think it's just more about validation and what's accepted too. But maybe you guys can throw in, let's just talk about a few ways from here that people can create opportunities. I think it depends on the kind of work you do too, but to qualify that, I don't know, you want to start?
Sure. I guess one of the observations I've had as sort of someone who's spoken to a lot of people in different communities around the country is often, particularly in smaller arts communities, I think because of sort of the scale of the work that sometimes you're making for a local community or for a certain kind of commercial need or something, it's often that work may not translate outside of your community. And I think sometimes artists need to be more ambitious in terms of the types of projects that they pitch to outside communities or outside galleries or institutions. Because often it's like that may work here, but often people they're going to pay for the expense to bring work. They want something kind of ambitious, or they want something that will stand out. So often it's that I find is something that people feel like, oh no, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing because it works here. And you have to understand that outside, that may not be the same thing. Like maybe if you make paintings here, you may want to start thinking about doing a performance lecture. So you don't have to pay for shipping the work, but you may want to go. And some of you may not know what a performance lecture is. Happy to talk to you about that more later. But like a way to translate your work so that you're able to, for instance, there's a reason that video is very popular in the art world, right? It's because it's easy to transport. And if you're an artist working in Brussels and you need to show in 10 places in the world, even in a place like Brussels, sending a video or a link, from the internet so they download the file is going to make you a lot more accessible to a lot of audiences that can't pay for shipping, as an example. So thinking about those types of things too, because if you're an artist in many different ways. Most people don't stick to one thing anymore, right? Or they're not doing just one thing. So think about what you can do in those different contexts. So maybe it's a work on paper, maybe it's a digital artwork. You may want to experiment. Maybe it's a digital file that you can send and have them print there. When I curated a show in Denver last fall, most of the work, even though they were from around the world, it was just people sending me digital files and we printed them in Denver. And that saved a lot of money, to be quite honest. As an example, so even though a lot of those artists make objects, we had to find a way to translate that to make it economically affordable, as well as, we thought we did a really good job, in terms of being able to translate that. Or we commissioned a video, but again, it was a video, right? Because I couldn't ship that from where it was coming from. It was sort of like, if it was a big artwork, it would have cost my whole budget. So sometimes that has to be part of the arithmetic you do for yourself. So knowing that, a small painting may not necessarily be desirable for a gallery to ship all the way, but if you're talking about something much larger or something more ambitious, they're going to perhaps go, okay, well, if that can be a core part of the show or something, that might be a little more advantageous for them.
What about creating opportunities too?
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Harak said. I think those are all really ingenious. Again, depending on the kind of work that you're making, the nature of the work, the material you're using, there are, as a presenter of these objects that you want to send around the globe. I work at our space with artists in about 10 different countries, including places like New Zealand and Australia and Basel, Switzerland, and the West Coast, and you name it. So I'm constantly dealing with this and wrestling with this logistical issue, which is ultimately comes down to a budgetary issue. You know, if we had infinite resources, this wouldn't be an issue. Like, it's just honestly a problem that's solved with cash. So this is not a wherewithal issue, it's a cash issue.
Which is the issue again?
Just getting artwork from point A to point B.
No, I know, but I think I'm going off track a little bit. I think we're starting off by talking about creating opportunities, though. So are you talking about shipping only?
Yeah, I'm talking exclusively about sort of getting your stuff out of here, if that's your intention. And we can talk about that as well.
Thinking about that first?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that first. I mean, I just wanted to dovetail on two things that Rod said, which is, one, we've done a lot of exhibitions out of suitcases.
Oh, yeah.
A lot. In fact, I curated a show in Oaxaca 4 or 5 years ago that had practically no budget. And it was really amazing that there was a consortium of museums, not the Fabric Museum that was down there, but many of the other museums got together and said, we want to host this thing. We don't have any money to do it. So how are you going to get the work of 30 artists from, at that point, 14 countries to Oaxaca on site? And we ended up carrying a lot of stuff underarm in a suitcase. In fact, one of the artists that I work with is based in Melbourne, Australia, of all places, and he only makes works that will fit inside of a suitcase. There's sort of efficiencies in his thinking in this respect about what he does and how he gets into places. And in his mind, and I think it's a good idea to travel with the work and to be present for these opportunities and to spend those resources moving yourself around is much more cost effective in the long term for him than just spending the same amount of money shipping wooden boxes around the globe. So he ships himself with his work in tow. So this is sort of a shift in terms of like the kind of work he makes and how he makes it. We have thought creatively about sort of self-directed residencies as well. So a lot of the artists I work with, they make really large paintings. And shipping 8-foot paintings from around the globe is super expensive. So we have found kind of a workaround where we will sponsor an apartment for a month for someone to come locally or go elsewhere to make a new body of work on site in kind of a residency format that's self-directed, and then to present that work after. So there's like ways of working around this idea that may not be the ideal situation where you're working at home in your own space with your own materials and your own time frame, but there's ways of kind of getting around that.
So can I ask you a question? I'm not moderating, but I'm just going to ask a question, so we're going to, if you don't mind. So how do you think that, how do you get the attention of people, let's say, from here for them to get opportunities elsewhere? Meaning that, how do you hear about things?
Well, I think research. I mean, research should be, I think if you're an artist, a writer, an arts administrator, it doesn't matter what it is, research should be the basis of your work. And whether it's you're researching materials, but it's also researching who would be interested in that. You know, what curator curates that kind of work? And then just creating conversations. Figure out where they're working. Maybe look at where their career path was so you can figure out places where that work is interesting or has been shown.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So you're not gonna, everyone has these sort of fantasies of, I'm gonna show at MoMA, right? Or they say, Museum of Modern Art is the only thing. But you know what? MoMA doesn't show certain kinds of work that well. And that's just the way it is, So, you may be better served by showing that work at, a lot of other institutions that have a context to show that work. And so if the research is sort of central to that, and I think we can all tell when you've done your research. Do you know, if someone approaches you and say, oh, this is a body of work, I go through my emails, I get tons of them, but I can automatically tell when someone's done their research, and knows how to address that or frame it or knows that that's actually what I'm interested in. Do you know, as opposed to someone who just thinks, I'm going to show you this, and you have, and I'm like, I've never written about this kind of work ever. So just doing that, I think, solves a lot of problems.
That's really good.
Exact same thing with the presenter model. Make sure that you're super well researched before you reach out to people. Because if not, you're really wasting your own time and you're wasting theirs. I get submissions every single day at the gallery from people I would never in a million years show. Just because they don't fit the purview of what we do, they don't know what we do, they don't know who we are by name, we've never met the person, we have had absolutely no interfacing, and they're asking me for a solo exhibition. And this is something that's preventable, but it requires effort on your part. It requires time spent not in the studio, but at the front of a computer where you're typing away looking for things. And that needs to be part of your regular process. At least 15 minutes a week.
No, I was just going to say, because I think you're feeling a little left out in terms of the context, it feels like, maybe, because of the type of work you create.
Fur and textiles have never been considered art.
Actually, right now, textiles is having a big moment.
Very much. That's why I want to get out there.
That's right.
I've seen this, I've done my research.
Yeah,
And that's why we got there, but it's still fur though.
So I think what's really good about what you were talking about before is you recognize the need to identify your audience. So I think the key, we're going to talk about this more in depth tomorrow, but I think the key is that you need to know enough about what kind of work you're doing, like Christine, you do, but like what your work means, not just the technical aspect of it.
Yeah, I've been chastised on that a lot.
Okay.
Well,
who's she pointing to? Sorry, oh, Kathleen, sorry.
I wrote it all up.
I will say though that
A lot of time I didn't know.
do you when you display your work, is it more of a retail context or art gallery context? How do you
Context is really important.
How are you showing it, or how is
It's
it?
both. It's
Okay.
actually it's retail and artistic. I have the artistic side, which I create one of the unique pieces, and they're entered into Santa Fe Indian Market and win ribbons.
Oh,
And
fantastic.
right, so I got that, but then there's also, you gotta feed yourself, so you gotta do the retail side and just make them for, the people that want to buy them. So you have your bread and butter, and then you have your creative
Well,
side.
the reason I also ask that is because in terms of from what I understand, and you can correct me, when it's a retail context versus an art gallery context, moving fur around is different.
It is, it's different for every aspect that you guys talk about.
So in that way, it's like showing in an art gallery context, it may be easier for you to move fur across borders. And you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. And from what I hear from other people, things like fur and stuff are very popular in East Asia. Like in terms of like works, there isn't the same kind of...
Marine Mammal Protection Act does not allow you to export this.
Even as an artwork? Even as a fine artwork?
$500 size, 6 months of weight.
So even as a fine artwork?
I can, but I cannot sell it there.
Oh, interesting.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I got a lot of hurdles.
I want to talk to you about this because this might be an article too. Because I think this is sort of like the little things that I think it's partly people aren't educated on this topic. So they don't know actually, like in the case of Etsy, they may not be aware of like the true context because most people associate seal with a certain kind of industrial production.
Right.
Like your seal clubbing and all that kind of stuff. So
Got that.
But it's like, but I think that's where people are go. So like what could be done is also more common.
Well, it's a challenge. You gotta hurry up to it. It's a big one.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but even in this conversation between Christine and Harak, the key that anybody could get something from, even though if you don't make what Christine makes, which nobody does because you make it, but I'm just saying that specifically, is that the context is really important and your audience is really important. And I think it's really important that you have to cite that yourself. And that does come back to research. And context can mean a lot of things. But I think this bleeds into the gallery part. I think we should talk about that, if you don't mind. Not that we don't have to, we can come back to the creative opportunities. I think they're all wrapped up together in a way. But I would say across the world, actually, just being really general, and I'll defer to you on this, that I don't think the gallery system has the weight that it used to. There's a lot of different options for artists to be able to share their work. And it's not just the galleries anymore, but also there's just so many more artists than there were. There's a system now of getting a Master of Fine Arts degrees, and people are being pumped out there, and they can't, the gallery system can't meet that demand. But I think galleries are really, across the globe, really, really interested in selling work. And so if your work doesn't fit in that context of selling work, that's not going to be the venue
for your work to be seen. But I do think that there should not be, like Jim, I understand exactly what you were talking about. There's always compromise, I think, when you're working with somebody, right? It's always a collaboration, whether it's a gallery or otherwise. But if that's not comfortable to you, then something non-commercial can also yield financial success. And how does that happen? You can show with a university gallery, and you can get people in there and cultivate a community of collectors. And maybe you can show the work that you really want to show, let's say, that maybe the gallery doesn't accept, with maybe some of the work that you're showing with that gallery as a mixture to give a different context and yield a different audience. So the venue is going to reflect a different audience.
Yeah.
Do you want to add to that? I know you got a lot to add to that.
Oh my God, I didn't know where to start. I hear that. I mean, like your concerns, I hear loud and clear.
Right.
And again, what Sharon mentioned is that the gallery, commercial art gallery context is not for everyone. It's not for everyone's work. It may not be part of your worldview, how you envision yourself as an artist, how you envision your, you making your income. It's a very specific thing, and it's changing substantially. And as someone that's kind of been around this, both as a represented artist, I work with a couple of galleries where I'm represented as one of their people. And then as someone that represents about 24 artists in the States from all over the world, the concerns are broad. Okay, so if you're thinking about working with a gallery, you really need to define what that means to you. Like, what do you actually want from that relationship? Because it's a relationship. It's a commercial relationship, first and foremost. It can be a relationship in a lot of other ways as well, sort of an emotional one, a critical one, a collaborative relationship. But I think a lot of artists sort of boil it down to being a paycheck. Okay, like if I have a gallery and they represent me, I will have steady income. And it'll be enough income that I can live off of. These are fantasies that over and over. I just want to say that it is true for some people.
Very few.
Very few. And those people only live in that way for a very short period of time. Right. Because the tastes and the markets change. And they have high points and low points. So this is a working relationship. It is a work in progress. Okay? But a gallery relationship is not for everybody. And I actually see, from what I'm hearing from all of you, and again, I've been in Alaska now, I've been here for 24 hours. But in my very, very shallow understanding of what I'm seeing here, you guys have already invented markets for yourself. They are so far beyond the markets that I see in Brooklyn, where the center of the art world is, supposedly. Okay? You guys are thinking about different kinds of markets, different kinds of, just even the tourism industry in the city. We had a long conversation about it earlier today. And what an interesting alternative that is to MoMA.
So much more.
Right? So you guys are already thinking so much more creatively than 90% of the people that I know. And I'm not just telling you what you want to hear, but this is true from my experience. So again, that gallery representation, in the best case scenario, what that should look like is it should be collaborative. Okay, these are not your parents, they're not your agents, or
your therapist.
Your therapist, your cheerleader, your handholder. There's a million roles that I play there.
They're vendors.
They're ultimately retail stores. So, for those of you that are showing in the cafe, that's a gallery. That's what I do. I sell coffee, I sell shoes, but in this case, I sell paintings to people. It's a retail endeavor. And, most galleries I know function like how you function. They live hand to mouth, honestly. They are trying to figure out how they can earn enough income to keep going. So this notion of sustainability, longevity, is something that every gallerist, myself included, is worried about. How do we keep going? How do we keep doing what we want to do? How do we keep fulfilling our mission?
I'm going to add to that, but I want you to say something.
I think one of the things that this tour has sort of taught me a lot about, and that I think we have to talk more about, is the fact that the finances of the art world we have a very unrealistic idea of who's actually making money. and how much money they're making.
Yes.
And the scale, because of all these sensational stories of these $500 million paintings. It's you know, the majority, like Matthew said, the majority of galleries are going month to month. I mean, 2 months ago I was at a dinner with this, I mean, I would call him an A-list super hot artist right? And I'm not going to say his name only to respect his privacy, but he was telling me that he goes pretty much month to month in his studio. And at the end of when it's the end of the month and they didn't really sell that much or whatever, he has to get on the phone with his dealer and figure out if he can sell something. Like, because he needs to pay for his 12 assistants. You know what I mean? I mean, and this is a guy with assistants. So even he is doing that, going to month, you know? And I think a lot of us are. I mean, at Hyperallergic, I'd love to say we have like a runway of 2 years. We don't. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only a few months, you know, like any other business. And some years are better than others. And I think we have to be realistically grounded in terms of how we create this ecosystem, right? And galleries are only one part of a bigger ecosystem. And how can we ensure the health of that? Sustainability is part of an environmental thinking, right? If we think of it as like, how do we make that environment more healthy for everyone? How can we do that? And I think if we can think that way, that's really healthy. And also just being realistic. Like, there are very few people who are sitting pretty and like just being able to make any kind of work they want and sell it whenever they want at a drop of a hat. Even during the downturn, the one thing I kept hearing was the galleries that survived in 2008-9 were the ones that had something in their back room that they could sell within 2 days to whoever they needed. You know what I mean? Like maybe they had a Jasper Johns painting in the back that they never parted with, or something that they could sell. You know, so everyone has that. It's not just, you know, it's not what you necessarily think it is. You know. So
I think it's also examining who we are as artists and where our power is. So I think that we give over a lot of power to other people, like the gallery, thinking that they could take care of us, or I think it's great that no one can take care of us except for us. And I think that's a big issue, big issue I've heard on this tour. I mean, to think of them as business people and partners. And then knowing the reality, like Parag saying. So also I think when artists don't care as much, I mean there's a difference between arrogance and confidence, but if we stay true to our work, if we don't care so much, I've just, from my experience as an artist, but from many other artists that I know, they seem to thrive more. Why? Because dealers, museum people, all these other gatekeepers, if you will. I hate that term, that label. Yes, that label. But it's true. They want to see artists lead. So those who are just waiting for opportunities never seem to get there. And so you and I were having a conversation about, I'm in a residency program right now, and I'm doing a collaborative project that is something that will never sell, ever, right? And there's two people, me and Jamie, this other artist, who are doing two things that will never sell. And you were saying to me that, because there's 17 studios, and then we're having a big open house, and all of the hundreds of people come through this open house. And the 15 studios, everybody else is setting up for galleries. And what did you say to me? Do you remember what you said?
No, it's not about that. Yeah.
No, but you said those are the people who will never get that gallery to be recognized. That. Why is that?
Well, it's
point to make is that leading. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's surprising. You know, as someone that runs a public space, many artists come, and I'm really happy to see them. But many of them come with their hand out, like this.
Yes.
What can you do for me?
Right.
What can you do for me?
Right.
When will you show my work? When will you include me in this? Not what can I do for you, which is
exactly.
a Sharon Louden mantra in this case.
I say it all the time. Who's taking my webinar?
But again, it's like the artists that I have seen do the best are engaged in their art careers in multiple ways. They're working as arts administrators, they're teaching in some instances, they're curating that they do, they're running pop-up spaces, but they're not working solely on their behalf. They're working on on behalf of the ecosystem.
No, but
the
you
greater
said,
ecosystem.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but you said to me specifically, you said those 15 artists who are setting up for someone
will not go forward because they are like setting, they're accommodating.
It's a
That's the point I'm trying to make.
passive model. It's not an active leading model where you're sort of being catalytic and creating.
We're doing the work that you want to do, right?
Exactly. So they're sort of preparing this open studio event for a market response in the very, very short term. And that's not, it doesn't endure. It just doesn't. The other thing I told you too is that there's nothing that's not sellable.
That's true. You can sell anything eventually. I mean, performances are being sold nowadays, right?
That's true.
A lot of things are
I'm
being
not really
sold.
saying that wrong. I brought that out.
Tino Segal, the MoMA bought the Tino Segal performance for $78,000 7 years ago. You know, it's like, I mean, it's literally a piece of paper.
But that's rare.
It's increasingly common. I mean, yes, okay, maybe not $78,000, but people do. I mean, people are buying and selling gifts, and people are buying and selling a lot of things. And conceptual art, of course, is based on that.
Can you talk about too, I'm curious about validation, so bleeding into, because this all has to do with validation too. Like, can you tell I never asked you this question actually, when you walk around to see artwork,
Yep.
can you tell when somebody's like forcing it, you know, where they're being really accommodating?
Yeah, I mean, you can sometimes, because they tend to be on trend, you know? It's like, and when you're on trend, you can kind of tell. Do you know when someone's sort of like being consciously on trend? And you know, it's like, I mean, maybe some curators certainly may want to, or critics may want to write about that trend, or like maybe they show in that trend, or like want to be part of a trend. But the reality is that you want to be with those curators and people and critics and stuff that are not following the trends necessarily, that are interested in your work and the way you're developing it. You know, and it's like, so, and really, honestly, you should also be open to saying no to critics and curators. You know, there are certain critics that if you tell me your work, I'd be like, yeah, that person should probably not write about your work. Do you know, because there's a way of replicating, right? If someone has like a really crappy take on your work, you know, it's like there's a way of it replicates itself, right, in the world in different kinds of ways. And also if someone wants to show your work, you'd be like, okay, well, who else is in the show? What's the context you're going to give my work? How are you going to support this context in the show? Like, showing just for the sake of showing isn't going to do yourself a lot of good long term. It's so rare that something comes out of that, you know, as opposed to if it's the right context, then one, you're going to be more satisfied. You're going to maybe meet other artists that are like-minded. I mean, that's possible. You know, so it's not just about selling, right? It's about like, oh, actually my work looks really good with that person. I want to get to know that person's work. And then maybe start a conversation, or that curator clearly is like following their career maybe, you know, and like figure out like, what are they working on? Oh, yeah, I never thought about that. Since oh, maybe that's something I should explore too, you know, and using them as a resource for you. Agreed. Is that a good answer?
It's amazing.
It's amazing. I have something to add to that.
Sure.
It's very hard in this small town sometimes to know what's trending.
That's good.
Yeah. We are here in a small town, and yeah, we have social media, we have internet, but it's not like we spend all day surfing the net because that's the only thing we know about. We don't have newspapers that are, you know, to 1 billion people in the city and all that stuff. We are a small town, and so we won't know what's trending.
But you may know by the fact that if you have a display and tourists come and what they're buying. Do you know that might be the way?
If we get the feedback and if we can get in the store.
Well, even if it's sold, you'll know like what's trending in terms of what people are buying, right? I mean, I assume you would respond to that, no?
It's hard though, because we got made in China here all over. And everybody will take a made in China dollar thing than our work.
Yeah, they give a lot of free gifts.
Well, and there's also the implication that
Yeah.
anybody can make money painting pictures of what's around us because that's what people are coming here to buy. And so maybe the same analogy as far as trending is kind of you're always kind of battling that idea that if you were just creating the artwork that is on point with, you know, the kind of classical Alaskan, then you could sell artwork and you don't have the ability to
Yeah, we can sell wolf paintings like crazy.
It's a little more insular, I think, is our
Actually, I mean, again, I haven't had a chance to see it, but is there a Ketchikan artists cooperative space that only shows like the best of the best from here.
Kathleen?
Open all the time, it's not a co-op.
Okay, yeah, there is not a co-op in Ketchikan. The Arts Council's Main Street Gallery in June and July has an invitational exhibit, which is an invitational representative of Ketchikan artists that are there for the tourism.
For 1 month?
For 2 months of the high travel, Christie, of which of course has been in it, but clearly doesn't remember. But we noticed that they do not buy that artwork. So it's priced, it's priced too high. They want to buy the dollar tchotchke, and that's what they take home. And so what happens in all throughout Alaska is the front row of tourism shops are jewelry stores and seasonal stores, and it's really hard for local artists and local gallerists to make a living. So that's what the small tourism towns are dealing with. 1 million people come through Ketchikan, but there's 3-4 year-round galleries in Ketchikan plus us.
Kathleen, can I dive in here for a second?
This is Charlotte. She is our.
So, you know, so I'm listening to all of this, and I'll just I'll point a couple things out. Every single day, people come in the bookstore wanting locally made goods. They want cards from Alaska. They want postcards that are local. They want prints that are local. They want maps that are local. Yvonne has capitalized on this in a lovely way with her boxed cards, her greeting cards, and we have many other local people, but there's no local Ketchikan calendar. There's no boxed card set with the Creek Street and with totem poles. There's no, I mean, I've worked with several photographers now to say, I get it, you want to take pretty scenic photos, but this mountain could be Wheeler Peak in New Mexico, it could be Deer Mountain. They don't know. They want to see the visuals of the tourist things that they recognize as Ketchikan, the sculpture on the dock and the view of the creek and the view of downtown Ketchikan. There's still wide open opportunities to be able to be a fine artist and have something marketable. And just as an addendum to that, when I was in California a couple weeks ago with some of my bookstore staff on just a totally fun, crazy girls trip, and we were at an artist's market in Huntington Beach, and I gravitated towards a set of boxed greeting cards, and she had about 20 different styles. It was all California art. It was a multi-generational artist family. And what caught my eye was each box was wrapped in beautiful ribbon. And she said, oh yeah, we had a long conversation. I said, I might want to have some of your stuff in our store because it's really nautical and visually beautiful. And I said, we're always getting asked for cards. And she said, once I wrap those boxes in ribbon, they've been flying out of here. Said I couldn't sell them at all until I put the ribbon around the box. And it was so eye-catching and so beautiful and said so gift-worthy. And I happen to be a ribbon fanatic, like May Arts Ribbon is one of my home stops. It's hard to explain. And,
this information is invaluable.
But,
I can provide this feedback to my artists.
you know, so I know how cheaply I can get really high quality ribbon, and it's one of the signatures of our store. And she just said, oh yeah, it just changed our card sales. They went up astronomically once we started wrapping those boxes. She does the corner wrap, so the ribbon's in the corner, and it's a double-faced satin, and I could tell immediately it was really super high quality, good stuff. And it's just so attractive, and I bought several of them as gifts. Boom, boom,
This
boom.
information is so valuable. I wonder if there are opportunities to like tell artists what are needed
Karen?
in some ways sometimes.
I'll just finish everything. I get a lot of resistance from people who don't want to do commercial work, or they don't believe that, or there's a whole bunch of other people who don't believe anybody reads, or a whole bunch of other people who don't believe anybody uses calendars or uses greeting cards. But greeting cards are part of the bread and butter of our bookstore, and we sell hundreds of dollars a day worth of greeting cards.
I believe that, because I'm a huge letter writer.
Yeah.
I think it's a really wonderful thing.
In the summer.
But Karen, did you have a comment?
Well, I know that this has been one of the conversations we've been having at work. We had a great, one of our, you guys know Saunders. She went to the Alaska Tourism Industry Association conference last year. And all of the tourism industry people, she was talking about locally made work by artists, artisans, craftspeople, as a way of introducing this state to people who are not from here, from an authentic position. And she said you could just see the light bulbs going off, but they were like, but how do we connect with the artists? How do we actually find these people who can make things? There was a gal who makes toys in Nome. She's Yupik, and she makes the yo-yos. She makes a little pull toy. She makes a little skin drum and boxes them up. She has this little box set. And we're like, if you could just make 100 of those, it'd be like a limited edition thing, and you connect with one of the tourism folks and have that be like an incredibly special gift that people can buy. So part of it is figuring out how to keep to that truth about the materials that you're working with and the place that you're from. And then secondly, I really do think that if we could get even a little push somewhere to do some writing about work from Alaska that would go in like the Alaska Airlines magazine, that would go in,
every conversation, writers are so needed.
Yep. And it's an education piece where it's like, when you contribute to the economy, where you are supporting mass-produced pieces of plastic, you are not doing a thing for this state, and you are not actually taking back anything that's authentic. And it's not that things have to be expensive, it's that if they're from here, I think people who are visiting recognize the value of that. So this seems like a larger kind of push. I would like to send around a little sign-up sheet. If people are interested, we're going to have a conference in September, and this is probably going to be one of the session topics. So if you're interested in staying in the conversation, I'd love to get your name and some kind of contact information.
Thank you, Charlotte and
Yes.
Karen. I would love for you to continue what you were saying.
Oh,
You said about your artists.
Yeah, no, I just had a sidebar, which is have the venues in town that are showing real work, in your opinion, have they had a conversation with the cruise ships? Have you had a conversation with the cruise ships that come here and say, hey?
They do. I help a friend who runs a gallery of native persons, native artists. So it's very interesting. I'll put up some of my work, and they clearly want the native as a memory, and he does some beautiful work. But I do know a lot of the cruise ship people do come through there, and there's a lot of...
I guess what I'm saying is not the tourists per se, but the cruise industries that are coming here. Have you had a conversation at the very top of that food chain?
It's hard
saying we would like to get our materials into the hands of the
money to
lower
be
ones.
even advertised with the cruise ship. It costs money to talk.
Not talking about advertising.
We're just talking about making a connection to them.
Making a connection, getting something
Why
that's
not?
real established.
You have to buy your way in.
You have to buy your way in.
Buy your way in.
Oh, yeah.
One example of that would be Ketchikan Films. That project was a win-win. It took some of the head tax money, it took some government money, some arts money, and the films became local history and treasured as such, but they're also value added because they tell the visitors the Ketchikan story. And if artwork could do that too, historic, a group of black and white etchings of historic Ketchikan scenes. People, all the history geeks that come in the bookstore would love that. If I had note cards of historic Ketchikan aviation, or pictures, the Susan Copeland sells art in our bookstore, and everything she does with aviation flies out the door. Literally flies out the door.
I was going to say, I worked for Alan Marine. I worked for Alan Marine for 2 summers, and I know when we did the Misty tour, the gentleman that, and I apologize, I can't think of that, but did the book on the people who were buying that left and right. They also, and they also too have an artist, a native artisan on the boat as well, and they give a little spiel and stuff. And I've seen people buy their stuff.
Wayne Grant.
Yeah, but so things like that. So I think people really well, I think there's always going to be people that want to go buy the made in China stuff just because that's what they do. But I think there are people out there that really do want the Alaska stuff if given a chance. You know what I mean? If given a chance. And also too, I think tourists are so tunnel vision when they come off those cruise ships. They have X amount of hours to go do this, do that, do that. And they're kind of like sheeple too. You know what I mean? They go here because that's where they're told to go. But
This is one of the things I had to learn. It took me a long time. I mean, my job at the gallery is to sell artwork. It took me a long time to figure this out, which is to get out of the way of people spending money.
Yeah.
To make that process as easy as humanly possible.
But it's
so
hard.
I'm talking like even
Cruise ships are just.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's going in from the very top of the corporation or there's signage that people see when they get off the boat that direct them directly to where you want to point them. I mean, we're all here in a professional capacity, but technically I'm a tourist, right? So I'm interested in seeing this work, and there's got to be at least one other person out of every 100 people that steps off those boats that's interested in something real. I mean, I can give you an example. I was in Athens, Greece last summer, right? Tourist mecca of Europe, right? Every conceivable kind of tchotchke you can imagine. Plates, robes, gold crowns, bronze sculptures of Ares, like the worst of the worst. On my block where I was staying right next to the Acropolis, there was an unusual store which caught my attention, which was a store that a Greek architect had opened to sell the works of his colleagues, designers, artists, artisans, craftspeople, who were having a really hard time economically because of the economy imploding in Greece. You know, the economy in Greece is ferocious. So no architects that are practicing architecture are making anything. So they had to come up with an idea for how to get around this solution. So they built this store with design things like posters, really interesting t-shirts, I mean, you name it, cards, these kinds of things that were so different and so interesting that you knew the name of the person that made it. There was a little biography with them, like why you should buy in and care. And we went into that store probably 10 times and bought like almost every gift for people we knew from that store. But again, I go as a tourist often to places, you guys do too. But are you looking for those tchotchkes or are you looking for something real?
Before you say that, just 1 second. I'll tell you as like, for instance, as an art person, obviously, as a critic who loves, art, I'll tell you, I've been in Ketchikan now 24 hours. I've been sort of looking. I can't figure out what the tourist shop is versus the art shop versus, as an example. But if you gave me a map and said, here are where the Ketchikan artists are showing, or where that you can get crafts by local, you know what I mean? If I was a tourist, because I'm not going to do the work if I'm like stepping off a cruise ship. But if someone gave me a map, I'll be like, oh wow, I'm interested in this. I'll walk over there. Do you know? But that's just, sorry, go ahead.
I made brochures for that.
Great.
I
How did
actually
that
made a
work?
brochure. It worked really good until, well, I couldn't get any money to print off all the brochures anymore, and the companies wouldn't do it, but I printed off, I made a brochure, graphic design.
But just
and
your-
now I went and just put all the native shops in town, where you want to buy authentic native art.
Talk to the art councils.
Yeah, this is where...
So I already have it, all the where you want to buy Alaska Native art and real art, and I have it on there, and they have all the brochures and all.
But see, it worked, right?
Yes.
As an example. So like, why is the community not supporting that?
But also, why don't you get a bunch of artists to do this and go together? Why can't you work collectively with
Well,
your
we can,
people
but
here?
I tried.
We're starting today.
Starting today.
Does it seem like something?
And there is a drive. There's a drive to see the real Alaska. Right now, we're reality show #1 on watching Alaska. So I actually opened a store for 2 months and had a store, and what I had was my work, purses, and then I had abalone and what we eat for native foods, and this is what it looks like, and this is what the creature looks like, and then I had work, and then I had sea otter hides that you could pet and touch, and it's like a museum. You read all the way around, people come in and go, God, I've been looking for stuff like this.
I'll tell you, I've been Googling, trying to figure out where to go. Today I only heard about Stanley's. Someone said, oh, maybe you should check that. I had never even heard of it, really. I mean, because when you're looking at the list, but you need to direct people. You need to direct people.
But that comes from
brochure. Sorry,
to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I think that comes from internally what artists want to do, and to make that happen, you all have to do that. And that's another way to create your own opportunities too, is make your megaphone louder. And through social media, through all channels to make it louder. But I want to go back to the writers thing, because I want to say something I asked, because in a lot of these occasions that we've done, that you've taught me too, that someone doesn't have to be a quote writer to be able to write something.
Right.
They can be like, correct me if I'm wrong, if this is right, that they can be an artist, but maybe they can write on somebody else's work and then maybe get that published. What do you think?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I guess the first question to figure out is what you want from that writing. Because I think if people, just like a gallery show, people have a lot of expectations from writing that don't necessarily work, that way.
Right.
So that's one. So if you're just thinking validation, which is great, we all want validation, right? But at the same time, it'd be like, what is the purpose of that piece for you? And so often one of the things that I think, particularly in communities where they don't feel like they have a lot of writers, is write about each other. Show each other, what would that look like? If each of you sort of started exploring that, if you like someone else's work, write about that work and publish it. I mean, that is where the dialogue can start often. And then you're right, and I mean, that's how a community is built, right, at the end of the day. And there are a lot of art writers that started as artists and decided they liked writing better, and vice versa, that happens too. So you have to create your own writers too, within your own community. And so that also means, I mean, I'm seeing, it looks like there are probably people who would whether they're journalists here or other writers that are maybe not traditional art writers. There may be some education you have to do with those writers in terms of writing about arts and crafts and the types of things and the issues that you're all talking about within your own community. But you can do that work. I mean, that's not so bad. But, I guess that's my other question is what do you want the writing to do for you?
There was a time.
Feel free to chime in if anyone has a thought of what that would be.
I have a question that kind of ties into pretty much the gallery stuff and creating opportunities. And I think it's something that, especially here in Alaska, because, and that's obviously creating opportunities online. We have places where we can look for grants or things, but I feel like artists and people that want to try to either show their work or sell their work or through online media and stuff like that, it can be a rabbit hole of just really crazy, sign up for this online gallery, but you never really know what that is, and I think learning how to what can you speak to learning how to navigate some of that stuff or looking for those opportunities online? Because we can become very insular, and a lot of times some of the stuff that is out in the great beyond looks, if you don't have access to that language or you're not familiar with the place or the trends or it can get a little daunting, and then you kind of step back into what we know here, and that's something. Try to answer.
I would love to answer that with you. You know how we're going to answer that.
Go for it.
No, you go.
Well, there's just the word that you use is I think the word insular, and there's insular everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's not specific to here.
We're just lucky to just on an island, so it feels like in the same.
Yeah, no, but there's it's sort of insular of your own making in a way, especially these days. And I firmly believe this as a fact in my own brain. You can make work anywhere.
It's very true.
At this point.
I can qualify that.
You decide to make that work. Where you decide to live your life and run your studio and the ideas, the context, and the audience that you want to develop. You can do it from anywhere on this planet at this point. And be part of the conversation. Mm-hmm. Social media has enabled that. And that's not going to go away anytime soon, no matter what Facebook does. Okay? It'll just move to some other platform, like Instagram, or whatever the next version of that looks like. So I feel like many artists make a mistake, and I'm hearing clearly that you guys want to get your work out, right? Where I live and work, a lot of artists want to get their work shown in New York, and that's the sole goal of their entire being, to get the work shown in a New York gallery, and they're in New York and I want to show here, and that's where it's going to be. But I think that is so short-sighted. So short-sighted that the audience for art is global. You mentioned the interest in fur in Asia, right? A lot of artists make the mistake that their audience is in their backyard, right? or that there's no audience in their backyard. And honestly, through social media, through email communications, through web presence, through collaborations, whether it's participating in something bigger than you, and I started our gallery in exactly this way. We will talk about that later. But you have the capacity to reach whatever audience you want to reach at this point. It's like love at this point. Like there is someone out there for everyone. This is what social media can do, right? So like, it doesn't matter what your work is, there is someone out there, there's some community out there, some cohort out there that will find you if, and we'll talk about this in
No, we have to talk about tomorrow. We're talking about this tomorrow.
You know, but if you put out the right signal. If you put out the right signal, people will do the right signal.
It just occurred to me that as much as we talk about galleries, we don't talk about arts nonprofits because, frankly, they sometimes show the best work.
That's very true.
And the best shows. So it's interesting to me that people don't go, I want to be showing at that arts nonprofit or that arts, you know, and the truth is, they are, I mean, I would say they're almost always better shows than commercial gallery shows. Do you know, because they're usually thematic, they're more curatorial, all these types of things.
You want them to serve them, serve you, and that's not what they do. It's a collaborative partnership, and it's also like asking somebody. I mean, has anybody ever? I say this on my webinar. Has anybody ever got married on Match? Is that too personal? Sorry. We have friends who've gotten married on Match, and I've asked them, Match.com, right? Match.com, you know, eHarmony, all that other stuff. Yeah. What did you say? Farmers only?
There is one, yeah.
Oh my God! Alaskan artist only. Anyway, so the equivalent is, let's say, if you can imagine this, I haven't dated in a long time, but I asked a lot of friends for the research for the webinar to use this example. Because dealers have told me this is a great metaphor, is that you seek out someone you've never met before and say, I want to marry you. And when I marry you, I'm going to go to this place or have celebration of our wedding every 2 years. And I'm going to brush my teeth in a certain way and go to bed at 10 o'clock, and you're going to do everything for me that way, right? That's exactly how a lot of dealers say to me. They're like, yeah, that's the perfect metaphor, that you're not considering the other person. A lot of artists just think, okay, I'm going to send this to you because you're going to serve me. We're not thinking of it in a mean way. We're just thinking maybe that's the way it works, and it doesn't work that way. So it's about relationship building. So it is about that love that you're taking about. The intimacy of that. It is so true. It's all about that relationship.
But you're building a relationship that is for the long haul.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is the sustainability, circling back to this. You're building a relationship that is, I run. Does anyone else here run? So you're not sprinting in your careers, you are marathoning. Or if you're doing long distance biking, we talked about this yesterday, you're not doing these sort of short 40-yard, 100-yard dashes in your career and then getting on to the next race. It's like you are trying to build up the endurance to go 40, 50, 60 years. And most of you, many of you have already been at this for decades. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but you're trying to build relationships that will sustain you for the long haul. And a gallery is one of those relationships, but it's not a quick hit like you're in and you're out. Like, what can I do for you so that you can climb over me to get to the next rung on the ladder, right? This is not
Which happens.
Yeah.
Which I have experienced firsthand.
Yep.
And then what happens is the ladder, collapses and you fall off of it because it's not based on a true, real foundation.
So like Three Little Pigs.
Yeah.
I built my house of straw.
Exactly.
So I think there was a question.
Yeah, please.
I don't mean to diverge, but
Not at all.
to talk about maybe tomorrow's a bigger topic, but a lot of us, one of the hard conversations is money.
Yeah.
And so a lot of us are more,
It's good to
more
talk about
isolated.
money.
It's good to talk about it. I'm looking at a new venue or a new way to approach it. So I know I'm not going to have all the answers right away, but I also don't want to come to them not somewhat prepared and just to kind of learn. And we artists, we tend to undervalue ourselves. And
You better
I
be
know
able
in
to.
my work I hear, oh, it must be so meaningful to you. Well, I'm at the point of saying helping my daughter to college is meaningful too. It's kind of like, well, we don't have to pay you because you're doing social justice
Oh, no.
work.
No,
I know,
then you
but
say
that's-
no.
Right.
You say no.
They're like, well, we have to give money to the shelters. You know what I mean? So it's this whole dance, and how can we as artists in our different venues come across build those relationships? So that money is always a tricky thing. So that's
I like
what
what
I love
Mary
to do
said.
this.
Mary?
Yeah, what you were saying about like not doing anything that doesn't make money at a certain
Oh,
point.
yeah, I didn't finish that sentence. I didn't, because it's a great idea, and I figured out that that's how it works, but don't give your money, don't spend your money on anything that won't make you money, and don't spend any money on yourself until you're 50.
I don't know about the 50.
You need a roof, right?
What does that mean when you turn 50? Does that mean when you turn 50 you get to spend every dollar on yourself?
Oh, you bet.
I knew I would get that.
Yes, but all of your work that you did for those 30 years allow you to spend that money on yourself.
So in that case, one example I like to use is bartering, like with the venue. Let's say somebody wants to show you for free. Let's say they say, oh, we don't have a budget for this. Da, da, da. Okay, well, what's your email list like? Can I send an exhibition announcement on that list? And that would be your way of paying me, perhaps. Do you know, sort of like as a way, like how can you leverage and barter your way into a situation? So maybe that space has an email list of 1,200 people. They'd be like, okay, that'll be the trade. You know, this announcement you need to do, maybe we can send it out to our list as a way, like, you know what I mean? So try to figure out a way that you can still benefit. Maybe it's a piece of writing. You know, say, oh, do you have any writers that could write about this thing? I'd love to get a little, like, short piece of writing about this piece. Or, do you know what I mean? Figure out what you need, and then just present it. You'd be surprised. They may know a good framer that can get you a 50% discount on framing, or something. Do you know? So, like, start creating that list of your needs.
I think what you're trying to say too is that, just to dovetail on that, there's all different economies, right? And it's up to us to be able to know what we want and need before we have that conversation. But the other thing is that I'm a hard ass. And so if I always say that we have to be paid. And in fact, this whole tour is 100%, well, 99.9% sustainable. Our first event wasn't people didn't get paid for that event, but I got drink cards for people who wanted to go out afterwards. At least that was the 0.1%. But the thing is that for me, I feel like every artist has value and we have to get paid. There's another great website you should look at, is wageforwork.com, and they have a fee calculator that you can go to for just looking at it to get an idea of what you would charge, let's say for a lecture or exhibition or what have you. Excuse me. But here, I'm a hard ass, so I'm going to give you my method too of how I deal with things. So if somebody asks me to do something and they don't offer to pay me, since I have to do the work, even in my mind, for even more than 30 seconds or less, I double the wage for them to pay me. So I double it because I'm pissed. I'm pissed off that value isn't there. So if the idea is to be empowered, right, and not be afraid either. And then when they come back and say, well, we can't give you that much money, and they say, okay, what can we do if I want to do it? It's up to me if I want to go through that effort. If I want to do something that they're offering me, say, well, if we can't do this, just like Ron said, maybe we could do something else. There's all different currencies that you can offer.
You're soft here then.
What?
You're soft here.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Life is short. I mean, it doesn't sound like Mary's too soft here. She sounds like she's got her, I don't know about that.
It took her a while to figure that out. She's been whipping the whip on me.
Well, I don't know. I think there's some pretty empowered people in this room.
But it's interesting you bring it up because there's this sort of, again, this is sort of cultural in this country. There's like, you're lucky to be an artist.
Yeah.
So we don't need to pay you for that. And you mentioned it earlier, like your baskets. I make these baskets, but they're kind of expensive. There was this kind of like, a sort of slightly undermining qualification. But no, I heard it.
Yeah, right.
And for every opportunity that you guys take where you're not getting paid, it undermines every other artist who's going to take that opportunity.
Exactly.
So in order to establish this, we have to kind of come up with this sort of group front on how we approach this issue.
And the individuals too, just these every situation to be able to be mindful of that. You were going to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, Julie.
One of the biggest things that I see that art can only speak about Anchorage with any authority, is that in fundraising for all these arts organizations and other organizations, always ask artists to contribute, and they ask you to contribute for free, and then your work will sell for a fraction of the cost. And artists continue to contribute to these kinds of events, undermining everyone else who won't do that because it devalues our work. And it's a real conundrum to be in, because I understand the artists that want to participate in these kind of things. They feel like it's going to give them connections and networking, which is everything, building relationships that you've all been talking about. But all I see is collectors wait for these events. I know some of these collectors, they wait for the events so they can get something at a good deal. And it happens repeatedly in Anchorage, so that most artists cannot sell their work for what they would like to, because someone else says, well, so-and-so got your piece for this much.
Exactly. I have the answer for that.
Fundraising.
There we go. I do. I really
Go,
do.
Mary.
Sure, I'll donate that for half.
Yes.
You can do that, but also I would ask that for the person who buys it, you need to know the name of that collector.
Oh, absolutely.
You also need to have you have to lay out all the needs that you want in advance and not devalue the work right when you present it.
And if they don't agree with that, well, then I'll donate a poster.
No, or if they don't agree with that.
I was about to say that some artists actually create editions every year specifically for charity.
Right.
So meaning like they might do one print series that is only for charity, right? And so that means that, if it ever comes for sale, first of all, you know what it is, and it's not your other body. So that way you're just doing that so you can separate the value, like as in tiers. You know, this is that work that I'm selling for charity. It's great, I want to support them, but it's not as necessarily as sophisticated maybe or as interesting as my regular work. You know what I mean? So some artists do stuff like that too.
But then
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I need to get to Julie because she has been raising her hand. And then may I have Karen and then...
No.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I just wanted, when we were talking about money and galleries, and so I make pottery. I make functional pottery, people who bring the art into their daily lives, their cup of tea or whatever. And I have this conundrum in my life. I have this huge body of work right now I've been working on all winter. And I have 3 different galleries in town, and a few other shops are like, I want to sell your mugs, I want to sell this. I'm like, that's great. But then I start doing the math in my head about that $25 mug is all of a sudden going to be $12.50 going out the door. And it took so much money for the clay, thousands of pounds of clay to get barged here. I literally carry the clay up 81 stairs to my door, like 12. Took me days in a backpack, and I just start to try to do the fee calculator, and every piece, every pot is carried up, wedged, thrown, trimmed, bisque, glazed again, carried back down. I'm like, what's the value of that to me? So a part of me is like, I don't know if I want to sell it in the galleries. I want to sell it on my own.
Yes.
So what does that look like? And that's why I did the pop-up shop yesterday.
Did you figure out how much the price would be really to make it worth?
No, I haven't. My brain doesn't work in that. I don't want my husband's constantly like, have you figured out how much that? I'm like, no, I haven't. But what I try to do is how much time did it take to make that pot? And the clay doesn't cost that much, but also it does in so many different aspects. So.
But the value of the work is not necessarily framed on the labor. I mean, it's really what the market's going to bear.
Sure.
So can you talk about that?
So does anyone else have an issue with sort of pricing their work here? Yes?
Maybe we should talk about
So this will be something we'll talk about tomorrow.
That's a big
develop
thing.
the whole strategy
talk
for
about
how to
that
deal with the pricing, particularly if you're working in a retail situation and all the rest of it. But there's a different thing between the price and the value. I'll just leave it at that. The price is the price, and the value is something totally different. In some cases, the value is much greater, the $500 million painting, than what the cost of the materials are that go into it. In some cases, for most artists, over the long term, their value will be much less, actually, than what the value of the materials were that went into it. It just gets devalued over time.
And I catch
95%
myself.
of people.
Yesterday, I saw the Scanlon Gallery also wants me to sell at the gallery, and I already have some pieces there.
We got it there.
And I thought, well, if I'm going to sell at the gallery, I wanted to make it a little bit more artful in my mind. So I'm hand painting like really nice brush strokes of floral motifs and some waves and stuff like that. And I was selling it at the show yesterday at the New York Cafe, and I caught myself, someone said, well, how much are these little bowls that are all intricately painted? And I said, well, they're this amount of money. Well, because they're hand painted, and I start to do that, and my friend who was also selling it, she's like, don't do that. Say the price, and if they say why, say because I made
In
it.
negotiation, you just say the price, and the number one thing they do then is stop. Close your mouth. They're $12.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're running out of time. I just want Karen to say something, and then I have to close and talk about why we're here with what those things are on the table. Yeah.
Very quickly about the auction requests. A really dear friend who gets asked repeatedly has just a couple of rules. He picks 2 places in advance at the beginning of the year, and when they approach him, they get the yes answer. And then for everybody else, he has a list of things that he would be willing to do, and one of them includes a studio tour.
I'm so happy you brought that up.
Yeah.
Just because really the real problem is not artists giving work, but the organizations changing what they're offering. That's the problem. And if artists can go to them and say, because there are some places, museums that do it very, very well, where they offer like things, dining experiences, studio experiences, and then they don't ask the artists. So I think that's really great. And the arts councils could educate those people to say, how about if we do this differently? That's where it has to change. I'm gonna get like really upset actually, because it drives me crazy, because artists don't, they just keep going along. Yes, it's a patch to say, I'll give a poster or whatever, but we're still feeding into an old system. You know, let's change the system. Say no, but maybe offer this. That's a great solution, what you just said. I'm so happy you said that. Who's the artist who does that?
Hess Woodward.
Yeah.
It's who?
Hess Woodward.
Okay.
And actually, he got you choose the 2 from one of your talks. So.
How many of you guys have, just sort of as an alternative to that, how many of you guys have too much work sitting in your studios right now?
Too much what?
Too much work sitting in your studios, racks and piles, and so much inventory you don't know what to do with it?
But it's organized.
That's better than that. I say this because every artist I know has way too much work.
I make baskets now that fit inside of other baskets.
That's nice.
So it may come a time where instead of putting it in a dumpster or melting it down and turning it into something else, it goes out the door in this kind of charitable way. And it's okay. It's okay.
I still think that though, people's walls get full of things they buy at auctions.
No,
And I give dance lessons or Ethiopian dinners to auctions.
Great.
Good. So you do too.
Never give art anymore.
Good to hear. Good to hear that. I'm so happy you said that.
We have huge auctions and fundraisers. I mean, huge. It's everything, all the kids have to be flown off the island for sport. So I've never lived in a place that has as many.
I would bid for
so
drawing
much.
lessons, just to say.
Yeah, that's great. Line lessons.
Thank you for saying
I mean, all of you are experts in a certain way, right? So what can you do? Offer your expertise beyond just object
I
painting.
bid high.
Like if you gave a weaving lesson, a basket weaving lesson or something, like as an example, that's a way, instead of giving a basket, like how about if you did that and then all of a sudden, frankly, that person could potentially be a collector or something because then they appreciate the craft of what you're doing. So it's kind of, that's the other
I'm
thing.
glad you offered that. Okay, so I just want to say a little bit of facts, because we have to go, say a little bit of facts about these books. So these books are shared projects. So that book, I split the royalties with all of the artists. So they're, the one on the left is 2.5 pounds. I'm a contributor just like everybody else. So the first book is in its 7th printing. Both books are sold in 24 countries. I'm really proud of that. Our royalty checks are very small, although we got the first check for the second book was $88.78. $4. Must be doing something right. The second book is in its second printing. It's the 2.5 pounder. The first book was meant to start a conversation. The second one is much more in depth. But these guys and myself will sign that second book. Also, all of the artists in both books, which is both of these things about splitting royalties and the fact that every person in both of the books has their own copyright, so they're published authors. And that's what an artist can do, is we can take an opportunity and change it. So those are just some facts about those books. And I'm really proud of them because the voices in those books are people who are generous to other artists, who show ways in which just by their living can sustain a creative life, which could be helpful to all of you. So I want to thank everybody here, Kathleen, Karen, Pat, Shelton. Thank you for having us here to the library. It's a beautiful building. Great to see art here. We're going to be, where are we going to be tomorrow? We're going to be in the Southeast, University of Alaska Southeast, right?
Okay, so the campus, it's going to be room 516 in the Paul building from 4 to 6. It will be recorded.
Pardon me? And it's going to go out to 10 communities via OWL tomorrow?
But it'll be recorded.
And it'll be recorded.
And you can capture that information. We'll get it back to you if you would like it.
I would just say this too, that I forgot to say this in the beginning, which I should have. But we have recorded this today, and we're recording every experience that we have here that's public, because it's going to this big data that's actually supported by a few foundations that I actually have. My deadline is December 1st to get that information out into the world in different ways. Like I'm doing a collaborative project with Jen Dalton, who's in that first book, to be able to take a lot of this material, be it video or my notes or correspondence or whatever it is, and get it and share it out into the world. So your voices today will be helping other artists. And what we do tomorrow will be the same. We will do this, and we're gonna be able to get this out into the world. So what I would say is, if you wanna join us tomorrow, bring your needs and wants and your questions and suck everything out of us. And then you can also have access to us beyond this. And yes, what?
Hashtag.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I always forget. You know what? It's just been a long journey. It's wonderful, but I just forget this. You can also, tomorrow, and we should have said this today, but there's a hashtag Live Sustain, and you can also see how people have been, photographs and comments, etc., of other artists that have commented and given their information and comments, opinions on this tour. Thanks very much. We're going to be here for a few minutes. And Kathleen?
Can I just say, please email your compatriots to let them know about tomorrow. It's on the OWL network tomorrow, yes. So it'll be in Wrangell, Petersburg, definitely Juneau, definitely Craig. So if you have friends in Craig especially, please email them and let them know they need to talk to their library to find out what's going on and what room it's in and all of that stuff. But please invite the people you don't see in this room to come tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks. We're going to be here for a little while, so we look forward to talking to you. Thank you for sharing so much. Thank you.